The story begins with the introduction of the main character. His name is Zhang Hao. He is an ordinary office worker who saw thousands of the same ordinary people every day. On the same simple and ordinary day he was coming home. He hated his job and promised himself to change jobs. Suddenly on his way home he saw a red moon, and the next day he woke up in pink pajamas. He was shocked by this. He did not understand what happened in the world he was in. The men raise the children, and the women are the head of the family. Modern men rely on women, who, in turn, have limitless power to move bricks. Men here, compared to women, are physically weak and cowardly. Men are delicate flowers, and women are Barbie King Kongs. The men were very weak and couldn't open the bottle. They turned to the girls for help. This place Zhang Hao called the world of rich mamas. But is it really me? No. Look everyone, I'm a real man. I swear to rise up and be a real man in this world. He suddenly had a half-sister goddess who was ready to cover him with her breasts. How, come here, and also a pure and innocent followered. Well, and the oppressive and overbearing director, why didn't you call me? One thing's for sure, in this world, you can actively live off woman. How didn't understand how this could have happened. Why did he wake up in his pink pajamas? Maybe it was someone's joke. He began to remember what could have gone wrong, because he was coming home from work, but he saw a red moon, and lo and behold, he had already woken up as a girl, and everything around him had changed. Hao's dad came into the room and said, "Get up, didn't you want to go shopping with Lun Moon today? I'll go shopping, get ready for dinner for Auntie Zhang, learn proper grooming from Lun Lun. Hurry up and get dressed well." Hao didn't understand. Who is this, and where is he? Chen is who? Chen is my father's last name? Who is Lun Lun? I'm a grown guy, but I have to dress up and go somewhere? Maybe I'm crazy. At that moment his phone rang. Hao answered and heard Hao. Open the door. Hao heard a familiar voice. It would be Brother Lun with a tattoo on his arm, fair and brave, an older brother I admire, the toughest, a real beast. Brother Moon, wait a minute, I'm on my way. There was a boy standing at the door, and he said, really, what took you so long, making a handsome man like me wait so long at the door? What if they started harassing me? It was that Brother Moon. Hao did not recognize him. Lun came up to Uncle. Hao, just look how handsome Lun is, you should learn from him. Hao was puzzled. What's going on? Married? Skincare? Where the hell am I in this world? The gender roles of men and women have swapped. Women have become emperors and celebrities. Men are responsible for the home, and women are the backbone of the family. Men are protected by women, who in turn have limitless power. Men here, compared to women, are physically weak and cowardly. Men are responsible for raising children, and women do all the physical work. Moreover, the significant role of women has led to a break in the balance between the ratio of men and women. So men are a treasure. Wow, look at those two. So beautiful. Lun said to Hao, first let's go buy a mask, then let's go for a manicure. Someone used my mask again. We should also buy a gas can, because there are a lot of female maniacs lately. Hao thought the world had gone crazy. Hao grabbed Lun by the arm and said, I will give you back your manhood. They went into a tattoo shop and said, get me a dragon tattoo all over my back, and him too. Lun was afraid and said, wait, are you crazy? Hao replied, I'm not crazy. Now I'll show you what a real man is. There were beautiful girls sitting in the tattoo parlor. They told him that it's not easy for guys to get tattoos, and it's not for sissies. Hao took off his t-shirt and said, you all behold, here is a real man. The girls were shocked by his behavior. He said he wanted a dragon and a white tiger all over his back, and a white tiger. The girls were delighted and scattered money to him, and asked him to continue. After that Hao returned home completely tired. There he was met by his half-sister Zhang Qian. Hao was shocked, and thought he had the wrong door. He said, Hao, come back. After which he did go home and sat down at the table. He didn't remember what was going on. Who were these people? Dad told him. Didn't he tell him that Aunt Yan and Zhang Qianqin were coming to their house for dinner? As soon as he saw them he immediately ran away. He said he just forgot it. The guest said it's no big deal. They know Hao has a lot of lessons. Hao forgot the dad is getting married again. This is Zhang Yan and her daughter Zhang Qianqin. In a few days we'll be living together. Chen, your skills are getting better and better. Preparing for our arrival after dinner. Hao went to his room, lay down on the bed, and said he was tired, and finally this day is over. Wearing cute clothes, cute makeup, also all day pestering, I'm really awake. Or have I moved into a feminist world? My father and brother have become feminine. Eventually that's waiting for me too. Will I be a wife too? They say men still have connections. He freaked out and said there's no way I'm going to be abroad. I have to find a way back, and threw a teddy bear at the door. At that moment, his sister walked into his room and the teddy bear hit her. She walked up to Hao and hugged him and said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you missed me. Hao blushed with embarrassment. Sister Kin thought he was sick because his face was red. She wanted to check it, but he said there was nothing wrong with him. Hao went to bed. Suddenly a girl's shadow appeared in his room. It woke him up. He just woke up and didn't understand who it was and why so late. A girl came up to him. Hao exclaimed, "Who are you?" She said to him, "Why, don't you remember me?" After all, she was the one who brought him here. He remembered looking at the red moon and said he remembered her. It was her. "Who are you? Why did you bring me into this world?" He answered, "You can call me the god of the blood moon. Didn't you say you didn't have a girlfriend and haven't had one yet? There are so many girls in this world and they all love you. Isn't that good?" Hao said there are no normal people here and asked her to take him back. It was easy for her to do that, but he had to complete a task. What task? He had to become a real man. Then if you become a real man in this feminist world, he would have a chance to take it all back. But if he fails the mission, how will dissolve into this world dissolve? You mean become a girl? Yeah, that could happen. I hope you have a good time. And she's gone. But he didn't get to ask the most important question. How does one become a real man here? For a morning Hao thought it was a strange dream, but he saw the red belt and realized that it was definitely not a dream and he really needs to complete this task. But what does it mean to become a real man in this world? After all, he definitely looks like a girl now. Hao decided to deal with this task later. First he needed to learn about this world. He sat down on the floor and began to study the newspapers. He was very surprised. Was it all true? After all, what had been written was complete nonsense. First of all, there are still ways to grade a man in this world, so girls are more active too. And shivering and goosebumps, weakness, all this is typical of the physiological reaction of guys. How much more does he have to remember? Is there any other way to get home? No, let's put the god of the blood moon aside. There must be a scientific explanation for this. First he must study the strange celestial phenomenon that night. What if it's just a change in the magnetic field? Hao decided not to rely on this strange assignment, but he was not an expert in that field, but he could have hired someone. But who should he look for and what would he tell him? After all, Hao was a high school student with no money in his pocket, but he didn't get upset and decided to get some money. First out of the room he was met again by his sister. She said, Hao, good morning. Hurry up and try the breakfast that your sister made. He replied, okay, Sister Kin. After breakfast, he went to the dressing room. Standing at the mirror he said he had to admit, despite his feminine features, his face looks quite attractive. Today Hao is going to school for the first time in this world. On the way Lun told him that he applied a new lipstick color today. Does it suit him? It's the hit of the season. He asked Lun to keep his distance. Lun replied, Hao, what's wrong with you? We used to do this a lot, Hao said. You see, I happen to have new principles. I want to be a man, and they can't. Lun exclaimed, what? How can you say that? There's nothing good about it. You can't get married. Hao, hurry up and go. The girl is staring at them. What? Where is it? Right there behind the pillar was a girl. She was admiring the beauty of the high school students. Hao said, what do they have to be afraid of? We're two big guys and we're afraid of her? Don't worry, if she dares to come near us, I'll chase her away. What? Hao, what are you saying? You can't even lift a brick. That's not true. I used to be a good fighter. You wish. Let's go another way. He took Hao by the hand and they ran off in the other direction, breaking away from that girl. They are very tired and sweaty. Lun said that now they have to repaint. As they approached the main gate of the school, Hao was surprised at the size of the school. After all, this is Alliston's business school. It really seems like all the black work in this world is done by girls. Is my family super rich? Am I going to such an expensive school? When you entered the classroom, the first thing Hao saw was a guy asking for help from a girl to help you open the water bottle. What? I'm so weak that I can't open the water bottle either? Hao walked up to them and said, freeze. I'll help. He grabbed the bottle and tried to open it, but she couldn't do anything. Maybe it was screwed tight? Or was the pose wrong? He was furious and tried to open the small water bottle. The whole class was watching intently, but in the end he couldn't open it. He silently gave the water bottle to the girl to open it. Hao was ashamed of this, because the girl effortlessly opened the bottle of water. The girls came up to him and began to ask what happened. Prince Charming wants to open a bottle? Let me help. I'll help unscrew it some more. Don't get in the way. But Lun told them not to pay attention. He hasn't been feeling well lately, so he might express himself strangely. Don't worry, it totally sucks. We should get some exercise. After all, we have to finish a real man's assignment. Walking down the school corridor, all the girls admired him. They were amazed at his beauty. His hands and right skin, his waist was thin, and his legs slender. I can't go on like this. A handsome man is handsome, but I'm too weak. It's time to find a place to train. We have to come. But first let's look how found Thai boxing training for beginners. It didn't look bad, but we need to check. But physical training will not be enough. We also need to work on mental training. We have to make a reminder. Suddenly a girl came up to him. She frightened him. Her name was Huang. Her classmate at Hao said to her, "Why do you come silently, like a ghost?" "It's not silent, it's you." Hao was so busy that he didn't hear Hao. "You're not texting some girl you like, right? What are you talking about? And don't lean so close to me, guys and girls can't be that close." But he took Hao's hands and said, "Your hands are so white and soft, and your fingers are so long and beautiful." Hao didn't expect her to behave that way. She said to him, "Hao, you're a little strange today. You weren't like this before, you were making it up." "I've always been like this." "Hao, maybe you didn't get enough sleep? I know an ancient massage technique, let me help you know." Hao was surprised by Hong's strength. "Aren't all the girls in this world so strong?" At that moment, their English teacher, who was also their homeroom teacher, entered the classroom. Hao opened the book and began to familiarize himself with the study material. As it turned out that he understood everything, because he had graduated from school a long time ago. The content of this book was not difficult for him. The first use in this world found. He thought, "Teacher Ma, look at my confident eyes, call me to the board soon, let me show myself." At that moment, the teacher looked up and called his name. Hao thought it was his time to show himself, but the teacher asked him, "Are you not feeling well? Do you have cramps in your lips? Would you like to go to the infirmary?" Hao answered disappointedly that he was fine, and she was just imagining things. Hao's classmates began to discuss what was wrong with our prince. Totted, "He's kind of weird, my perfect image of a prince is not going to be broken." Strange, even though Hao is handsome, just now he looked like a retard. Hao was in a panic and hoped it was all just a dream. After school he and Lun went home. He asked Hao if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, he probably just didn't get enough sleep, but in fact Hao was very tired. Walking down the road, a girl approached him and asked Hao how he felt about her throwing a basketball past her. Others pestered Hao, but he just ignored them. To himself he thought, "What a horrible thing, going to school is more horrible than going to work. I want to go back." A cute girl came up to him. She wanted to tell him something. She confessed her feelings to him and offered to date him. But Hao said, "But I don't plan to start dating yet. I have to go." Lun told him that all the excellent girls from every class like you. "I am so jealous of you." But Hao asked to watch his words and suggested we go to the canteen. Standing in the canteen, Hao wondered why everyone was eating so little, but Lun asked Hao, why has he been called his brother lately? That sounds strange enough. Lun went up to the cook and asked him to put on a portion of greens and a portion of spinach. No rice, he told him. "I've been on a diet lately and only eat vegetables all the time." Hao couldn't believe it. Does this world and guys have such small stomachs? He decided to check it out and ordered the biggest portion of stew, more meat, and a portion of rice. Lun was surprised and said to him, How, so you will get fat quickly?" Hao answered him that guys have to eat a lot, otherwise how can you grow? Classmates didn't believe it. Did Hao seriously decide to eat it all? After all, taco meat is fatty and disgusting, even though it looks quite appetizing. Liu Feng came up to Hao and said to him, "Why do you eat so much? Only immigrant workers eat like that." Hao asked him, "Who is he anyway?" Liu Feng replied, "Are you kidding me? A few days ago we went to self-training class together. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, but you seem to have gained weight. Despite our popularity, we have to watch our figure, and you are so fat today." Hao couldn't stand it and answered him, "You must have problems with your aist, you need to get them fixed, and also, why do you look down on migrant workers? If it weren't for the immigrant uncles, no, immigrant aunts work tirelessly to build our country, but would you lead such a carefree life now?" Liu Feng cried and said that he only told him for his own good, and that he didn't expect you to say that to Med. The classmates didn't understand what was going on. Why was Liu Feng crying? Could it be that Hao made him cry? They didn't expect Hao to be so tough, and his image of God shattered. Liu Feng saw that all the girls were on his side and smiled miserably. Suddenly a girl came up to them and said, "How much Hao eats is his own business, and who said you can't eat much? This is discrimination and prejudice." She walked up to Hao and asked him, "Are you hungry today? Here, have some more. I have a lot." Hao thought in surprise, "My goodness, another hot dye." He told Liu Feng, "If you have something to say, go ahead and speak quickly. And if it seems that the old man eats a lot, shut up." Lun exclaimed in shock. How can Hao call himself an old man? Because it is rude and does not fit his ideal image. Zhao Ying said, How really does look like a wild kitten. So attractive. Liu Feng got angry and turned around saying that people don't understand that and they leave. Other girls left with him and asked Liu Feng not to be sad. Zhao Ying must have been fascinated by his looks, so she fell in love. He replied that he didn't care, and sooner or later she would see Hao's true face. He is rude and mean. Sitting at the table, Zhao Ying wished Hao a good appetite and advised him to eat his soup first. Hao asked Lun who it was. He said, "It's Zhao Ying from the parallel class and has been courting you for a long time." Zhao Ying is the leader of the 11G class basketball team, cultured and courting. Really excellent. Zhao Ying asked Lun how he liked the League of Heroes game she advised him last time. He replied that he tried it, but the game is very difficult. It's hard for a guy to play it after all. Hao asked them, "League of Heroes? Are you talking about that game where you have to go through a 5x5 tower?" Lun replied, "Yes, have you played it too? And last time you said you weren't interested in girls." Gamist Hao didn't think there was a League of Heroes game in this world, but it seems like all the players are girls. Zhao Ying said that even though there are no guys among the professional players, but they still play and asked Hao if he liked the game. He said it was okay and it was okay to play. He said he was full and invited Lun to go to class with him. Zhao Ying sighed disappointedly, wondering when Hao would pay attention to her coming to class. Hao began to think about Zhao Ying's words. She said that there are no guys in the ranking of the best players, then the best players among the guys, Warlord and Machine Gun in this world. I'll have to find time to watch the game broadcast sometime. After all, what does it mean to be a real man in this world? Hao noticed a girl sitting by the window and asked Lun, who was this lonely girl? Her name was Naya Hua, a recent transfer student. Hao said she was very pretty. He noticed that Lun was looking at her suspiciously. He told him, "Do you really like her?" Hao took Lun by the arm and dragged him to her and said he should show initiative. But Lun resisted and said guys should behave more restrained. Hao said it was like that before. Today a guy said a guy did. Besides, you wouldn't leave a new classmate alone, would you? Hao and Lun went up to her and introduced themselves. She greeted them and said her name was Mingyu Hewitt. He noticed that all the girls in the world were attracted to him, but she was so distant. He had never seen anyone like her. Lun hesitantly greeted her and told him that they should leave soon because she did not want to talk to them. Hao asked her, "Do you not want to talk to us?" He replied surprised, "No, she just doesn't know what to say to them." He told his brother that she seemed to just have a little social disorder. He held out his hand to her and said to her, "Do you want to talk to people? If you do, let's be friends, I'll help you." She took his hand and said, "A real man wouldn't leave a helpless girl alone. It seems I have finally come close to accomplishing my mission." Hao was approached by his roommate and said, "The most handsome guy in school gets along with the transfer student?" He immediately thought of a good idea. He decided to befriend this chatterbox girl with the transferred girl. This way she will quickly get used to become a sociable girl. He asked Yuan to be friends with Yu Hua. She couldn't refuse him and agreed to show her strengths in communication. After school, Hao went home. He decided to take the path of a real man and listened only to rock. At that time his half-sister Qian Qin knocked at his door. She came into his room and asked what he was doing. He said he was listening to music. She wanted to hear what Hao was listening to, and she liked the genre of his music. She said he was indeed different from all men. Lying on the bed with her, he didn't know what to do, but at that time a silhouette of some girl appeared before his eyes, and he stopped. The stepsister got scared and asked if he was all right. Why had he gone so pale? He said he was anemic and would get better if he just rested. She hugged him and said men are so fragile and asked how to take care of his health. He asked her, "I am thinking of getting a haircut. Do you think it is worth it?" "Yes, my sister will always support." Hao decided to change his image, so he went to a hairdresser's. He was greeted by the receptionist and told him, "You are so beautiful, I will find you the best master." He replied that he wasn't particularly delicate. One of the stylists said he could sit here. She asked him what was the best way to cut his hair. He said that in the style of the court, cut it as you can. You don't have to try too hard to make it beautiful. It was the first time she had heard such strange wishes. She thought how to cut his hair and seemed to understand him. If he said it wasn't pretty, then it should be the other way around. After a while he cut his hair. He looked adorable. Hao liked the haircut too. He asked how much he owed her. She said no money. "Let me use your photo to promote their barbershop." He said no and opted to paid. She gave him her card and said come to me next time. Maybe he would have some other requests and she would serve him well. He thought, oh damn celebrity. He's not used to this kind of treatment. Yet when he got home he looked in the mirror and said, this haircut didn't give me masculinity, but he looked very handsome. He changed his haircut. Now it's time to be reborn as a completely new man in this world. He went over to the closet. What is suitable in the closet? He was upset. All his clothes were women's colors. You must change all your clothes. After a while Dad called Hao to help him pack. He went downstairs and was shocked to see his son. His father asked him, "What's wrong with his hair? Why was his hair so short? What hairdresser had disfigured it so?" He promised to find them and tell them everything. Hao asked his father to calm down because it was his decision. His long hair made him too hot. Dad got angry, took his slipper in his hands and ran after his son. He was running away from him, but at that moment his stepsister walked into the room and he ran into her. She told Dad to calm down because the excitement is bad for health and asked what happened. Daddy said that he cut his hair short without asking permission and that he would never get married that way. Hao looked up and stared into her eyes. Kian Kin told Daddy that Hao looks fine. The haircut looks quality, and he warned her, so he has nothing to worry about. Daddy said she was spoiling him, and he should realize his mistake. After that he went to the kitchen to cook. Hao thanked Kiankin for saving him from his furious father. She said she was his sister and should take care of him. She also offered to go to her room as she had something for him. When she entered the room, she said that when we moved in I was very busy and I didn't have time to prepare a present for you. And now she will give him a present. She opened the box and there were 2 crystals and asked him if he liked them. Hao answered, "They are very expensive." Kian Kin said, "Whatever you want, her sister will buy it for Yao." He was shocked by such a gift and thought maybe he should buy a gift for his sister. After all, her gift is certainly not cheap, so it is worth it to return them because he had no money and the last money went to the hairdresser. Hao thought that maybe he should write a novel. He should think of a story first. The fee for the manuscript would be paid every day so he could save money. It's hard to write about a powerful man and a great warrior, a city woman. It seems so. Will do. I'll try that. Or maybe I should combine my world with its peculiarities and jokes in the story. In that case I'll call the novel A Real Girl in a Patriarchal World. And so being in school, he got a notification on his phone that said, "Congratulations. Your novel A Real Girl in a Patriarchal World has passed the registration for signing the contract. Please contact the editor at this number." Hao was glad because the check went quickly. At this rate he will be able to get paid for daily chapter updates. Said Hao, "I seem to have things worked out, but no matter what world, money is required everywhere." "Okay, never mind. I just have to celebrate this. Now I'll get myself an ice cream for 1 yuan. I can afford it." Approaching this store Hao stopped, for it seemed very familiar to him. And he remembered that when he first went to school, in a past life, he was protected by Amei. She was in high school, she was so fragile, yet she stubbornly defended Hao's sister Amei. "This is Uncle Jin's daughter from the store next door." Hao began to recall a dialogue with her. "Zhang Hao, we live so close to each other. I want to invite you to tea." At that moment Hao thought to himself, this must be the first feeling of love. After that he would often visit this store until one day, Hao confessed his feelings to Amei. "I like you." But she said, "I'm sorry Hao, but I like muscular guys and you're too skinny." At that moment, Hao gave up on that feeling, and from that day on, he started pumping his muscles like crazy to become a muscular man who could protect Amei. But in this world it's different. This time she's bound to say yes. Walking into the store, he heard the dialogue, "Forever you're stuck at home instead of working hard. And how are you going to make money to bring home a man?" "Daddy, stop blowing my mind. I'm actually doing physical labor." Hao didn't understand who was swearing like that. Walking into the store, he thought Amei hadn't changed a bit, but as soon as she came out, he fell over in surprise. Amei was a pumped-up, muscular girl. She walked up to Hao and said, "Wow, you got a haircut. It really suits you. You're so handsome. Do you have something to do with me?" He cried from what he saw. His first love had changed beyond recognition. She now looked like a big, pumped-up man. Hao sat down in his chair. Amei told him they hadn't seen each other in a while. "Would you like some watermelon or something to drink? Don't be so shy. If you want something to eat, say so right away." He saw her muscles and said he didn't want anything. She put her hand on his shoulder, and the chair he was sitting on broke from her strength. Hao said he had to go, glad to talk. When he got home he hated this world. Such a fragile girl turned into a man. Need to sign up for Thai boxing. Buy a gift Kian Kin. So also deal with clothes. Why do you need money everywhere at this rate? The mystery of the bloody moon is impossible to get to. Suddenly in Kiankin said to him, "How are you back? What are you talking about there?" He didn't know his stepsister was home. Going into her room he saw her practicing yoga. She said, "I'm already so tired of girls working out at the gym," and thought about the sports that men do. Kiankin took his hand and suggested we do yoga together. After all, you shouldn't be too weak of a guy either. What if they start bullying you at school? Hao took these words as an insult. Am I weak in her eyes? He took her hand and said, "Sister, maybe in that case you try to arm wrestle with me?" Okay, the terms were that the loser would owe one wish to the winner. It's not just arm wrestling, it's the dignity of a man. Hao was surprised by the strength of his sister. In his past life, men went through fire and water for the survival and maintenance of the family. And here the opponent was a beautiful girl. Hao could not so easily lose to her. Praised him. He lasted long enough, not a bad result, but at this time, Hao's arm was already hurting badly. He wanted to give up already, but he still had the willpower that made him hold on. Kiankan said, "Okay, that's enough, or you could still hurt yourself," and put his arm down, thus defeating him. "Brother, you must be tired, you've worked so hard, your arm doesn't hurt." "I'm fine, sis, I lost to you, so what's your wish?" "I don't want anything, I just want to feel my head on my knee." "Stay head on your knees? Of course, what else would you expect her to do?" "No problem." Suddenly she put her head on Hao's lap and said, "Hey, just like I thought, your lap is super comfortable, I feel like I'm in heaven." He thought, "Are you the one who's going to lie on my lap?" She asked him if she could lie there a little longer. Hao answered that he could. "Lie as long as you want, you can lie there forever." Ariel man doesn't refuse anything. Some time passes, Hao sits at his computer. Suddenly he receives a message on his phone from Huan. They are going with Lun and Yu Hua to go to the park. Very soon he will come to Lun, so be ready. After 10 minutes, Lun came to Hao's house with his little sister. He came out of the house, and his little sister hugged him. But Hao didn't know who it was and asked Lun, "Who was it?" Her name was Lin Lin. She is 6 years old. She is Lun's younger sister. Hao suggested they go to his house. He didn't want to go to the amusement park. He thought it would be boring there, but Lun said it wasn't boring there because a new attraction had just opened there, a ghost team, and shouldn't they help Ming Yu Hua with her fear of society? Hao agreed but asked him to wait as he needed to change, and a real man doesn't back down on his words of help. He changed his clothes, and they went to the park where Huan and Ming Yu Hua were already waiting for them. Huan said, "Hao, you are rarely seen in such clothes, so also with a new hairstyle, not only handsome, but also with a sense of style is in order." Yu Hua also said that Hao is very handsome today. He praised her and said that she is good and already talking to people. "Okay, let's go to the ghost room already." They came to the house. It was scary and very gloomy. Lun got scared and said he was very scared. Maybe they should go back to the merry-go-round or the Ferris wheel. Hao replied, "Is it possible to have fun on such rides?" But no one supported him, and they decided to go to the ghost room. Calling him a coward, they decided to split into groups. Yu Hua and Hao would go together and Huan and Lin would go the other way. They were girls and had to take care of the boys, but Lin wanted to go with Hao and made a scandal. But Hao told her to go with her brother because she was the bravest and Lun was the most timid, so they shouldn't worry about him because he would go with Yu Huad. The group of 3 went first, followed by Hao and Yu Hua. When they entered the house they heard Huang shouting. Hao thought, could she be a coward too? After 10 minutes of wandering around the big house, Hao noticed that Yu Hua had disappeared. She couldn't have just disappeared. Hao walked around the house looking for her. Suddenly he heard a sound from a closet. He opened it, and there was Yu Hua sitting there. She said she just got lost and decided to hide. Third, Hao held out his hand to her and said that she had nothing to fear when he was near. She took his hand and was embarrassed, for he was the first to be so kind to her. After a while the quest was over. It was Lun who suffered the most. He screamed the loudest and promised not to go back there again. Hao asked Yu Hua if she liked the quest. She was silent for a long time and suddenly fell unconscious on Hao. They didn't know what to do. In a panic they started to call an ambulance, but Hao asked them not to panic. Maybe she just had a cold and suggested putting her on a bench. When they got to the bench, Lun said she needed CPR, but Hao said she was fine and told them to go to the store to get water and buy some sweets. While he sat with her and tried to bring her to consciousness, he sat down next to her and put her head on his lap and took her earlobe and started massaging it. Suddenly she woke up and looked into Hao's eyes and asked him why he was pinching her ears. Hao replied that you lost consciousness, and so he tried to make her wake up. She replied that she was very scared, but now so calm. Holding Hao's hand, he replied that they wouldn't go to the ghost room anymore and asked if she was in any pain. Yu Hua said she was fine and just wanted to sleep and asked him not to leave. Hao flatteredly replied okay. He thought, I have met the calmest and most gentle girl in this world. It's just her character is a little strange. 10 minutes later everyone else came over. They bought her some water and asked if she was okay. She answered that she was fine. Huang suggested we go on having fun, but Hao said that enough for today, and it would be worth it to walk Yu Hua home. She doesn't mind, right? She took his hand and said, Hao, let's go together. He agreed. Huang and everyone else didn't understand what was going on between them. They went to walk her home. As it turned out, she lived quite far away. They asked her how she was getting to school, if she was comfortable, but she just kept quiet the rest of the way. When they got to her house, they were surprised. The house was just huge and beautiful. They were met by the staff of the house near the entrance. The butler said to her mistress, "How could you sneak off to have fun? The master instructed you not to go so far away. It would make him angry." The friends were shocked. It turns out Yuhua is a rich girl who lives in a rich mansion. The butler invited them in and apologized for their humble hospitality, for they are friends of the lad. The table was laid out for them, and they were served with yunmu tea, which they had brought just today, brewed with spring water and sweets, prepared by their chef. Then the butler and Yuhua went to the second floor. As madam needed to change, they were left alone and were surprised that such a quiet and reserved girl had a personal servant and lived in a rich house. Hao thought, well, no way. I also did not expect that the new girl I help, a representative of the golden youth. At this time the butler said to her, "Madam, you went to such a distant place and also did not take a bodyguard. If the Lord knows, he will worry. Please do not do so again." She asked him if his parents had returned home. He replied that the master is back, but the mistress is still busy. Yuhua said, "So why hasn't the father called her back?" The butler said that the master and mistress were busy overseas. They had prepared a gift for her and were on their way back. It was a model tank that she liked. 10 minutes later she went back down to her friends. They were surprised at how beautiful she looked. Hao asked her, "What's wrong with you?" She replied, "Daddy didn't call me again," he said. "And what does that mean?" She took his hand and said she wanted to give him something, and they went to her room. As they entered it, Hao was surprised as the room was very empty. He asked her, "You seemed sad after coming home. You said Daddy didn't call you. Does he treat you badly?" "Daddy loves me very much, but he's always busy. Mom's always busy too. I'm usually alone, and they're always busy with their own things. Mom is the mayor of the city, so she usually doesn't come home, and Dad is always on business trips. He makes a lot of money. The manager says they love me." He put his hand on her head and said, "If she gets lonely, you can call me, and I'll call Huang, Lin and Lun, because they are her friends." At this point she took him by the hand and told him to follow her. They went into a collection room where guns and tank models were hanging. She took one of her favorite weapons and gave it to Hao, but he could not accept such a gift, because if he came home with weapons his father would kill him. Hao told her that they could be friends without that thing. She hugged him gently and asked him to stay and be with her for life, and never leave her. After a while they were about to go home. Afterwards they said, "We'll have more fun next time." When they got home, Hao decided to categorically change his clothing style. He opened his closet and threw out all the clothes, and told Lun that tomorrow they were going to the mall to buy new clothes. As these clothes didn't fit them the next day, they went to the mall and took a long time to choose clothes, but they still matched their style. After shopping they got very hungry and went to a McDonald's. While ordering he noticed that someone was watching the nickname. All girls liked how Hao and Lun were dressed, because before them no one dressed like that. Kao said he was too handsome and decided to wear a cap so he wouldn't stand out, but it was too late. Hao's photo spread all over the internet. All the girls in town were fascinated by Hao's beauty. They actively discussed him and commented on the photo that a girl posted. She took a discreet photo under this photo, left a comment. Sister Lunya. She wrote that they went to the amusement park together. When Kao got home, he sat down on a chair and decided to take a rest. Suddenly Lun called him and told him that "You are a celebrity. One of the girls in a McDonald's took your picture," and this photo spread all over social networks. Hao did not understand how one photo could make him famous. He read the comments and did not understand how this could happen, but he thought that after a few days all will calm down and everything will go back to normal. And since he had nothing to do for the day, he decided to watch the cybersport streams. He thought, "It seems except for broadcasts in women's games nothing much has changed. It's okay if I play them." He had enough ability to start earning from streams. At this time, Kiankin's sister came home. He said he had worked so hard at the research institute that he didn't even know he was an internet star. Suddenly she lay down on him and started questioning, had no one molested him? He replied that she didn't have to worry because he could stand up for himself, but she said that Hao was too naive. Women are much more dangerous than he thinks, and Dad only has one son. And what would happen if anything happened to the only son? He promised to tell her if girls hit on him or if he goes out at that moment. She took out her phone. Hao noticed she had his picture on her screen saved. The next day Hao went to school. On his way he saw that all the girls in town were looking for him. He tried to hide from them and went around through bushes and trees. He got a call from Lun and said he better not show up at school today because the girls knew he was in this school. Hao listened to him and he decided not to go to school and asked his sister for help to get him out of school and explain everything to his father. She agreed to help him. When he came back home, He decided to do some streaming as he had nothing else to do, but before that he decided to practice a little. The game in this world hasn't changed much, except that the characters have become girls after a bit of practice. He realized that his skill is at a high level, and in the evening he can start the stream after dinner. He went to his room, and Kin looked at him with a puzzled look. After a while, he started the stream and started playing. There was a girl cyber athlete in the team against him, but he easily beat her. She couldn't believe it. She thought it was a girl playing under the boy's head, and also she suspected him of cheating. Many girls were interested in the stream, and the number of viewers began to grow, but no one believed it was a boy playing. But Hao turned on the microphone and proved that he was a boy, and they were surprised by his pleasant voice. He pointed the camera at the keyboard to prove that he did not use cheats. All viewers were confused. His hands were very beautiful. At that time a girl from one of the organizations got interested in him. She thought if they sign a contract with him, they'll make money with a shovel. At 10 p.m., Hao finished the stream, but the girls asked him not to turn off the stream and asked him to show them his face, but Hao did not want this, so he said goodbye to the audience and said that tomorrow at 8 p.m. will be another stream. And then Hao went to bed. The next day Hao met up with Lun and asked him how the school was doing. Were the crowds still waiting for him? Lun said that today it's not as crowded as it seemed, because yesterday you weren't there, so they didn't come today. I heard Lun ask him what he was doing these 2 days. Hao said he tried to stream, and it came out pretty cool. Lun was ecstatic and shouted out to the whole cafe. And this one girl heard unexpectedly Kao got a message on his phone, saying that yesterday he streamed and achieved the best results. He was asked to contact the manager to sign a contract. Lun supported him, and demanded that Hao sign a contract, because he is destined to be popular. When he becomes a star and makes lots of money, you can buy whatever you want. Hao said that he is just a high school student, and if blogging affects his studies, he will be killed at home. He is not known for anything, and will only become more popular if he becomes too popular. Hao was interested in this idea, and decided to give it a try. After this conversation they went home. Suddenly Hao noticed that someone is following them, but he did not want to scare Lun, and told him that he still have to go to the supermarket, so he will go alone. Hao was alone, and he stopped and said, "Hey you two, come out." Elreded a girl came out to him. She said he looked just like the picture she took and asked him if his sister was taking good care of him. Hao didn't understand who she was. Her friend replied Hao can't know her, since it is Liu who owns several of the nearby streets. Hao replied that he didn't know her, and told them to get out of here. The helper was shocked at his insolence, and said how dare he talk like that. But at that moment Liu hit her and told her that you can't be so rude to such a handsome boy. Liu wanted to kidnap him and have Hao become her husband.
Liu offered to be his keeper and she is ready to pay him 10,000 a month. Cal thought that this is just like in the movies when a lazy Alphonse is kept by a rich woman and he noticed that she looks very well, but he cannot agree to it, because he should become a real man in this world of beautiful girls. So Hao refused and said he had to go. Liu stopped him and said that at his age there was nothing wrong with him becoming a concubine, and if he was not satisfied with the price, let him just say so, and she was willing to give even more. At this point she pulled out a knife, and it would be a shame if she hurt his pretty face. Hao said, and let's check, because he didn't sign up for nothing in the Thai boxing section. He stabbed her in the handrail and then in the chest. She sat down on her knee and was surprised. She looked at Hao and he wanted to kick her in the face at that moment, but she defended herself in time. Hao told her not to bother him anymore, but Assistant Liu said, yes, he is pushing it. She ordered everyone to stand still and she would deal with him herself. She ran at him, swung her arm and wanted to hit Hao, but he dodged a hard blow. She got too close to him and he swung his knife, but she dodged the knife. Since girls in this world are strong, he knew he couldn't handle her and decided to call the police. Liu told him he was not only handsome, but also clever. The assistant said to her, can't she just let a boy like that go? Liu replied, stupid, it takes more patience to woo a handsome man, so what do you say, handsome? Let's end the conversation here, leave me alone, I haven't dropped the police call yet. She looked at him with a penetrating look and her assistant videotaped the whole thing and sent. At this time, a rising talent was discovered in one of the largest offices and reported to Mrs. Wei. The chairwoman told us to sign him, he was bound to be a popular star. She sat there and thought, since when is this my concern? Shouldn't that be handled by a talent hunter? The assistant said it was, but the chairwoman said to show you so you could talk to him in person. Isn't my mother still hungry for fresh meat and decided to find me a new daddy? The assistant showed her pictures of Hao. She saw him and realized that he might be a high school student. She told her to find out all the information about Hao, and the assistant has to give her a report in the evening. Yes, Mrs. Wei. Lu went to the window and said Zhang Hao means. The next day Hao was playing basketball with Luan on the school playground. Luan said to him, I think you have a cold, can we not play basketball? It's a girls' sport, why should we do that, let's go to the stands and cheer up the girls. I don't have a cold, I just sneezed once, besides, who said basketball was a women's sport? At that moment Hao threw the ball into the basketball net and hit it from a far distance and said that guys can also play basketball well. Luan walked up to Hua and told her if she had the feeling that Hao had somehow changed, don't you think? She replied that Hao was happy and that was all that mattered. Luan thought how cool Hao was, even Hua's icy heart could melt. At this time, Lu Feng and his girls were discussing Hao and those girls around him, because they don't even know his real identity. Lu Feng hated Hao. One girl was discreetly taking pictures of Hao, this was an order from Lu, but he noticed that someone was taking pictures of him, he looked in that direction and didn't notice anything. A girl came up to Hao and asked him, what's wrong with you? I imagined it. After the basketball game, Hao went home, he put his hand on Hua's head, said, see you tomorrow. Luan approached Hao, but he said to make him a little more manly. Suddenly he heard the sound of the camera and looked towards the bushes. Luan said to him, what's wrong with you, Hao? You're always looking somewhere today. Hao replied, nothing, just a persistent feeling that I'm being followed. Okay, you should probably go home now. Someone took a picture of me, Sister Qian Qin. He went to the tree and grabbed her shoulder and told her not to hide. The girl said out of fright that she did not do anything. Hao said for her to give him what she had in her hand and asked her, did she take a picture of it? She handed over the camera and said she only took one photo. But why did she take a picture of me secretly? That Sister Lu sent them a task to the group, she said to get your photos and to pay 200 yuan for each photo. Who's Sister Lu? Is she the one who's holding this neighborhood? Her name is Lu Xin, she's the boss of the neighborhood. I see, delete the photos and you can leave. Cal thought that the girl who wanted to kidnap him was too annoying and needed to think of a way to get rid of her. On the weekend Hao went to the mall to meet Luan, he told him that he would soon sign a contract with Douyu, they agreed to all the terms and were willing to give him money in advance, and since he now has money he can buy a gift. Luan asked, what other gift, do you have a girl you like? Why didn't you tell me about her? Hao replied that the gift would be for his sister, after dad got married the second time, now he has a sister, in case you didn't know. And what conditions will you put before Douyu? I will not show my face on the streams, I will only play the games I want, 2 hours of streaming every day, on weekends can go up to 5 hours, and if there will be any events, you need to notify him in advance. And most importantly, no sexualization. At this time Lu Feng was in the same mall, he said that Hao is the first hottie of their school, he is very arrogant and all the girls run after him, but in fact he has a relationship with a whole bunch of girls. His friends said they can't have men like that and looks are deceiving. Feng, maybe we should teach him a lesson and then go buy lipstick. Feng agreed and replied that he had just recently been given a good bonus and he could give them a lipstick each. Feng, I'll go too, let's make him cry and then film him, let everyone see his ugly face. Okay, but let's find a quieter place, there's bound to be some girls who want to save such a handsome man. Hao, let's see you embarrass yourself in front of everyone on the internet. After a while Hao bought sister's gift, Luan pleasantly surprised that Hao treats his sister so well and bought a belt for more than 1,000. Hao said that the money from the streaming platform would be charged every day. In addition, his sister gave him diamond earrings and he had to buy an expensive gift. Hao and Luan went to the bathroom, Feng and his friends followed them and said this was their chance. Feng told his friends to go to them and he would watch outside so no one would come in, but really Feng didn't want Hao to see him. They said okay. Expect good news from us. Hao and Luan were standing by the mirror, Hao said not to spray much perfume, the smell is too pungent. Those two friends came out to meet them, One of them wanted to purposely bump into Hao, but he deftly dodged. Hao grabbed him by the scruff and asked what he was doing. The second friend decided to step in for him and said, "Are you blind or what? You almost hit my friend." Moon said, "Maybe you're blind, on the contrary your friend almost hit my friend." He grabbed at Moon's shirt and said, "Who are you calling blind?" Hao grabbed his arm and said, "The culprit probably knows himself that he is wrong, and you dared to touch my friend. Are you sick of living?" They began to argue who was right and who was wrong, but at some point Hao got tired of this chatter and decided to just leave, but his enemy decided not to let him go just like that and spat at Hao. Hao could not tolerate such a nasty act in his direction and punched him. The second friend watched this and said, "What a scoundrel, he also hits people." Luan said, "So you started it," and started arguing again. He told them if they hit him on purpose next time, he would break their legs. One of the battered men didn't want to take this abuse, so Hao punched him in the face and decided to call his girlfriend. Hao and Luan came out of the mall and were met by the girlfriend of the battered guy. She came up to Hao and said, "Are you the jerk who beat up my boyfriend?" Fong wanted to sneak out again and told everyone he had to pee. His friend told him to come back to their place after the toilet to take a picture of Hao's ugly beaten face. But Fong had another plan. He wanted to wait until Hao and Chi argued, at which point Fong would take a picture of them and label it Hao's lover and send it to their school forum, and the shame for Hao would be assured. "Wifey, he hit me. Are they at it again? Actually, you're the one who started the confrontation and you spit on Hao. If anyone has anything to say, speak up. I'm in a hurry. Love makes the world a better place." She fell in love with Hao at first sight. "Hitting people is bad, please apologize to my boyfriend, you're a reasonable boy, just apologize and that will be the end of it." She was puzzled. Why is she asking him to apologize? She was supposed to beat Hao. "You want me to beat up a man? You just liked him, right? The moment you saw him, your eyes changed dramatically, and I'm your boyfriend. Hey, take your personal business elsewhere. I'll go." But Chi was not happy with the outcome and told Hao to stop. Hao told him that he will report them to the police and if they pissed him off again, he will beat them so badly that his own mother would not know. A girl came up to Ha and said there had been a misunderstanding and asked for his phone number. She would drop him some money as moral compensation. Fong videotaped the whole thing and decided to edit the video to make it look as if Hao was her lover, shaming Hao in front of the entire town. Suddenly a Rolls-Royce pulled up to the mall. The assistant opened the door. A charming girl got out of the car. "This is the same Mrs. Wei. They came to conduct an inspection in one of the mall to trace the revenue for the second quarter." Wei couldn't believe it. "Is that Hao?" At that moment a crowd of people approached Fong from behind. It was Lu. She asked him, "What is he filming there?" Fong was afraid of her and said it was nothing. She took his phone and saw the video. Lu asked him, "Aren't you afraid of death, filming my man with another woman?" She grabbed him by the neck. He begged her not to touch him. Fong was shocked. Does Hao know the local boss of the area? Lu decided to drag Fong to Hao. He walked up to him and told him, "Here we meet again. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Do you know how much I missed you?" Luan didn't understand what was going on here. Who was this girl? But Hao did not want to find out. He silently turned around and was about to leave. Lu asked not to hurry, because she found the rat who was secretly filming him. At that moment she kicked Fong in the back and said that she brought him here, now he can do what he wants with him. Hao asked her what she wanted him to do. Lu fixed her hair, took a bouquet of roses in her hands and confessed her feelings to him. She offered him to be her boyfriend. Hao stood puzzled. "If you become my boyfriend, you get everything you want." Hao answered her that he didn't like her, so he couldn't become her boyfriend. "If that's all, I'll go." Lu apologized to him for rushing, but could he at least take her flowers? Hao said he won't take her flowers and he won't be her boyfriend because earlier she threatened him with a knife and they fought, so they are even. From now on let's pretend we don't know each other. Lu asked the helpers to take away any unnecessary people so they wouldn't disturb the conversation. Luan asked her if she would kill them to get rid of the witnesses. "No, of course not, and you are Hao's friend, isn't your name Luan?" Hao asked her how she knew the names of his friends. Wasn't she looking for information about him? She's threatening me, using Lin and Luan. Okay, maybe I was wrong, not you or me. Tell me, what do you want? Lu walked up to him and said, since the guy himself suggests that, I'll concede to you, how about you come with me to the bar and have another drink? Hao agreed and asked where and at what time to approach him. 7 o'clock tonight, Hoyan Street, Bar Chansey, I'll be waiting for you. I promise I'll be on time. After that conversation, Hao and Luan went home. Luan told him that that girl seemed to be from the mafia, plus they had tattoos on their bodies. Are you sure you want to go to a bar with her? Hao told him if he said no she would find a way to get them anyway. He is going to the bar with her to test the ground and he has nothing to worry about as Hao goes to Thai boxing and she won't do anything to him. On the contrary, Luan should have been more careful for a few days. Luan hugged Hao and cried. He said he did not want Hao to die. At that moment an unfamiliar woman approached them. She told Hao that Principal Wei invited him to a meeting. If he did not mind he should follow her. Hao didn't understand what was happening today. Will it ever end? He told her he was against it, and who is Principal Wei? All of Mrs. Wei's assistants and employees all looked at Hao intently. After that Hao couldn't refuse and said, okay, show me where to go. He asked Luan to go home. If anything he will call him. Hao arrived at their office. He entered there and went up to the floor to the director. When Hao entered there he was shocked. There was just a crushing aura coming from this woman. Her name was Feng Hong. She is the CEO of Wei Nan Media Group. She stood up from her chair and walked over to him. She said, not a bad face, they're rare in the market. Sign this contract and I'll make you famous. Hao read the documents and said, Director Wei, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm not going to become a star, so I'm not interested in our cooperation. I have to go, goodbye. The assistant grabbed him by the shoulder and said, you ungrateful high school student, Principal Wei called you personally for a talk. But Hao deftly grabbed her arm and said he was not interested and dismissed her. Wei thought, is he familiar with martial arts? And suddenly attacked him. He dodged her punch and wanted to hit her back in the chest area, but she defended herself and grabbed his arm and said, a young kid who knows kung fu? And that's a nice bonus. Hao replied, thank you for the praise, Director Wei, however I cannot accept your offer. Don't turn me down. I always get what I want. I'll give you time to think. Show him in, there is Director Wei. Hao thought, that woman, she's not easy to resist. He returned home in the evening, and there was a pen dictaphone, a pocket knife, and anti-pepper spray on the table. After that he picked up the phone and wrote, if I do not call you tonight 8:30 immediately call the police tonight. Need to finally delineate the relationship with Lu Xin. After a while he went to the appointed bar. Entering the bar he met a girl. She said that our boss is waiting for you. He said to show where to go. The girl led him to Lu. He said, I agreed to come here to settle everything and I do not want any business with you. Let's pretend that we never met at all. I do not know you, you do not know me, everyone is happy. She said it would be difficult to implement. Well, let's do it this way. She took the glass in her hands and gave it to Hao. You knew that I would be against it. Will continue to resist. I just called the police. And what will you tell them? I'm just with the man you like. Is it forbidden? The assistant said, Sis Lu, not embarrassed in front of him. We have his photos and videos of him. If he wants to splash, we will send them to the internet, so be nice. She looked at Hao and said, be nice to Sis Lu. These two sisters I see the first time, such confident people. Well, I already turned on my recorder. She looked at him and said, you know, but she's right. Hao said, and you've already got it. Are you determined to stab me in case you refuse to? At this point, Hao put his hands in his pocket and pulled out a pepper spray and began spraying it on them. The girl was very surprised and the pepper spray made her start crying. She didn't understand what was going on. Hao came up to her with a knife and put the knife to her neck. She asked to let go of her awkward movement and it could lead to someone's death. Lu looked up and said, oh, you boy, look how brave. He said that you shouldn't send anyone away, otherwise I am not responsible for myself. You won't be happy with the police. Hao walked to the exit. I threw the girl away. Lu was surprised by his actions and her interest in him increased. Lu Hao's sister sent me a text message that he recorded all of your words on the recorder. He said if you pester him or his loved ones, the tape will go to the police and the fight will not be for life but to death. Ah, you bastard, how dare you. At this time, Assistant Principal Wei was watching. She called Principal Wei and said that Hao was okay. Went to school, he thought, since Lu threatened him 3 days passed, but it was of no use. If it doesn't help, then have to think of something else. At this time his classmates were discussing something. They said that someone got rid of Sister Lu and a new boss will come to the flame tonight. So strange, why change the boss so suddenly? Because there was no prerequisite saying that reported a severe bullying in Feng Hong Media Group. How thought Feng Hong Media Group personnel changes something familiar. At this moment he remembered and said, is not it Director Wei's company? But what kind of connection between the director and Lu Xian? After school, Ha came home. His sister met him there. She told him to sit down to eat since she made the food today. He asked her, where are daddy and auntie? Are you home alone? My sister said that they were busy at work and that they wouldn't be home today. So it's just me and my sister at home alone. Unmarried girl and a guy with no wife. At this point she pointed her finger and said, what are you thinking about? No, nothing, let's eat. What am I thinking about? This is my sister, even though there is no blood relationship between us. After dinner his sister told him that he should do his homework because in the evening he has a live stream, and she will do the dishes herself. He asked if she really needed his help. She took his hand and said that it was okay, she will not tolerate if his beautiful hands get dirty. He was surprised. His sister is so kind and thrifty, not a girl but a dream. In the past world I only dreamt of such a girl. I wish she was my sister. In the evening Hao started a live stream. He told his subscribers that the stream will last 2 hours and today he will play a ranked game. After 2 hours his half-sister came to his room and told him it's been 2 hours and he should rest. He replied that he had already finished the stream. He asked him if he was tired. Come here, I'll give you a massage. Hao said he was fine. She had just finished her chores and she should rest too. She took his hand and told him he was so thoughtful and suggested we rest together. Hao replied that their family, it's natural to take care of each other. Family? At this point she cried. Hao was surprised and asked, what is wrong with you? Why are you crying? Don't they say women don't cry? Didn't I say something offensive? Sis just too happy, so unwittingly cried. Become a family for Hao and be with you together. I'm just delighted. At this moment, Hao thought about the fact that he moved to another world and was able to learn a lot that he was deprived in the former world, at least was able to get a full family. He took Qin's hand and thought, if I stay in this world, I will definitely protect all family members and make them happy. Sister Qin, a long life awaits us and our days will be even happier. She was shocked by his words. Actually, I'm a real woman and usually I don't cry, but now I cried in front of my little brother. I'm so ashamed. Sis, thank you for accepting me as a real family member. She looked at him and thought, we were meant to be family to begin with. They lay down on the bed and he asked her if they should sleep in the same bed. She said mom and dad weren't home tonight and she didn't want him to be scared that night. Besides, my sister has always wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. He asked her what he wanted to talk to him about. He was embarrassed because his sister's body was so sexy. Qin asked him, what kind of women did he like? Kind and gentle, affectionate girls. So that's the type you like. Are there any classmates like that at school? Hao thought of Yu Hua, but she was rather plain. Qin clarified him, so there are no such girls. You are just learning. Falling in love early is also bad. Hao is too handsome a man, that's why sister is worried about you. He had already begun to fall asleep and said that she has nothing to worry about, he is strong. In the morning he woke up and there was no one in bed. He called out, sis, are you home? He went into her room and she wasn't there. He thought after all it was her day off. Did she have to go to the lab today? Hao walked over to Sister Qin's bookcase. It must be the opposite in this world. Novels are written for men. Suddenly he noticed some book. He picked it up. He looked at a few pages and was surprised. How can a girl read such indecent books? So these are the feelings of Sister Qianqing. It can't be, she cried yesterday because I called her family. Suddenly something happened to Hao, he felt very sick, in front of his eyes appeared some girl who had already appeared a few months ago. Again, what is it? In the evening Hao finished the stream earlier than usual, as he was not feeling well. The book keeps going around in his head there, she can't really harbor such feelings for her brother, can she? And that picture that appeared before my eyes out of the blue, I still can't remember what it was. The channel stands in one place, the number of likes and subscribers does not grow, it is not so easy to be a blogger. The next 3 days he was sent a proposal for raising the activity, because his channel was not stable and stood still, he did not decide to use it for a long time, but as soon as he opened examples for raising the activity on the channel, he was shocked. There was a dance in short tight shorts in the offer. And a few other examples, sweat-drenched, handsome jock and abs cubes, but Hao wasn't going to stream that. On the third day, the streaming platform administration scheduled a private meeting with Hao. Luan was surprised that the administration itself came to a private meeting with Hao. Going into the coffee house, they were met by Sun Qing, she is Hao's channel administrator. She said he could call her sister Sun. Hao introduced his friend Moon, he came with him today for support. Hao said he had looked at all 3 options but none of them suited him. Sun said she watches all his streams and knows his character, so the first 2 options are not considered, but about the third one she suggested to think carefully, because the effect could be overwhelming. He didn't understand how. She looked at him with a penetrating look. Suddenly she stood up and put her hand on his neck and said, "Judging by your well-developed chest, you're not indifferent to sports, are you? You don't even have to show your face and you don't have to do anything abstract, your body will be more convincing than words. In addition, at the same time he can stream and pump his body, how about that?" Luan said, Hao has some truth in her words. Hao thought, in principle if I train in a mask, there is nothing wrong with it, also if the viewings become a mass, it may interest other men to do sports, which may affect the opinion of women on the men of this world. In the end Cao agreed to host a workout stream, but the streams will be done while wearing a mask. When he came home he told his dad about it and he wasn't happy and said he didn't agree with it. So we're adults now and we can do whatever we want. I already let you do too much. And you already decided to become a fitness blogger, you look at all these shameless people, I will not allow my son to stream his workouts. Hao told him, because he himself always says that I'm weak, and if he starts working out and build up his muscles, this problem will immediately be solved. At this point his sister came up to them and said, "Uncle, don't be angry with him, I think Hao has a point. Uncle, let Hao try it and I'll supervise it. If he does anything wrong, I'll turn off the stream right away. Keep an eye on him, oh my son, not a day without worrying about him." "Thank you, Sister Qianqing. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to talk him out of it. Don't thank me, I am your sister and I really want to be on your stream." In the evening he started a training stream, he told me how to train properly. That day the channel activity and rates began to grow rapidly. I knew it, earlier on this platform do not run the streamers of this format yet, still waiting for success. At this time, Hao was training hard and girls were writing to him. But Sister Qianqing was out of her mind with jealousy and didn't know what to do. But she decided to restrain herself because she's not that little girl anymore. Otherwise, Hao would drift farther and farther away from me. After half an hour Hao finished the stream, he thanked everyone for the gifts and in an hour he will turn on the game stream. After he finished the stream, his sister came up to him and asked him if he was okay. "Maybe that's enough streaming for today, because your sister is worried about you." Hao says it's okay, he works out every day and 30 minutes of sports is easy for him. "Okay, go take a shower or you'll catch a cold." Sister Qianqing was interrupting me. What am I thinking? Sis treats me so well and I have such an opinion of her. At night Hao went to bed, but suddenly his half-sister came into his room, she came to him and thought, "Hao, if we had not broken up then. She began to remember snippets from her childhood, when they were not yet half-siblings. She tilted her head to his face and moved closer and closer. Hao through sleep said go away. He moved even closer and one moment she grayed next to him. Moments from childhood. Don't you have any friends either? Then play with me. She hit some girls. Hao was scared of her and told her she was scary and he was scared of her. She came up to him and grabbed his shirt and told him, we promised we would be together, you can't be scared of me, let's go to my house. In the morning, Hao woke up with a bad headache and thought I was dreaming. Okay, it's Monday, I have to get up or I'll be late for school. Suddenly he heard a sound, he turned his head and strongly wondered why Sister Qian was sleeping in the same bed with him. At this point she woke up and said to him, good morning, Hao get up you have to go to school. Good morning, how did you end up in my bed? Yesterday I came to see if you'd thrown the blanket back, but you were sleeping so nicely so I couldn't help myself. Sis, let me go wash up first or I'll be late. Come on, wait, I'll buy you a new car and drive you to school in it. Then he went to school. On his phone he was watching a new taekwondo section. Suddenly Yu Hua came up to him and told him that she was trained in it. Do you know taekwondo and since when do you learn it? She said that she had been studying since junior high school and that she also practiced wrestling. Hao asked if she liked the sport and why he liked weapons. My grandmother was in the military, I want to be in the military to protect my family and country. I've been trained by everyone since I was a baby, so my military future is determined. That's right. Please teach me some wrestling tricks. It's still early, we can go to the playground. There's an abandoned warehouse where no one goes. Just the two of us. Then I agree. They went to an abandoned warehouse. Hao offered to hit him to evaluate her skills. At this point she ran at him. He was surprised at her speed. She hit and he did not understand how it happened. She sat down on a chair and told him he lost. Yours is taken. Then can I have my reward? Reward? Suddenly she kissed him. Hao didn't know what to do, but he didn't even mind, his reaction was positive. She asked him, did he like it? Hao didn't know what to say to her because he was excited. Yu Hua, let's stand up first, I don't feel comfortable talking in this position. Why did you suddenly kiss me, did you want to? Yes, I wanted to do it myself, Huang Yuan sent me videos, that's how I learned how to kiss. He asked her to show him the videos, she gave him her phone. He was shocked by those videos. How, was I wrong? I think to say that guys and girls don't communicate that way is not true. I mean I see that in normal life we can't communicate that way. Next time don't listen to her, just ask me. How, when will we be able to communicate like this, just like just now, what did you call it? No matter what you call it, classmates and just friends can't do that, remember, only couples do that. You can't just kiss me and I don't do that either, okay, back to school. What if you and I became a couple? Do you know what it means to be a couple? Then we'll talk about it after I find out. After that they went to school. Hao went with Luan and Hua asked him if they could talk like this now, no. And now, no. Luan asked Hao, what does Hua want from him? Today she only glimpses next to you, don't ask, it's all the fault of beauty as always. At this time Lu Feng was watching this and thought, Mingyu Hua is from a wealthy family and usually doesn't really make contact with outsiders, but she is so fond of Hao. Suddenly an unfamiliar girl came up to Hao and said hello to him. He greeted her and asked who are you? Hao followed this girl. Lu Feng caught the moment and decided to take a picture of him. Last time you acted differently, I didn't even recognize you, tell me what do you want? That was Feng Hong Media Group General Manager's secretary. I was rude to you last time, I'm sorry. I personally wanted to apologize for my behavior, but I also came here because the general manager wants to see you. I don't want to see her, no matter how many times she sends her people to me, I don't want to waste other people's time. Cow, I'm a man of servitude, if I don't follow her orders, she obviously won't pat me on the head, let's make a deal, just call and talk to her on my phone. Hao thought, better not to oppose this principle, last time I could not overpower her. He called and told her that your secretary said you want to meet me. Director Wei, nothing can happen between us, I won't change my mind. You must be a very busy person, no need to waste your time on me. How, do you want to become as powerful as women? Hao was silent. I have seen your look very often, the look of someone who hates to be judged as a weak man. And last time I saw that look in your eyes. Cao, I'm not just a person who provides for celebrities, I'm giving you time to think it over and I'm waiting for your answer. Hao thought, this woman, she knows what to push, I can't hide from her forever, I have to meet her. So you're a man who hates being mistaken for weak. The next day Sister Qian Qin gave Hao a ride in her car, she told him his hair is tangled, okay go hurry to school and I'll wait until you enter the gate, okay. At lunchtime, Hao went to the cafeteria, his classmates told him not to look in his direction. They were discussing him, what a shame, who would have thought that Hao was a different person, and before he was the idol of all the girls, what an idol, just read what was published in the forum, he's not only a lover, he also has several rich mothers. But the forum was heated up and all the girls were furiously discussing the publication. Hao, I think there's something going on here. Yeah, I noticed. It started yesterday, for some reason everyone is trying to keep out of our sight. What's going on? After some time in class was collecting homework, one of the guys came up to Hao and said, you have not handed in your homework, you probably often busy at night, so you did not have time to write homework. Exactly, you were born handsome, I bet women can provide for you, you don't even need to go to university. Hao answered him, you should have told him right away that you're jealous of me, why are you talking so ambiguously? Do I sound ambiguous? You have rich moms and pretend to have nothing to do with it, you're not even ashamed to go to school. Provide? What did you say? How dare you embarrass Hao? It's not me who's embarrassing him, go to the school forum and see what's happening there the last couple of days, he is always seen near the school in the company of women, even pictures are available. Luan went to the forum and was shocked, in the comments Hao was called a public transport. At this point, a teacher came into the classroom and told Hao to go to her office. Do you know what's going on in the school forum right now? I just found out. This incident is bad for our school, I hope you come to your senses, you can't control these women in our society. Stop it. Teacher, I don't want to think about it, it's not necessary. I am not provided for by any women, and my sister drives me to school, and the woman friend is just an aunt I met on business, if you don't believe me I will call my sister to come to school. However, the one who wrote this post on the forum wants to lie to me, I hope the teacher can figure out who it is. Wait a bit, my sister should be here now. Hello, I'm Sister Hao. Hello, so that's how it is. After Qinqin's sister entered the classroom, the classmates ran up to the door and began to eavesdrop on their conversation. They were surprised who this beautiful girl, they heard it was Hao's sister, they realized that the forum wrote nonsense and the rumors going around the school are fake. The sister apologized to Hao for getting him in this situation because of her, she asked if she should explain in front of his classmates. Hao replied that there was no need and he would take care of it himself. He left the class, and his roommate was waiting for him. As soon as you left, Luan found out, he sent me a text message saying it was Lu Feng's fault. Hao asked her, did he go alone? Why hasn't he come back yet? At that time, Luan was in the school bathroom, they poured milk on him and locked him in there, he was very cold and angry and promised to tell his teacher as soon as he got out of there. Hao, Yuhua and Huang looked for Luan all over the school and asked their classmates where they had last seen him. Hao asked them if they were able to find out anything. Yuhua said she had information that third-grade students had seen him near the bathroom behind the sports field, and there were Lu Feng and other students there as well. Hao was furious when he heard Lu Feng's name again. Alright, let's go over there, that Lu Feng is a bully, whatever trouble Luan might get into. Luan heard someone open the bathroom door and started shouting and asked for help so that someone would open the door for him. Hao came to his door and asked, Luan, is that you? Did someone lock you in the bathroom? Hao, I'm so glad to hear from you, you finally made it, I was afraid I was locked in here forever, that creep Lu Feng did this. Hao asked him to step away from the door as Yuhua needed to kick the door open. She swung around and broke the school toilet door with incredible force. Everyone was shocked by Yuhua's strength. Hao walked up to Luan and asked what happened to him and who locked him in here. Luan replied that not only was he locked in here, he was also poured milk. Now I have to tell everything to the teacher. Hao said, let's leave the teacher out of it for now, I'll avenge you when the lessons are over. After class, Yuhua twisted Lu Feng. He said, How not only are you leading an immoral life, but also traumatizing the students, I will tell the teachers and you will be expelled from this school. You better worry about yourself, my sister went to school and refuted everything you wrote in that publication. Also, there is a student here who has actually faced bullying from you, don't you know there is a camera in the bathroom behind the gymnasium? Now I give you two choices. Either you voluntarily confess to slandering me on the forum and apologize to Luan and I'll videotape the whole thing, or tomorrow I'll show the teacher the security camera, which you know is not the same thing, so you choose. Lu Feng thought, if he confessed himself, the teacher could forgive him, but if the teacher found out from others, he would be expelled from school. Lu Feng agreed to apologize to everyone and have it videotaped. Hao looked at him and said if he did something like that again, he would destroy him. They videotaped his apology. Lu Feng went home upset. Luan asked Hao, will Lu Feng really stop there? What if he continues to cause trouble? Hao replied that he wouldn't keep doing it, he would give the video to his teacher and he would be severely reprimanded, and if it happened again, it would be put on his personnel file. Late at night Hao and Yuhua went home. Suddenly he remembered Principal Wei. Yuhua, have you heard of a woman named Wei Nan? I have, she's the head of the Wei family, a very powerful woman. How about comparing her to your family? I don't know, maybe on the same level. Hao thought, so Lady Wei is not so simple, if we have to meet, then I'll meet her tomorrow. That same night at Wei Nan's house. She was sitting at the table, not in the mood. 3 days had passed since their last conversation and Hao still hadn't contacted her. She found herself thinking that all she could think about was him. At that moment someone knocked on her door and she told him to come in. The secretary came in. She said Director Wang wanted to meet her to talk about Qingxi right away. She was ready to talk and had the car ready. At this time Hao and his stepsister went to the restaurant. Hao was surprised by the luxury. Did you have to come to such a rich establishment just to have a bite to eat before going to bed? Cow, you got hurt at school today, so sis invited you here for a meal. Thank you sis, Hao thought she was so kind. She looked at him and told him not to be shy and invited him into the restaurant. As he walked into the restaurant he saw many rich and successful people. He was surprised to see so many people in the restaurant at such a late hour. Suddenly he saw a familiar silhouette. He turned around and thought, is it just me or did I just see Wei Nian? Hao and Qianqin sat down at the table. She told him to order whatever he wanted. Sis, can I have a drink? I'm already quite old, Hao thought to himself, since he had been in this world, he had never tasted alcohol before. Qianqin said, of course you can, just today mom and dad won't be home, so you can relax a little. Sis will pour you a drink. Hao drank and was happy. He remembered that he used to be a drunkard. His stepsister told him not to drink on an empty stomach, it's bad for his stomach, and suggested he eat something. He happily drank and ate a lot of alcohol and food. Hao noticed that the alcohol made him dizzy. Qianqin asked him, was he drunk? He got up from the table and said he was fine and went to the bathroom. When he got to the toilet, he didn't understand how he got drunk so quickly, it wasn't like that before. Hao didn't realize he'd confused the stalls and entered the ladies' room. He went to the sink and washed his face with cold water. Suddenly he saw a woman's silhouette beside him. Hao looked at the girl and said hello. At that moment he was very surprised to see her. It was Mrs. Wei. They met each other's eyes and did not know what to say. Hao wondered what she was doing in the men's room. Wei looked at him and told him in a calm voice that it was the ladies' room. He turned around and saw the girl starting to go into the bathroom. At the last moment Hao went into the stall and locked himself in. Wei said, It's understandable why he decided to hide, but why does she have to hide with him? Hao casually took her hand and pulled her into the stall. I've had a few drinks and something alcohol has affected my head. Wei took his hand and leaned against the door. The girls who were standing in the bathroom wondered, what's making that noise? You know what a guy and a girl do in the bathroom. At that moment, Hao was shocked, he didn't know what was going on. She told him, don't you understand? You're the one who lied to me, the defenseless man. You never called me. I was waiting for your phone call. He was surprised at her words. Hao replied that he was going to meet her tomorrow, who already knew that he would meet her tonight. Wei took him by the chin and said she changed her mind, now he doesn't have to sign a contract with Feng Hong Group, now he has to be her man. Hao replied, what's with the overbearing principal syndrome? Isn't this the second time we're seeing each other? The truth is, the last person who said that to me has disappeared without a trace. You mean Lu Xian? She broke our agreement, my men are the ones who detained her. Hao asked, what was the connection between them? If Lu Xian broke our agreement, why didn't she turn her over to the police? Okay, never mind, there's no one outside, let me go. What a tricky kid, no, I have to get your answer today. At the last moment Hao tickled Miss Wei and she let him go. She exclaimed, what is he doing? Hao happily ran away from her, he thought, even the bossy principal is afraid of tickling. Was I not disgusted when she touched me? As he came out of the bathroom he saw Qianqing, she came up to him and asked him where he had been gone so long. Are you sick? No, I'm just drunk. She said they should go home and he should rest. Hao and Qianqing came home, Hao was lying on the bed, Qianqing's stepsister came over and brought him some food and told him he should drink this to sober up. She went over to him and thought, Hao is so cute when he's drunk. I have to kiss him, I have to kiss him, because whatever happens, sooner or later we'll be together. She held his hands and kept kissing him, she kissed him on the neck and at that moment Hao woke up, he didn't understand what was happening, he thought that all he was seeing now was a dream. He took her by the waist and threw her onto his back. Qianqing looked at him brightly, she was content. At this time Hao was arguing with himself in his head, the devil was telling him that he was now in the arms of a beauty, but it was just a dream, so why not mess around? Angel said no, Qianqing is his half-sister, besides she is good to him, you can't do that to her. But the devil insisted and said it was just a dream and no one would know. The angel asked me to stop. Qianqing continued to look at him sweetly, he raised his head and kissed her forehead. Hao said, even if it is just a dream, a real man should not take advantage of the situation, having said these words he fell asleep. She asked in surprise, Hao, did you fall asleep? She hugged him happily. Qianqing got up from the bed and covered him. At this moment Zhaoying suddenly called him, Qianqing picked up the phone because of jealousy. Zhaoying said, hello. Hao, you finally picked up the phone, you are so distant from me at school, I'm too annoying for you, right? I really like you. Qianqing interrupted her and said, I'm Hao's sister and you must be Zhaoying, right? I know you've been stalking Hao for 2 years, I just wanted to talk to you, I'm not satisfied with this state of affairs, and Hao is a high school student, he has no time for love affairs. I hope you stop now and stop giving him trouble, goodbye. Qianqing hung up the phone and thought, looking at Hao, when will you belong only to me? She kissed his forehead and said, it's okay, this time sister will not be in a hurry, I will control myself. Hao woke up in the morning, his condition was very bad and his body hurt as if he had been unloading wagons all night. He went to the mirror and began to remember the chronology of yesterday's events, he remembered that he had dinner with his sister and then he had a dream. But in the reflection he saw hickeys on his neck, suddenly his sister came up to him and said, Hao, are you awake? He wondered if yesterday was not a dream. Qianqing told him, apparently he's allergic to alcohol. He breathed a sigh of relief as he thought it was hickeys. She went over to him and looked at them, as she is a doctor by profession, she said it was definitely an allergy. Sis is a professional, so don't worry, hurry up and brush your teeth and come down for breakfast or you'll be late for school. Hao thought about it. Sis said it's an allergic reaction, but why do I have such a strange feeling? After breakfast Hao went to school. Luan asked him why he wore clothes with a high collar. Aren't you hot? Hao answered pompously that men are not afraid of the heat, but in fact he was very hot and it was because of the red spots on his neck. Suddenly 3 guys came up to them. They said, "Are you Hao? I'm warning you, stay away from Zhaoying, she likes the most handsome guy in our school." Hao calmly told him to let him go. He asked, what will happen to him if he doesn't let him go? Hao grabbed him by the shirt and threw him a few feet away. He fell on his shoulder. He asked for Mr. Lin's help, because Hao's strength is superior to that of ordinary girls. Lin Jun introduced himself and said that Hao did not like Zhaoying herself for nothing. Hao and Luan wondered if it was Lin Jun from the basketball team led by Zhaoying. "Well, hello, I don't have time to chat here with you, keep your servants to yourself, and also, if you are so worried about Zhaoying, then go to her yourself, don't bother other people." "Is that so?" "I got it, Mr. Hao, the school's most handsome man, see you later." Hao and Luan went on their way. On the way they met Yuhua. She said she could deal with those guys, just ask. He said no need, it's better to teach me how to wrestle, and men can take care of themselves too. Moon asked, wrestling? "What are you doing after school with Yuhua? I'll go with you too, I don't want to be a wimp who can only tie up a chicken." At this time Mrs. Wei was bathing in her own pool at the villa and was about to finish her bathing. An assistant came up to Mrs. Wei and handed her a dry towel. Madame Wei couldn't forget Hao. As soon as she closed her eyes she thought of him. She ordered her assistant to bring Hao to her villa after the class. At this time, Hao, Luan, and Yuhua were at the school warehouse. They wanted to start training for basic strength, since Hao was still weak. "I've been wanting to build up my 8 abs and regain my former strength for a long time." "How, you mean these abs?" "Yuhua, that's too much, I haven't seen anything." "Oh, but you really have them. You look so thin, but I didn't expect your abs to be so prominent." "I need more time to work out like that." "Hey, sweet couple, this one's groping her and she doesn't even mind," said Moon. "Why didn't you stop me? I just showed you what you need." "How, she's so weird, she does everything you don't tell her, why don't you try asking for something else?" "It's true, she's never said no to me, I have to try." "How much money do you have now? Give it to me." Luan was shocked. How could Hao ask her that? Yuhua emptied her pockets and took out all the money. She said the rest was in the account on the phone. She was about to say the password, but Luan stopped her just in time and said there was no need to say the password and the money was not needed either. Hao asked her why she does whatever he tells her to do. She replied that they are friends and friends don't say no to each other. "No, Yuhua, friendship is not about that, friends should be equal partners, you have to determine for yourself, if you don't want to do something, you don't have to do it." She replied that she understood him. Hao suggested we finish training for today and continue tomorrow after school. Hao was walking home after training. He was glad the training went well, but there were people in black suits standing in the alley. He sensed something was wrong. Should he go to another street? Suddenly a little girl came up to him and offered him some candy. "Girl, what are you doing here so late and alone?" She said she was one of the activists and helped strangers by giving them a ray of kindness. "The teacher said I have to give out this candy or she won't give me a red flower as a reward." Hao took the candy and said he would walk her home as it is not safe to be on the street alone at this time. He ate the candy and began to pass out. He woke up in a room he didn't know. There were 2 people standing in front of him. They asked him if he was awake. Hao didn't understand what was going on here at all. Where was he? His hands and feet were tied, he couldn't move. "Who am I? Where am I? What do they want with me? I don't think that many scary women have gathered to kill and bury me." One of the assistants said, "Director Wei." He woke up. "So it's all you. You tied me up, it's against the law. Why is a junior standing here smoking? Actually, I'm already 30, I just look young. At that moment, Miss Wei told everyone to leave the room. Man, be patient, don't disturb me, I'm working. If you didn't want me to bother you, why did you have to tie me up? She nervously put her pen on the table and walked over to him. Last time you dared to run away from me, and now you're rude to me. Always sassing me, did you really think I wouldn't act that way? I don't understand, you told me to be your man and yet you have no such interest in me. She was silent and said nothing. Hao said that to her he is just an unresolved issue. Wei Nan, director of Feng Hong Media Group. The current head of the Wei family, your family used to engage in illegal and semi-legal activities, but after you took over, changed all the order and abandoned the illegal. In addition, you consolidated all the other businesses and created Feng Hong Media. The businesses spread into different industries and became the most successful in the whole country. They call you the fairy of the nation, such a prominent person, and fell in love with me. Do you expect me to believe that? Besides, you kept telling me to be your star. Are you that star-starved? I don't know what you're thinking, and I don't even want to know. I just want to live a quiet life and not get mixed up with you. So please let me go, thank you in advance. Mrs. Wei was very surprised by all that Hao said to her. She said, really, you're not Hao at all. Hao was shocked and asked what she meant. She clarified that as of this day, he is no longer Hao. So what does that mean? I mean, I'm not Hao. What do you think I am? You're too different from the last Hao. I found out all about you. You know how you used to be. The school's first handsome boy, you're from a broken home, your father had a hard time raising you on his own. As a result, you grew up to be a virtuous and meek man, as expected of you. In school your popularity played into your hands, so your grades were also good. You ended up being the object of passion for all the girls in school. People assessed you as gentle, sweet, sensitive, responsive and soft masculine guy. Nowadays, the word effeminate would be more appropriate, don't you think? You and that Hao are completely different personalities. Hao thought, what a self-righteous moron I am. I didn't expect anyone to get to the bottom of it. I crossed over into this world so suddenly. It all happened because of the blood moon. All this time I was trying to adapt, so I didn't even have time to figure out the past of this body. But how could she figure out that I'm not Hao, based on this data? Madame Wei said something else. She realized that he in front of her was no longer excited like before. What? Why would I be excited just because you're famous? No, you were a fanatic who followed me around. What? No way, really. Mrs. Wei put out her cigarette and said that in the past he had openly confessed his love to her on social media. If he didn't believe it, right now, he could check it out for himself. He was horrified when he opened his phone and started leafing through social media stories, and he got to the bottom of those postings where he confessed his love to Mrs. Wei. Hao was stunned and didn't know what to say. He thought, of course I knew that the previous owner of the body posted statuses in the moment, but he did it every day and I looked through the last 3 months and gave it up. Who knew it was a year ago? Mrs. Wei sat down next to him and said to him, by the look of you, you never got influenced like my fam. And don't tell me you have multiple personalities or memory loss. Of course I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People with such diagnoses change their character beyond recognition because of multiple personalities living in the same body. But man is a creature born to learn. We cannot master knowledge that we did not have before just because our character has changed. You have already managed to reach the top 100 after just 1 month of blogging. Judging by your game account, you have never played a video game before. You never fought before, but now you openly attack your opponents and defeat them with ease. So I can say with certainty that you don't have a split personality. In fact, you switched souls. Hao laughed and told her that she was crazy, because that would never occur to a normal person. Let's suppose that's true, what would you do next? Hao wondered, what if she is just like me? If I really came from another world, how would you go about it? Mrs. Wei answered that her company is researching a rare phenomenon that occurs once a century, called the blood moon. Hao sat in a stupor. he remembered the very girl who had sent him to this world. Mistress continued to speak. According to her research, Hao's character changed drastically a few days after this phenomenon, so it clearly had something to do with the blood moon. Hao replied, "How can he be so sure?" Mrs. Wei agreed to tell him about it, but on one condition, if only he would help facilitate them. He asked her if it would cripple him in any way. She replied that she guaranteed his safety, at least they wouldn't experiment on him. Mrs. Wei said there was a contract on the nightstand, with clauses about assistance and the amount of remuneration. She hoped he would be okay with that. He asked her if anyone else besides her was researching this phenomenon. She said that as far as she knew, she was the only one. Hao took the contract and said he would read it at home. He did not expect to find anyone in this world who knew about the blood moon, but Hao did not understand what the blood moon's task was, and it was too risky to sign a contract without thinking. Hao said that if that was all, he went home. It was late and his family had probably already waited. Mrs. Wei smiled and said, "I hope this time you won't test my patience." Twisted his arms and leaned him against the wall. Hao asked her, "What does it all mean?" She said it was in response to his last prank and spanked him. Then he went home. He said in amazement that he would never forget this humiliation because he was spanked by a woman. Hao went home. Right in front of the door he met Sister Qianqin. She was putting on her sneakers. She hugged him and said, "You're finally back. I was so worried about you." He wondered if she was going to look for me on the street. "It's good that I came back in time." Hao apologized for making her worry. Qianqin asked where he was. Hao said he just took a walk and completely forgot about the time. Hao said he was going to take a shower and then go straight to bed. Suddenly she grabbed his hand and asked him, "Have you been out with some girl?" Qianqin looked at him with a scornful look and said, "You smell of other people's perfume." Hao went out with some girl. "You stink of other people's perfume." "No, I was alone. Do I smell of women's perfume?" "Damn, why is her perfume scent so heavy?" "Oh, it must have gotten into my clothes in line for ice cream." She went over to him and told him he had to be more careful or he might get molested. "All right, go take a bath and change, and sis will wash your clothes." "Thank you, sis." At that time Mrs. Wei called the secretary and gave her the file of a girl. She told her to find out everything about this person. The secretary took the file in her hands and wondered, Zhang Qianqin, Hao's stepsister. Wei told her to find out all the information about her throughout her life. She suspected her, as if she became Hao's half-sister for a reason. At this point, Qianqin burned Hao's clothes and said that Hao's body should not have the scent of a Chuho woman on it. 15 minutes later, Hao came out of the bathroom. He saw stepsister Qianqin standing by the refrigerator and choosing a drink. She asked him what he wanted to drink. Hao said he wanted milk. He wondered if his stepsister had such a great figure. She gave him milk and told him to go into her room so she could dry his hair. Hao said he would go into her room now. Hao went into her room and sat down by the computer. Her stepsister was drying his hair. Suddenly he saw a notification on the computer. Someone texted his sister. It was a strange guy. He wrote her obscene things. Hao was greatly surprised by his messages. "Sis, I'm sorry, I accidentally saw a message addressed to you." "It's okay, I'll tell him I have a boyfriend." "Sis, don't waste your attention on people like him. No reason for him to send you such pictures. It is unlikely that he is someone decent." Qianqin hugged him and said, "Hao is so worried about his sister. I'm glad about that. Don't worry, I will definitely not reply to this message. I'm going to take a bath too, Hao. In the meantime you can ban people like this." Suddenly he noticed that his sister's chats had an Angel tab and there was only one chat. It was a chat with Hao. At that moment he wondered greatly why he was alone in that tab, and suddenly he remembered the very book that was on the field in his stepsister's room. Memories from that book began to appear before his eyes. Hao was horrified as to why he suddenly remembered it. The next day, Hao sat on the bench and remembered the events he had with half-sister Qianqin. She always looked at him with satisfied eyes. "If you recall, when I piled on top of her, she didn't really fight back, right? At this point Lin came up to him. He said he had heard about how doing streaming on the platform. Lin wanted to compete with him tonight. Whoever had the most donates would win. Hao said he wasn't interested. Why not? Are you afraid of losing? Hao boldly replied that Lin was fed up with him. Why did he even get attached to him? Nothing else to do. Lin was greatly surprised by his words and said that today everyone will see who will be in first place. Unexpectedly, Luan appeared and said that Hao has nothing to fear and the number of views Hao has 800 times more. Lin said, "That's fine, tonight we'll see who's who. Brother Hao, good luck, you'll win for sure." In the evening Hao came home and started the evening stream. He played a ranked game and turned on the donation feature to beat Lin. He was beating all the players one by one with ease. Suddenly one of the viewers under the nickname Wei sent a donation of X999. Hao was very surprised by such numbers. What? That can't be. Did Mrs. Wei send this donation? But why? It's a lot of money. Hao wondered, maybe she discounted the donation so that he would remember her and respond to her offer of cooperation. But this contract did not suit Hao, as the research participant must stop any educational activities, cross the specified territory, any contact with the outside world is prohibited, responsibility for violations of the contract is held by Party A, accommodation and food at the expense of the employer, the salary is 30,000 yuan per month. Hao discarded the contract because the conditions were simply unbearable for him. I do not yet know what the task of the Blood Moon is, so to lock myself in some ship I think it is a completely stupid idea. First need to find out what is behind the task, but in the meantime have to look for an excuse to refuse again Mrs. Wei. In the meantime, Hao has won the donation ranking and has taken first place. At this time in Lin's house, he said during the streamer that his stomach was sick, so he ends the streamer. He was furious that Hao came in first place. He promised to get rid of Hao. Lin picked up the phone and called Mo. He asked her for one favor and asked her not to worry her as he was willing to pay well for it. The next morning Hao went to the flower store. Sister Qian Qin asked to buy his lily flowers. Not far away from him the girls were following him. His friend asked Mo, "Is this the Hao that Lin ordered?" Suddenly Mo stopped and stood in a stupor. "Hey fuck, that's him, hurry up and call Director Wei." At that moment the secretary came up to Mrs. Wei and said she had something to report to her. "It's about Hao." Mrs. Wei took off her glasses and told her to report immediately. The secretary said, "Our subordinate reported that Hao had a fight with one of the streamers from the venue, named Lin Zhong. He talked her into getting his naked pictures of Hao, but as soon as she recognized him as your man, she immediately reported you." Mrs. Wei told her to make the streamer's site terminate the contract with this Luan Jun. Hao came home and wondered how much money Mrs. Wei had, because she had paid a very large sum of money yesterday. Suddenly Mrs. Wei called him. Qian Qin heard a woman's voice and asked Hao who he was talking to. Hao answered that he was getting a call from an advertising agency advertising insurance. He felt as if he had just been in big trouble. Mrs. Wei got angry and ordered her to get her car ready. Hao thought, "I just hung up," that was not very polite to Mrs. Wei. He was just about to call her back. Suddenly she called him back. She shouted at him and said either he goes outside himself or she takes him out of the house. Hao looked out the window and was shocked. There were more than 6 new Rolls Royces outside his house. He exclaimed to her on the phone, did she really come to him, and Hao started threatening her with the police. She said it's not a crime to park cars in front of his house. "Okay, you got it, move the cars and then I'll come out." "Sis, I have to go to the store," Qian Qin asked him, "do you want me to go with you?" "No, I don't need to, I can manage on my own and I'll be back soon." "I'm out, I'm hanging up." Madame Wei asked him who else did he manage to piss off besides her. "Since there's always someone watching Hao. She told me to keep walking, 30 meters to the car to your right, he's in that black car, he probably has a gun with him." Hao asked her, how safe is her way? "After all, it's so dangerous outside, and I'm actually an ordinary schoolboy, I'm pretty easy to kill, so I'll go back home. Miss Wei asked him, aren't you afraid that this man will follow your family? That would be even more dangerous. Try to draw him out while I'm around, I'll help you finish him off. Hao agreed with her. Wei told him not to get too close and asked him to wait until she got there. Wei ordered the place surrounded. The secretary asked her, will you go there in person? At that moment someone came out to Hao. He was wearing a black robe and a white mask. He said to him, you finally came out, I'm going to kill you. Hao asked him, who was he? He looked at Hao angrily and was ready to pounce on him. Suddenly he ran after Hao and started to attack him. Hao deftly dodged all the blows and tried to run away from him. The anonymous man told him to stop running like a rat. At the same time Hao noticed that the attacker had powerful attacks but very low speed. Hao analyzed him and decided to act. Anonymous tried to hit Hao again, but he dodged again and set his foot at the last moment. Anonymous stumbled and fell down. Hao walked up to him and twisted one arm and told him not to twitch. He asked again who was he. Anonymous replied if it wasn't for Hao he wouldn't have slipped to this state, it was all Hao's fault. Hao reached out his hand to remove his mask. But Anonymous hit him again and Hao sat down on the pavement. Hao was frightened by his strength, he was too powerful. Anonymous walked up to Hao and looked at him mercilessly. He took out a knife and swung it at Hao. At that moment Hao thought, I am going to die like this in this world. But at the last moment Miss Wei defended Hao and hit the anonymous man in the face. The blow made the anonymous man's mask come off and Miss Wei said, I already thought you ran away somewhere in the suburbs, but you're following Hao instead. That anonymous person was Lu Xian. Hao told her that he refused to be her keeper and she decided to kill him for it. Lu Xian replied, if you hadn't seduced, she wouldn't have put me in jail. Miss Wei answered that Hao had nothing to do with the situation. Moreover, you and your friends hid behind the name of Feng Hong Media Group and oppressed the weak and extorted money, forcing young boys to serve you. In short, you violated all the rules established by me. Miss Wei gathered her hair and said it was time to sort it out to the end. She swung around and hit Lu Xian with all her might. Hao told Miss Wei that he was glad it was over. He asked her to walk him home as it was late and he had to go home, otherwise his sister would worry again. Miss Wei looked at him and asked, has he forgotten why she came here? She told him that the contract was one of the reasons they met, plus someone had ordered naked pictures of him. Hao asked who could have done all this. Wei replied, it doesn't matter, the main thing is that you hung up on me before I finished talking. You didn't want to continue our conversation that badly. He bowed to her and apologized to Miss Wei for hanging up. Miss Wei accepted his apology and asked if he was willing to be punished. She came up to Hao and kissed him. He was shocked by the situation. Hao wondered what was going on. Am I being kissed and what should I do? Should I push her away? But her lips are so soft, and besides she is such a beauty, and I'm just an ordinary man, so my reaction is not surprising, especially since I myself came to her. But at that moment Hao remembered his stepsister and told Miss Wei that it was unnecessary and why she was hitting on a high school student, and in fact it was his first kiss. Miss Wei wondered, because she didn't know it was his first kiss. Hao said, okay, you could me today, so let's just consider that I paid you with a kiss and you were the one who sent me the donation yesterday, right? I'll pay you back, that's how we'll be even. Wei said that the money was nothing to her and that is why he had decided to cut off all ties with her and that is why he had dodged the contract all this time. Hao said unfortunately I can't sign the contract. She asked him the reason. Hao said it's complicated with our relationship, it's late, I'll go. When Hao came home he laid down on his bed and wondered, because when he kissed Miss Wei the image of half-sister Qian Qin appeared before his eyes. I guess I do have feelings for her. The next day Hao went to school and met Yu Hua. He noticed she was wearing black stockings instead of white. Yu Hua asked him why he was staring at her legs. He said he was only staring and handed her a gun key chain. He thanked her for teaching him martial arts. She thanked him for the gift and promised to treasure it for sure. Hao wondered if she had just put on a different color of stocking, but he had the feeling that she had become a completely different person. Yu Hua noticed him looking at her legs again. She asked what was wrong with her legs. During the lunch break at school, Hao asked Yu Hua why she often looked at her feet all day. She replied, "Because you look at them a lot today, do you like them?" Hao asked, "Is it so obvious? You actually have very beautiful legs." Yu Hua was embarrassed, but she was pleased to hear Hao say that and told him he could touch them. Hao was in a stupor. He asked, "Do you want me to feel them?" "Yes, after I met you, at least someone has eaten with me, so I am happy." "Don't you want to feel my legs?" Hao was embarrassed, because such a pretty girl wants him to feel her legs. Why should Hao refuse her? Hao said, "Would you refuse if I asked you to sit on my lap?" Yu Hua without sitting on his lap and asked, "Like this?" Hao thought, Yu Hua is so obedient, she is just a treasure in this matriarchal world. She continued to sit on his lap and said no one had ever hugged her like this. Suddenly he noticed the keychain on her hand. He asked her why she wore it on her arm. Yu Hua said it was her first gift from a friend, so she wanted to wear it on her body. "I used to give gifts to others and they didn't give them to me." Hao told her that they were not real friends and told her not to communicate with them anymore. "Huang Yuan didn't ask you for money?" Yu Hua replied, "No, she sent me a lot of adult books and movies, but I listened to you and stopped watching that." After a while the class started. Suddenly Hao noticed a rubber toy next to his desk, but at that moment a classmate picked it up and exclaimed, "How could you bring such a thing to school?" Hao was stunned and didn't know what to say. "You're just desecrating the school atmosphere, and you've seduced students to compete for you before." Classmates started discussing Hao. Classmates stood up for Hao and said that he's not like that. The head teacher didn't have time to figure it out and they started accusing him. Cao said, "Look, under my desk are things that others throw away. With this thing too, do not even think that such a thing could belong to me, and even more, stop making me angry all the time, such tricks. Otherwise I guarantee that I'll put this thing in someone's mouth." The classmate said he's tough and is the best looking guy in school, supposed to be like that. Luan, Yu Hua, and some classmates came up to Hao and told him they believed that it was not his and asked him to calm down. The next day he found them under his desk again and threw them away. On the second and third day they appeared under his desk again. He was very angry and exclaimed, "They planted those things every day. Do they have a factory there?" In gym class, Luan said that another guy was discussing him. He said that every day you take this thing to school. Who's always setting you up? "I don't know, every day someone puts it under my desk for the fourth or fifth day." Luan asked, "What should we do?" Hao replied, "Don't worry, I have my own ways. I'll have to ask Yu Hua to help me." After the lessons Hao told Yu Hua his plan. He asked her to ask her butler to help them with his plan. Late at night they went to the school and set up a laser trap that Yu Hua's butler gave them. In the morning they set up an ambush. Lin went over to Hao's desk and wanted to put this rubber thing under Hao's desk, but at that moment the laser trap went off and the alarm went off. At that moment Hao came out of the closet and took a picture of him. He threw the thing at Lin and hit him right in the face. He said he could keep the thing. Hao was about to leave the class, but at that moment Lin exclaimed to his friends that they wouldn't let him leave. Suddenly several athletic girls stood in front of him. Lin ordered them to drag him to the bathroom. They wanted to grab him, but Hao started to defend himself and hit the attacking girl. He tried to tackle everyone, but one girl kicked him and Hao flew away a few meters. At that moment Yu Hua came in and she saw several girls beating Hao. She was furious and rushed to help him. She started beating all those who were beating Hao hard, and after 10 minutes all the abusers were severely beaten. Hao walked up to Yu Hua and asked her to stop. After a while, the principal announced a statement that a student Lin from 2nd grade brought a prohibited item into the school with the intention of spitting on student Hao. Lin is sentenced to a reprimand. Pupil Yu Hua got into a fight in the classroom and she is to be reprimanded. Luan asked Hao, is she going to be okay? I heard that 2 of the battered students are in the hospital. Hao answered, I don't know, I have a bad feeling, Yuhua's family is very strict, I hope she will be okay. After school, Hao came home and immediately went to his room. Dad thought, what made Hao in such a hurry? Hao decided to call Yuhua to see how she was doing. She picked up the phone and told him that her mom had locked her in the punishment cell. She was scared and that's why she was crying. Every time I break the rules, my mom locks me in here to think about my behavior. She locks me in here for 2 days. Yuhua told him it's very dark and she's very scared. Hao said he would talk to her and asked what she wanted to talk to him about. Yuhua said she didn't care, she just wanted to talk about something. Hao decided to tell her about his story he is writing. His novel is called Real Men's World. The men in this world have 6 abs cubes. They are brave and strong. Hard work like carrying bricks is done by men. In dangerous fields like the police, more men than women. The main character of my story is a man who got into another world, who aspires to become immortal. He is the strongest man of the world. He has the hardest task to save the world from the end of the world. On his way he kills monsters and becomes stronger, and also meets many beautiful and kind girls, and they admire his abilities well, and of course many girls chase after beauty. Hao talked about his story for a long time and said that his story is against all concepts of the world. Yuhua said that his story really is not like reality. Men are so weak, women are strong, and we should protect men and save the world. Yuhua and Hao talked on the phone for a long time and they went to bed late at night. In the morning Hao woke up and realized that he had a cold. Qianqin's sister came to him and said that she wanted to invite him for breakfast and that he had a cold. Qianqin said that he should take medicine. Hao said he had no strength to move because of yesterday's rain. Unexpectedly Qianqin said that in this case she could help him. She took a pill with her teeth and approached Hao. He wondered if Sister Qianqin wanted to feed him medicine by mouth. But as it turned out it was a dream. Qianqin asked him if she could help him. Qianqin helped him get up. She thought, it seems Hao resisted me, maybe he guessed something. Sis told him to eat his porridge while it is hot. Hao thought, and other sisters also take care of every little thing of their brothers, besides we are not blood relatives. He asked her why she cared so much for him since she was not his own sister. Qianqin said, because you are worthy of it, and if you want, I will take care of you all my life. Hao told her sister that she didn't need to put off her business because of him, but she replied that as long as he was more she had no mood to do anything else. Hao thought, still I have a strange feeling, but next to my sister I am overwhelmed with an inexplicable calm. After 5 minutes Hao fell asleep and Sis Qianqin said, Hao really fell asleep. Earlier he would not fall asleep so calmly. Hao Sis wants to tell you, but is afraid that you will feel disgusted with me. At this time Miss Wei was sitting in her house and said, this is the first time I have seen him so humble and sweet, and kissed him forcibly. His self-confidence and arrogance that seems to have been absorbed into his essence. He is the most unusual man I have ever met. At this point Wei caught herself thinking and said, stop Wei, are you really in love with him? Late at night she decided to call him, but Hao didn't expect it and didn't understand who could call him at such a late hour. Hao picked up the phone, but Wei was silent and couldn't say anything to him. Hao said if he didn't hear someone's voice now, he would just hang up. At that moment, Wei said that it was her who decided to call him. Hao was surprised and asked what was wrong and why she was calling him at such a late hour. Is someone after him again? But Wei told him that she just couldn't sleep and she decided to talk to him. Hao looked at the time and was puzzled. He asked her if she decided to call a high school student at 2 in the morning to tell a bedtime story or sing a lullaby. Wei asked him to watch his words and that he should not forget who she is talking to. Hao called her a tyrant since she calls him deep at night, and after that she asks him to be polite to her. He asked her why she called him. Wei asked him if Yuhua taught him how to fight. Hao indignantly asked, was she following him again? didn't answer that question and said that Yu Hua's abilities were rather mediocre and therefore, he would be better off with Herifue Hua, since Wei was a professional. She told him that he had a good base and if he hard could become a world-class bodyguard and achieve a lot of fame. Hao hesitated as her attitude towards him was getting tougher, wanted him to become an internet star, but now, for some reason, she suggested that he should become a bodyguard. Hao told her that he was not interested and asked her not to pester him anymore as he did not want to have any close relationship with her. He replied that he and Yu Hua were just practicing after school, and if she called him again for no reason, he would change his number. Wei asked him if there were other people around him, but Hao asked her to stop asking stupid questions, and then he hung. Wei was very upset and did not believe that he and Yu Hua were just practicing together. She suspected that there was something between them. The next day, Hao woke up and saw the launching pad that said, "I left you clothes." He saw that there were indeed some clothes hanging on the chair. These clothes were left for him by his half-sister in case he woke up in the night, she took very good care of. At that moment Qianqin looked into his room and said that she needed his help to pick out clothes for her. She showed him 2 dresses and asked him which one he liked best. But Hao was shocked that his half-sister so easily came to him in her underwear, and if it wasn't for his willpower he would just bleed from his nose. He told her that the orange dress looked really cool. Qianqin said that in that case she would wear the dress he liked. She turned around and her back was open. Suddenly he saw Shitatu, but Hao didn't even know that his half-sister had a tea. After a while Qianqin asked him to wait for her as she had to go to the institute. Hao said he would wait for her and told her to be careful on the roads. He thought this world is very good, but he missed his friends and family from the old world. He needed to think of other ways to earn money to make money faster, besides writing and streaming. At that moment he remembered that Lu Xian was offered $50,000, and he wanted to find out about it today. He went to the police station and said that he had heard that Lu Xian was being offered $50,000 as a reward for his information, and he came today because it was late yesterday. Hao asked if they would give him the money. She called him handsome and said she remembered. But because he is a high school student, they can't pay him today because they have to do the paperwork and the money will come in a month at best. Hao told her that he is an adult and can they give him the reward in cash. But she apologized to him as it was a requirement from the customer and they are just following the rules. Hao asked in surprise, so the reward was not their initiative in the first place. He said could they tell him the name of the customer and he would try to contact. She said that for the sake of confidentiality, she could not tell him the identity of Director Wei and he should contact Feng Hong Group directly. A few minutes later, she called Ms. Wei and said that Hao was on his way to collect the reward and he wanted the cash and she told him to come straight to her office. Wei said she was ready. Wei laughed as Hao hung up on her last night and today he is coming to her office in person. Hao office thought about it, because yesterday he cut off all ties with her and now he came to ask for the money. He went into the office and asked a female employee how he could get to the top floor and to be let in. He said he was visiting a relative. When she saw him, she immediately fell in love with him and shyly asked him if he was visiting his dad and asked him what his dad's name was, because he might be her boss. They got into the elevator and he said that his dad was not her boss and she might not even know his relative. Suddenly she very close to him and asked him if he was a high school student. If so, what school is he from? After all, such a handsome boy is probably the most handsome in school. Hao was shy and realized that he was in an unpleasant situation again. At this point they arrived at the top floor and he was about to leave. He wanted to get away from her as quickly as possible and said that he didn't need to be seen. Suddenly she took his hand and told him that she really liked him very much. She said that he probably didn't believe in love at first sight, but before she didn't believe in it either, but now she realized her mistake. She exclaimed that she couldn't love another man and asked him to give her just one more chance. But at that moment the elevator doors opened and Miss Wei violently hit the elevator stop button. She looked angrily into her eyes and the employee was very scared as soon as she saw her. Wei told her to get the hell out of here and never come to this company again. She sat down on her knees and asked her, did she do something wrong? Hao also told her that she did nothing wrong and what right does she have to fire her on her wish alone. Wei asked him, is he really asking for her sake? Employee said that she had always done her best for the company and she had no complaints. She asked Wei not to fire her and she would never flirt with anyone again. Hao calmed her down and told her to get off her knees as a woman should not behave like that, besides, she just needed to change her job. But she could not let that because if other companies found out that Director Wei had fired her, she would not be hired by any other company. Wei grabbed Hao by the arm and angrily dragged him into her office. She pinned him against the wall and angrily asked him how dare he cuddle with another woman right in front of her eyes. Hao took her hand and replied, where did she see him hugging her employee, because he just helped her stand up. Besides, they were just on their way, so he talked to her a little bit, and she because of that, decided to fire the man, Hao asked. Wei replied that it was obvious that the employee was just following him. Hao sat down on the couch and asked her if she thought it was none of her business after all, he is a free man and she can't really demand anything from him. And his conversation with her employee. Wei sat down on the table and said that he is just a master of getting on her nerves and he does it all on purpose. Hao saw her up close and shyly wondered because her character is not sugar, but her body is really incredible and apparently it's the result of regular training. He wondered if she was afraid that with such clothes she would have a glimpse of her underwear every now and then. Wei noticed that he was silent and staring at her legs. She decided to take advantage of this and at that moment she changed the position of her legs. Suddenly she told him that in that case she would give him a chance to save the employee, but for that he would have to play a game. She would plant those cigarettes and she has to catch them with her left hand and he has to catch them with his right hand. If he catches them first, then she won't fire that employee. Hao agreed to her conditions, because he may be inferior in strength, but his reaction should be faster than hers. At that moment, without any warning, she tossed the cigarette. Hao indignantly told her why she didn't even warn him. Hao jumped up to catch the cigarette as fast as possible, but Wei wasn't going to lose either and jumped. But Hao was faster than her, but at that moment Wei couldn't resist jumping and hugged Hao and they sat on the sofa together. Hao told her that he had won. She didn't mind her loss and accepted her defeat. Hao wondered if she would go further than molestation, but her body was incredible and he couldn't complain about that. But at that moment she felt his hand on her thigh and called him a little pervert, because not only did he roll up the sleeve of his shirt, but he was pawing at her leg. Hao shyly replied that she was the one molesting him, and wasn't he even allowed to resist, but Hao forgot that in this world, a man rolling up his sleeve is the same as a girl lifting up her skirt. He said he admits his guilt, but however, he caught the cigarette, which means she won't fire the employee. Hao asked her to get up off him, because she falls on him so often that he starts to think that she has a crush on. Wei replied that she can't say anything about having a crush, but he is definitely the most attractive man to her and she has never met a man like him before, because he has a strong will, he is independent, brave, responsible and physical too. Hao said she shouldn't praise him so much and asked her for her $50,000. But at that moment she suddenly jumped up and said she had to go to the toilet. Hao laughed because he didn't expect it to turn out that way and now she ran to the toilet. Suddenly his stepsister called him and asked him angrily why he hadn't listened to her and left the house again, because she had called the house phone and no one answered. Hao had tricked her and said that Luan couldn't do his homework, so he had to go to his house to help him. Hao told her not to worry because he would be home soon. Qianqin told him that he was still sick and told him to come back as early as possible, but she couldn't come back early because she had a reunion today. A friend came up to her and asked her why she was still inside. Embarrassedly replied that she was just talking on the phone. She started to go in and her friend saw a tattoo on her waist. Her friend asked what kind of tattoo was it. Qianqin looked at her phone where Hao's picture was and said that it was the name of someone very important to her. Hao heard someone asking his half-sister about the tattoo, but because of the heavy noise, he couldn't hear the meaning of. Hao saw a pack of cigarettes and was surprised. These cigarettes are quite expensive and good. At that moment, Wei came out of the toilet and Hao thought about her. She was beautiful and not inferior to her half-sister. Wei told him that he was still young and he shouldn't smoke. Hao said that he just smelled it. He asked her. She went into the toilet. How come she changed her clothes? After all, she didn't do anything like that in there, did she? Wei replied that she was an ordinary girl and asked him not to tempt her anymore. After all, one day she will not be able to restrain. Hao stood in a stupor and did not understand why she did not even deny it. Did she do what he really thought? But he said that he didn't care what she was doing there, and he reminded her that he came here for money and asked her to give it quickly. He would leave and not tempt her. But she smiled and said that it seems she doesn't need to give him any more money because the cigarette he just lit up was worth 60,000, so he now owes her. Hao exclaimed that one cigarette can't be worth that much money. Wei suggested that he check the information himself if he didn't believe her. But Hao couldn't believe it, because he had never seen a cigarette cost 60,000 in his life, and he had spent all day on it, and now he owed her 10,000. But at this point Wei laughed at him, and Hao said she was just. She handed him the envelopes with the money and said she's lying about the price of the cigarette, but however, she wouldn't make him pay for a cigarette. Wei said the envelope contained the promised $50,000. Hao said she had a bad temper, but she kept. He said that maybe what he did was really wrong, so he deserved that attitude from her, but they should forget what happened between them and not see each other again. Because only then, she could still work hard and it would be better for her and him. Hao said he had to leave and asked, and he touched her hair, so she might catch a cold like him too. He called the elevator and thought about it. After all tyrants in novels have a heightened sense of possessiveness, so he should be careful what says. After all, it's scary to imagine what would happen if she really fell in love with him. At this time, Wei nervously lit a cigarette and threw it away. Forget everything to between them. No way, you will be mine. Qianqin and her friend were already at home and looking at the photo album. Her friend said to her, so this is why she did not get to sit with her. She immediately runs home after work, because she has such a handsome man at home. She asked, who is he? Qianqin said that he was her half-brother, but they had known each other since childhood. The friend was surprised that she had so many photos from when she was very young. Qianqin thought about it, because he was her precious Hao, and she would take more photos. Besides, she no longer had to do it secretly, because they were family. At that moment Hao came home and was surprised to ask her half-sister, because she said she would be late, so why did she come back so early? He said hello to her friend and asked, what is he watching? But Qianqin couldn't let him see this photo album of his. The friend wanted to tell him that they were looking at a photo album of his photos, but at the last moment Qianqin pinched her and signaled her not to speak. Qianqin said that it was just a research paper from her institute. Then she whispered and told her to hide the album. She understood, hid album behind her back and said. Hao was surprised as he had never seen scientific papers in such thick albums before. At that moment Qianqin came up to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Hao was surprised and asked if she was all right. She asked why he went outside. After all, she had asked him in the morning to stay at home. Hao replied that he was bored at home and decided to go outside to get some fresh air, but in fact Hao could not admit to her that he went to see Principal Wei. Qianqin pinched his face and said that his face was just beautiful, but there are so many bad women outside and something could have happened to him. But Hao said he had no problem defending himself. He decided to go to his room to rest and not interfere with their scientific work. After Hao left, Her friend asked her what was that just now and why can't her brother see the album. Qianqin told her to mind her own business and not to bother Hao, otherwise their friendship would end. The friend didn't understand why Qianqin reacted like that, but she said she understood and wouldn't do anything. At that time Hao was in his room and noticed that he was very tired after seeing Wei, but he looked out the window and saw someone was watching him closely. He wondered if someone else had decided to follow him, but the person who was following him was a man. Hao decided to tell his half-sister about it since his dad and mom were away on a business trip. He went down to the first floor and at that time Qianqin was seeing her friend. Hao was surprised and asked why her friend had left so quickly. Qianqin replied that she had some urgent business and asked him why he was not resting. Hao said he saw some suspicious man in their yard, so he went downstairs to ask her to be careful. Qianqin was happy that her brother cared about her so much, but she said he had nothing to worry about. After all, that man outside, her admirer whom she had already shown him. Qianqin reminded him that this guy who sent her his pictures. Hao remembered him and called him a pervert. He asked what that pervert wanted from her, because he could be very dangerous. Qianqin replied that she was really fed up with him, but unfortunately there was nothing she could do about it. Hao asked if anything he could do to help her. Qianqin said that she was very tired and said that just leaning on him would be enough. Hao realized that his half-sister really did not take him for a man. At that moment, she looked at him and asked him what was wrong with him. For some reason his face turned sharply red. He felt very embarrassed and said that he was fine, and he felt good, so he would already go to school tomorrow. Qianqin asked him why he was in such a hurry to go to school. Did he really get a girlfriend there? Hao shyly replied that he would never date a girl from school. Qianqin hugged him and said that in that case she was calm and she hoped that he was not deceiving her and having such a handsome little brother would only make her happy. She told him that she wanted him to stay with her forever. But Hao asked in surprise, what did she mean by that? Qianqin decided to walk away from the conversation and said that tomorrow she would drive him to school in her car. The next day they arrived at school and Qianqin advised him to stay in the classroom so that he wouldn't catch a cold again because he had not fully recovered yet. Hao went up to the second floor and there he met Luan. He was very happy to see him as they hadn't seen each other for 2 days. He said that it seemed like someone was bullying Yuhua. Hao asked who it was and why they were doing it. Luan said that it's all because of that incident with Lin, because some students were hospitalized, so she is now considered dangerous and they say she fights with students and they want her to be transferred to another school. Hao said that that situation happened because of him and he would have to meet Yuhua. After a while, he came to the classroom and greeted her happily. Yuhua was happy when she saw him because she missed. Hao apologized to her for getting into such a bad situation because of him, and if such a situation occurs next time, we should be very careful. Yuhua asked him if he was afraid of her too. But he went up to her and put his hand on her head and said she is so obedient, how can you be afraid of her? Yuhua replied that in that case she was very happy, and as long as he was with her, she was willing to do anything. The bell rang for class and Hao asked her to have lunch together after class. Classmates were discussing her, because Yuhua is so rude, but Hao considers her his other. Another replied that she would also try her best for such a man, even if she would therefore be bypassed. At 12 o'clock was lunch break. Hao and Yuhua met to have lunch together. She took out her food and there was incredibly delicious food and fresh food. She asked him if he wanted to try her lunch. When Hao saw this, he fell in love with the food their chef cooks, because every time the food looks incredible. He reached out his hand to take the shrimp, but at that moment Yuhua said, "Hand." Hao asked her in surprise, "What about his hand?" Suddenly she asked him if she could touch his hand. Hao was shocked, because in this world a man's hand is equal to a girl's leg, and if someone sees them, they will think Yuhua is hitting on him. He asked her who taught her how to do that. She said no one and she was just looking at his hand and she wanted to touch it. Hao reached out and said there was nothing wrong with it, but it was good that she asked him about it, because if she had told Luan about it, he would have called her a pervert. But Hao let her because he touched her feet last time, and it can be said, he's paying her back. She took his hand and said she didn't quite understand that the girls in her class were calling her a loser because she hadn't kissed a guy or held hands yet. They called her stupid because she could never do that. Yuhua asked him why her classmates were making fun of. Hao said that some students think they are superior because they can touch someone else's body and think they are adults, so they make fun of others, but in fact, they are just indulging their vanity, nothing more, don't pay attention to them. Yuhua said that her grandmother used to say that a woman should not allow herself to. At that moment, she felt embarrassed and shy. She looked him in the eyes and asked if she could kiss him. Hao didn't understand what had happened to her today as she was acting too openly. He replied that she could if it would help her to stop thinking about the words of her classmates. Hao said that he didn't mind, besides Yuhua was very affectionate and he couldn't refuse her a simple kiss. She said that in that case she would go first. But at that moment Hao looked her straight in the eye and said that if it was her first time, it would be better if he did it. He told her that she could close her eyes if she was shy, and after a few seconds they kissed. Yuhua held his hand and she felt incredible sensations and her heart started beating even faster. But a few minutes later someone started knocking violently on their room. Hao was totally and was upset that they were distracted. Yuhua told him that she was the one who locked door. At that time, a girl and a guy were standing outside the door. She didn't understand why the door was locked, she had just gone in there yesterday, but the guy told her that there are a lot of people who like to be pampered in this rehearsal room and suggested that they go to another room. Hao breathed out a sigh of relief that they weren't seen kissing. Hao told her that now she was kissing a guy and now her classmates wouldn't make fun of her and she would know what they meant. She told him that her heart started beating like crazy and was she sick. Hao was puzzled that Yuhua was very naive and he thought he was just hitting on her and not her hitting. He said she was fine and it was because of dopamine, and her friend Huang also felt it when she watched adult videos. Hao hoped that Yuhua didn't fall in love with him. Yuhua told him then they could kiss every day. After all, she liked the feeling, her heart beats very hard and her soul becomes very warm. Hao said, no you can't, and kissing is only for those who are dating. He is not against it, but she should not say such things to others. She understood him and agreed with him. Hao said that he would teach her everything gradually and offered to finally have dinner. Late at night Yuhua decided to go to the website that her friend Huang had given her. There were a lot of videos, she had a long time to choose and decided to watch them. But Wentham noticed that her heart was beating as usual and she didn't feel the feelings she had during the kiss. But she didn't understand why was because Hao had told her that Huang's heart was beating very fast because of such videos. She picked up the phone and thought, because Hao had told her that he would teach her everything gradually, does that mean she could call him now? After a few minutes, Hao picked up the phone and asked her what was wrong. He was extremely embarrassed about what happened this afternoon. Yuhua said that she had just watched the videos that Huang had sent her, but after watching it, her heart didn't beat faster. Maybe she wasn't watching it right? Hao indignantly asked her, did she really just watch the adult videos that Huang sent her? He didn't understand how such videos could be sent to such an innocent girl. Hao didn't know what to say to her. After all, Yuhua asked him very calmly, did Yuhua really not understand what she was talking about? Yuhua told him that maybe her questions are too strange. If so, she won't ask him such questions anymore. Hao said it's good that she understands that it's a little strange, but she shouldn't be so curious, and he doesn't mind asking such questions, but you can't ask other guys. He said explain everything to her a little later, after he takes a shower. Yuhua said okay, because she had to take a bath too. She asked him how about talking when they take a bath together. Hao asked her, does she really want to talk to him while she is bathing? She said yes, and Hao told her that he didn't mind either and asked her to put her phone up high so she wouldn't get it wet. She said she understood him and put her phone on the top shelf. Yuhua said she was ready and would start bathing soon. Hao said she didn't have to give all the details. Yuhua didn't know what to tell him and just said she was washing her hair right now and asked what he was doing right now. He said washing whatever comes to hand. At school he noticed her hair in the front of the industry and is she going to get a haircut. Hao also noticed that the conversations in the bathtub are very old. At this moment Qianqin was passing by the bathtub and heard their conversations. She got angry because he was talking to some girl while bathing. She wondered, did Hao have a girlfriend at school? She decided to do something immediately. Qianqin wrote to his friend Luan. He asked him if Hao likes a lot of people at school, said that Hao is very handsome, so he has a lot of admirers at school. Qianqin asked him if Hao has a girlfriend at school, saying that his father is interested because he is very worried about his son, but Luan said that Hao is not dating anyone and has no girlfriend. Qianqin thought if Hao has no girlfriend, it means that she still has a chance. After a few minutes, Hao came out of the shower and said he would find some material on the internet about boyfriend-girlfriend relationships and send it to her later. Hao thought it would be better than watching the videos Huang sent her. He went into his room and saw someone sleeping under the blanket on his bed. When he lifted the blanket he saw Qianqin. She pretended to be sick and said she was very hot. Hao shyly asked her what she was doing on his bed. Qianqin said she wanted to ask him to watch a movie together, but she fell asleep while waiting for him. He felt embarrassed and said he had to go away. But actually he was supposed to send a material about boyfriend-girlfriend relationships to Yuhua, but it would be very indecent to watch such material in front of Q. He decided to send her something and then explain to her in detail. After a few minutes, Hao asked Qianqin what kind of movie she wanted to watch. She said the choice was up to him, but she wouldn't mind watching a horror movie. Qianqin said she was a little sweaty and needed to go to the bath. She asked him to wait for her and he could turn off the lights for atmosphere. Hao went into the hall and thought, after all, when a boy and girl watch a horror movie, the girl hides in the boyfriend's arms, but in this world, would he have to jump into the arms of his stepsister? Hao himself is not really afraid of scary movies, but he didn't know how things work. But guys in this world are weak by nature. He imagined that he would be afraid and hug his stepsister, but he just laughed and said he wouldn't. At this moment, Qianqin came out of the bathtub and changed her clothes. She came up to him and asked him if he had chosen a movie. Seeing her like that, she blushed and said that he had chosen a movie to watch, but he hesitated and thought about it, because his half-sister doesn't pay attention to the clothes she wears at home and he would have to control himself when watching a movie. She looked at him with a penetrating look and asked why his face was so red again. Hao turned away and said that he was just too hot. He told her that they had already started watching the movie, but Hao didn't know what would happen if she came any closer to him. Qianqin knew that she had to take things slowly or she would just scare him away. She wanted to wait until he and only then she would sit closer to him. After a few minutes the movie started to get scary, but Hao didn't have the slightest sense of fear from. But at that moment Qianqin sat closer to him and took his hand. Hao asked her, did she get scared from the movie? She said that he must think that his half-sister is weak, because even he is not afraid, and she is trembling with fear. Qianqin never thought that she would be so scared, and she should not have suggested to watch a horror. No man would like a cowardly woman. But Hao hugged her and said it's normal to be afraid of ghosts and she has nothing to worry about, and he doesn't think she's strange because of such a small thing. Qianqin said that in that case, if he doesn't feel disgusted by her, then she would be at ease. She was surprised that her weakness helped her, because until now Hao hadn't taken the initiative. Hao thought about it, because as soon as she got close to him, his heart started beating even faster, but he couldn't believe that he actually felt something for his half-sister. But at that moment he remembered his evil father who would be very angry with him. He got scared and took his hands off her and exclaimed that his father would kill him. Qianqin asked him what he had just said. He became very embarrassed and said that she had just heard him and he was afraid of a moment in the movie. An hour later the movie ended. Hao told his stepsister that it was late and they should go to bed. Suddenly she took his hand and suggested the up to the second floor together. Hao was surprised because it was the first time Qianqin behaved like this, but it made him feel a little bit like a man. They went up to the second floor and Hao wanted to go to his room, but at that moment Qianqin stood looking at him. He asked her if something was wrong. But Qianqin said she was very scared after the movie and asked if she could sleep next to him tonight. Hao thought, because if he and Qianqin are on the same bed, he won't be able to sleep tonight. She asked him why he is silent and if he doesn't want to. Hao replied that if she was okay with it, he would not oppose her, but Hao thought that since the girl had suggested it, he, as a boy, could not refuse her. A few minutes later they lay on the bed and Qianqin said that she was such a coward, and just now a silhouette flashed through the window, and now she was even more afraid. Hao said that she did not need to make excuses, because they were one family, and should not be ashamed to show their real selves, and no matter how he wouldn't hate her because of it. But at that moment she hugged his head and moved closer to him. Hao didn't understand what was going on and why she was doing that. The next morning Qianqin woke up in a great mood, enjoyed sleeping in Hao's arms, but if she had kissed him yesterday she would have felt even better. She said good morning to him and looked at him, but Hao was lying there completely bewildered and didn't answer her. Qianqin asked him if he was okay and wanted to check his temperature, but Hao said he didn't need to and he was fine. But it was because she had held him so tightly last night and he couldn't sleep. Qianqin said that next time they wouldn't watch horror movie. Sand said she'd make him breakfast. Hao thought about it. He could use some food, even though he hadn't done anything yesterday. His body ached as if he'd been unloading cars. A few minutes later he was getting ready for school, but at that moment, Luan started sending him stickers of himself. Luan wrote that he did it and they suddenly went viral on the internet. But seeing this, Hao was very angry. He said that Luan was doing whatever he wanted again and needed to be taught a lesson to console his hurt pride. Hao went down to the first floor and Qianqin asked him to be careful on the way to school. He said he would be very careful and asked what she was reading. Qianqin said she was sitting in the chat room and got his stickers and she liked them very much. He felt embarrassed and asked her not to use the stickers and Luan apparently just had nothing else to do. She didn't want to offend him and said she wouldn't use them anymore, but at that moment she whispered that his beauty should only belong to one person. Hao didn't hear it and asked what she just. Qianqin said that he just heard what she said and he should go to school because if he was late again, his father would be angry. Going to school, all the girls started to recognize him because he was the stickers that had become very popular. Hao was not happy about it because as soon as Luan published those damn stickers, he became the center of attention and discussion again. Going to school, the girls called him handsome and asked if those cute stickers were his and said he was going to be a star soon and wanted his autograph. But Hao told them they were wrong and it wasn't him and he had to go and was late. Hao was puzzled why those stickers were spreading at the speed of light and he couldn't live like that if he was being harassed all the time. He went into the office in a rage and told Luan to come to him immediately. Luan asked him if he wanted him to make more stickers. He can do that because he has a lot of pictures of him. But Hao told him to remove those stickers because he is a man and he doesn't want his pictures going around the internet. Yuhua came up to them and asked him why he was angry. Hao said it's just nothing and asked her, did she really cut her hair? She said yes, since he himself had told her yesterday that her hair had grown out and that's why she decided to cut her hair. Hao said it suited her very well, but he thought Yuhua was incredible and one look was enough for his anger to evaporate immediately. She told him that she would take him to a secret place in the evening and there he would definitely be in a better mood. After a while they came to an old school building. Hao and Yuhua were sitting confused under a desk. Hao didn't understand what was going on here, but a girl came there with her boyfriend. He told her that they had agreed just to kiss and asked her to stop. Hao just wanted to talk to Yuhua alone, but somehow they got into this situation and heard those conversations. Yuhua wanted to say something to him, but at that moment he put his palm on her mouth and asked her not to say anything at that moment. But at that moment Hao felt that she licked his mouth and he was in a stupor and didn't understand why she just did that. Suddenly she said that she wanted to do the same, and then she jumped on him and kissed him. Hao realized that Yuhua had become attached to him. They were the same age and Yuhua was a very nice girl. He thought about starting to date her, and maybe then, his stepsister wouldn't molest him anymore. After a few seconds, Yuhua couldn't breathe and moved away from him. Hao told her that when kissing, she should also breathe or she would suffocate. She said she understood and would take it into consideration next time. Hao said they should talk about next time later, and that the couple had already left and they should go too. Hao and Yuhua were holding hands and Hao didn't know if should go out her. He remembered his half-sister and Yuhua and couldn't make up his mind as the choice was too hard. At this time, Miss Wei asked the assistant in surprise, weren't they the ones who made Hao popular overnight? Said that Hao didn't contract with them, so there was no need for them to help promote him, but as soon as a photo of him looking relaxed in a relaxed pose appeared on the internet, he instantly became a star. Hao had become the subject of everyone's discussion before when he was photographed at McDonald's. Wei said she liked Hao for a reason, but she didn't want his private photos to go online. She was afraid that if Hao became popular, it would affect his daily life. Wei told her to find a way to delete them. The assistant said that the photos had already spread everywhere. There was no telling how many people had saved his photos, and also people found his photos from junior high school. They can delete the posting itself, but the photos that are in other people's phones, they can't be deleted. But she saw the look wise and said she would definitely look into the matter. Wei went on WeChat and saw many girls discussing Hao. She was furious and couldn't allow other girls to dream. But it's good that it's a past picture. According to her guess, it's not the Hao she knows. The current genuine Hao is the most attractive to her. But she saw a lot of documents on her desk. She had spent the whole day dealing with the news about Hao, so she forgot about her own business. Wei was like a curse and didn't understand why Hao was always going against her. And if he kept this up, it would only fuel her desire more. She imagined how she would kiss him. Wei exclaimed that the others should not even hope, because Hao would only belong to her. After school, Hao was returning home, and near the house he saw some car. Wei saw him and rolled down the window. Hao saw her and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it her again?" He told her that last time, he suggested her to burn all the bridges and not meet again, and she was fine with that. Then why did she come now? Or did she think she could take back what she said so easily? Wei replied that she tried to keep her promise, but what can she do if she can't control herself? Hao reminded her that she's a big boss with tons of responsibilities, plus she's a military-trained person, and why can't she keep her cool? She said that there were a lot of pictures of him on the internet, they kept catching her eye, and those damn commenters under the posts only made it worse. Wei grabbed his tie and said that besides, how can she be impartial when so many girls are dreaming about a man she likes a lot? Hao thought that Wei was just crazy, and if he started arguing right in front of the house and his sister saw it, it would be very embarrassing. He asked her to let him go and it would be better for them to talk in the car. Hao asked her, did he not make himself clear? In that case he would be even more frank, and he likes girls who are sweet, sometimes playful, docile and meek, not strict like her. He thought, because with someone like her he would have to be docile and he would feel like an Alphonse. Wei smiled and said, so he likes masculine women. She lit a cigarette and said, or were the women in his past world like that? He said that there was no need to try to catch him, and about the other world she made it up for herself, and he said no such thing, and all she needs to know is that she is just not his type. Wei asked him how can he compare her to such insignificant women. After all, money and position in society is not a problem for her, and he is only required to stay at home and be a man, and he will provide him with everything he needs. What is wrong with that? Hao thought about it, because doing nothing and living off a woman sounds so tempting. He asked her to calm down first, and he realized that she had feelings for him, but in the beginning of falling in love, everyone feels like they can't live without the person they are in love with, but he suggested that she look around. After all, once he starts talking to other guys, she will realize that he is not so special. Suddenly she asked him, how does he know? And does he really have someone? If so, who is she? Could it be Ming Tianqi's granddaughter, named Yu Hua? But as far as she knows, Yu Hua is not her type either. But at that moment, he grabbed her hand and said that if she just tries to do something to Yu Hua, she will regret it a lot. Wei asked him in surprise, how dare he call Yu Hua by her name so easily? Hao got angry at her and said why she still can't calm down, because now she is angry because of someone's name that doesn't even have anything to do with her. Then he will call her Nan Nan, or maybe Xiao Nan, or Little Xiao Nian. But Wei was shy and asked him to stop. Hao never thought that Wei could be shy because of some name. Hao told her that he and Yu Hua just have a friendly relationship and nothing more, and if she wants to make sure, he can make her friends with UH. After a few minutes, Hao told her he had to go and she had to go to lunch. Hao noticed that Wei was acting like a real bull. He hoped that she would not follow him every day. He went to the door of the house and at that moment a man in a black hood approached. He lowered the hood and asked if he could help him and give this gift to Qianqin. Hao saw him and his face looked very familiar, and at that moment he remembered that he was the man who sent Qianqin his pictures. Hao told him that he knew he was the man who sent Qianqin his dirty pictures. Hao told him that he was her younger brother and her business was his business, and if he saw him here again, he would report him to the police for harassment and told him to get the hell out of here. The man indignantly asked him who he thought he was, and he will definitely win Qianqin's attention. Then Hao went home and Qianqin told him that her parents were not home, so she was a little lazy to cook food and bought fast food from McDonald's. Hao looked at her and was shocked that his stepsister is very seductive. She always teases him randomly, so it is always hard for him to resist. At this moment, she coughed to get his attention. Hao asked, did she have something wrong? And why was she upset? She said, he has become so popular, straight star on social media. Even today when she was in McDonald's, many people were looking at his pictures, so she is a little jealous of him. Hao replied that she has nothing to worry about as he doesn't want to become popular. Qianqin said that becoming popular is not really good, because many people hype for recognition, take dirty pictures, and asked him not to become the same, because only she can look at his body. Hao choked up when he heard her last words and thought, what did she just say that for? Qianqin said she was just joking and he was so scared and offered him a Coke. Hao was popular in school and now he was famous on the internet. And there must be many people looking at him with fascination and an army of fans. She knew she had to take action as soon as possible. Late at night, she knocked on the door of his room and asked if she could come in. Hao could not refuse her and let. Qianqin asked him if she could work with him and if she would disturb him. When he saw her in her dress, he was stunned, because she had the warmth of a stepsister. Hao said that he could work and she would not. She was happy about it, because she enjoyed spending time with him. Even doing tedious work becomes a joy. Hao shyly said that he felt the. Suddenly she said she wanted to give him something and held out an envelope with her salary that she had received for one day. It was 3,000 yuan, because recently she had been spending too much money. Hao was surprised and asked if she had received 3,000 yuan for one day of working as a hospital assistant. He thought about it, because it wasn't fair, because in his previous life, he worked every day and only got a fraction of that kind of salary. Qianqin said that she was still studying, but now she could assist the operating surgeon, and today she got a small operation and earned that money, but it wasn't considered a big amount. But this was her plan, because before Hao has many admirers to show him her advantage, because she is not just a simple intern. Hao was even more surprised because he couldn't believe that 3,000 yuan in one day is considered small. She said that usually interns are not trusted to assist, but she is capable and can be said to be a talented sister. After all, she got the highest score in the entrance exam, so she started working on projects with professors before anyone and started studying clinical biochemistry before anyone else. Usually, a doctoral student in cardiac surgery graduates at 26 or 27, and clinical biochemistry takes 3 years, but usually you can't become an operating surgeon at 30. But of course she hasn't become an operating surgeon yet, but she has already earned the fame of a genius, and the fame of a specialist runs ahead of her, so she will be accepted in any big hospital. Hao called her amazing good that she earns a lot of money, then dad and aunt will feel better and they won't have to overwork. Qianqin told him that he is very caring, however, his parents are not overworking, they just have a new project and her mom just called her and said that they will be. He asked in surprise and shyness, "Will dad and aunt be gone for a few more days?" Qianqin said yes. Hao wondered, after all, would he and Qianqin really be home alone for a while longer? He ran to the bathroom and did not understand why his parents were delayed for a few days. After all, he is a man in the prime of his life, if he is alone with his half-sister so often, eventually he just can't stand. He made a promise to himself that now there will be no unnecessary looks or movements. Hao went into the room, but at this moment Qianqin changed her clothes again and he did not understand why she did it again. Replied that she put on her pajamas so that she could go straight to bed after she finished with her. She noticed that his face changed dramatically and asked what happened to him. But Hao sat down at the computer and said that everything was fine and she could continue working. Hao thought, they had been in the same room for a long time, but she was still looking at her laptop. Suddenly she looked at him and noticed that he was peeping. She decided to take advantage of this and said that this posture made her shoulders ache. And asked him if he could give her a massage. Hao again couldn't refuse her and started to massage her shoulders. She told him that he was talented and she was very pleased. Qianqin said that she had a day off this week and they could go out together. He replied that it was good for her to have some free time, but he couldn't remember ever going out with his half-sister. Qianqin was happy that he agreed and said that she would plan it herself, after all, it was their first date. Hao wondered and didn't understand what a date meant. Did she really think so? It was already 11 o'clock at night and Hao said it was past their bedtime. Qianqin was surprised that the time flew by so quickly. She said she would go to her room to sleep tonight. She started to leave and Hao said good night to her. Qianqin thought, although she couldn't reduce the distance between them further, at least he doesn't hate. And this time she won't let anything come between her and Hao. Hao was looking forward to the weekend to spend it with his stepsister. But at that moment he got a call from Ms. Wei. Hao told her that she can't be so stubborn and if she can't find a boyfriend, he can help. Wei replied that she hates men and not everyone is worthy to be her boyfriend. She said she only wants him and asked him to talk to her. But Hao asked if she hates men, then why doesn't she leave him alone? Wei replied that she said it without thinking, but as soon as she grew up, she had these cranky men hanging around her. Many of whom became her mother's playthings to climb up the social ladder, so she hates flirtatious and capricious men. But he is different from all of them. She has been trying her best since she was a little girl, except for the time she was on military exercises. She spent all her time working, so she doesn't know men, she doesn't know how to take care of them and how to please him, but she can get him anything he wants. And even if he wants a star from the sky, Feng Hong Group is funding the development of a rocket, so flying to the stars and getting him a star is no problem. Hao said he didn't want a star and suggested to her, but Wei said that was impossible because she had already tried it and asked him to wish for something else. But Hao said it was time for him to go to bed. He thought about it, because he didn't know that Wei, instead of having fun in her younger years, she worked hard, so he decided to shake her today. At that moment we saw little Hao. Qianqin asked him if he had a wife, but Hao said no. Qianqin said that from now on she will be his wife and he is forbidden to look at other girls. The next day Hao came to school and wrote to his half-sister that he made it to school and she had nothing to worry about. He didn't know why, but since he became popular on the internet because of the stickers, Qianqin started to worry about her even more and met him from school in person. At that moment Yuhua came up to him. Hao asked her why she came so late. Said that she had been thinking about their kiss all night and that's why she couldn't sleep. Hao shyly told her that it was a secret and could only talk about it when they were alone. Suddenly she took his hand and said that now they were also alone and could she kiss him again. Hao stood there puzzled and didn't know what to say. He looked into her eyes but decided to tell her that last time was an accident. And you can't kiss in school. Yuhua suggested that he go to her house after school and asked if they could kiss there. He asked not to talk about it now and suggested they go to the class that was about to start. Yuhua was very upset about the failed. But Hao was different from the chaste men of this world and it would be bad if frequent kissing made him lose his head. During lunch break Hao called Luan to the cafeteria, but as soon as they left the classroom, there were girls waiting for him who admired his beauty and asked him to leave them an autograph. Hao didn't understand what was going on and if it was because of a few stickers, but yesterday everything was normal. Luan was surprised that Hao was really starting to become an internet star. He said that someone had made a video of all the photos they found on the internet and social media went crazy because of it. Everyone called him the handsome guy that comes around once every few thousand years. Suddenly he felt someone touching him from behind, but at that moment Yuhua grabbed that girl's hand and angrily said that Hao didn't like it when someone did and said she wasn't allowed to pet him. All the girls at school were puzzled by Yuhua's behavior. Hao told her to stop and asked her to let that girl go. But at that moment some woman came up to them and told them all leave. If they didn't leave, all the students would go to the teacher's office to write an excuse for their behavior. All the girls got scared and ran away. Fong asked Lin, because there were girls in the crowd who were courting him. They've been attending his live shows all the time, and now they've switched to Hao. Lin said he doesn't care, because Hao has nothing but a pretty face. And his current fame is just a temporary thing, and he won't even pay attention to it. But the girls were discussing the sports car which had just arrived at the school. They thought it was just a rich girl from a rich family looking for a boyfriend. They assumed it had arrived at Hao Place and decided to look at it. Fong asked Lin why he froze in place, told him to shut up, and he didn't envy him. At this time, there were 4 new cars outside the school and Miss Wei was sitting in the white. Luan saw these cars and told Hao to come and look at it too. But Hao asked what was unusual about it and suggested they go out to buy some food until they were surrounded by a crowd of girls again. Hao is popular again, but in his previous life he couldn't stand those pretty boys, and what's happening to him now is just another mockery of fate. He got a call from Ms. Wei and Hao asked her what was the need to watch him at school. Wei told him to come out as she brought him some food. He asked if she was the one who came to his school, but he said he would not come out to her but would eat with his classmates. Wei said she knew he would say that to her and she had prepared herself and had another way. At that moment she got out of the car and everyone was shocked when they saw her. She snapped her fingers and the helpers came. They had expensive and delicious food in their hands. Wei said that if he didn't want to come out to her, she would take his lunch directly to the school. Hao was shocked and said what was she doing and told him to stop immediately. Yuhua asked him who he was talking to on the phone like that. Hao said he had a sudden change of business and asked Luan to go eat. He ran to the school exit and Yuhua was very upset and didn't know what to say. Hao ran up to the crowd and showed her to take the phone. The assistant gave her the phone, but she looked at it and just smiled. She asked him if he liked it, but Hao said furiously that she was just crazy, and if he liked it he wouldn't have turned her down all this time. Wei said that a man likes this kind of thing, and so she thought he would like it too. Hao said that this time she won and he is ready to go out, but she needs to make all the cars leave and he will be waiting for her at the side gate of the school, and she needs to remember not to attract attention, and if he hears any rumors about them they will never see her again. After 10 minutes she changed her clothes and put on a cap so no one would recognize. Hao came up to her and asked her if she really decided to have lunch with him today. Wei said yes. He said if she was so insistent on it, then the place they would eat at would be his choice, but Wei didn't care and said he could choose any place. After a few minutes they came to an old cafe. Wei asked if he really wanted to eat at that place. It's just a diner. Hao said that he likes to eat in such places, but if she can't eat in such places because of her status, she can go home. Wei didn't know if she should eat in such a place. But Hao brought her there on purpose and hoped that Wei would leave him quickly. But Wei wasn't going to leave, so they went to this cafe and Wei wanted to order whatever was on the menu. Hao stopped her because he knew she had money, but that's how poor people eat, and if she wanted to show off her money, she better not eat with him at all. So Hao ordered beef tripe soup with scrambled eggs. Wei saw the cheap noodles and asked if she could eat such cheap noodles. Hao said that if she sees him alive and well, then she can. The cook asked her whether she would order or not and not to waste her precious time. Hao asked her to cook what he ordered for himself. Wei told her to make sure all the ingredients were the freshest and to wear gloves while cooking. She got angry with her and angrily asked her who she was and what. But at that moment Wei showed her the money and the cook told her that the customer is always right and she would definitely wear gloves. Hao was upset that the hostess was too sure. But Wei told him that he should look at her like that, not some cook. Hao asked if she was even jealous of the cook. But she asked him if he even ate the food. But Hao said, "What's the problem? They are ordinary mortals and eat such food. Maybe in this cafe is not quite clean, but they do not stick to the contagion and this is his life." Now she sees it, and she does not fit into this interior, even now sitting as if on pins and needles. And he's not some princess, so he doesn't advise her to seek any more meetings with him, but Wei sat there and didn't know what to say to him. After a few minutes food was brought. Wei said she could eat this, since when she was in military training, the food in the camping trips was worse than this one. But however, she felt bad for him as she didn't want him to eat this dirty and unhealthy food. Hao said that he didn't force him to eat it, but he wondered why she became so caring today. Suddenly she asked him, how did he get so much experience in kissing? Is there really a girl he's practicing with? He said why would she ask that at mealtime? Hao said he had practiced from the video, and would she be satisfied with that answer? Wei warned him that he would feel very bad if she found out that he has a closer relationship with another girl. Otherwise, she's not responsible for herself. Luan asked Hao what he was thinking about, and he, in turn, asked him again. He said that Hao often flies in the clouds, since he asked his opinion on the color of lipstick a long time ago. Hao replied that in fact he didn't see any difference at all, especially since he brought him after school, and it was already time for Hao to go home. Luan, in turn, begged not to leave, because he wanted to visit Lin Ling with him. Hao was extremely surprised by this idea, for a moment remembering his little sister, which was still very small, and said that Oniai-chan forgot about her. Meanwhile, Hao and Luan slightly opened the doors to her room and peeked in to find out what she was doing. It was the idea of Luan, who asked Hao why they were doing this, and he asked him to wait a little. After which they approached Lin to see what she was drawing. Lin was very glad to have uninvited guests led by her brother. And literally a few moments later, they were all sitting on the floor together, and Luan was reading them a manga she had written. With a smart look, he picked up her notebook and began to review Lin's works, which, in turn, looked very shyly towards her brother. Her story was about her and brother Hao, where Lin urged Hao, who was lying in bed, not to resist. He asked her to calm down and not do what she had planned, as it was wrong. And all the events of this work by Lin developed in intimate settings between them. She pestered him, and he tried in every possible way to avoid this contact. Hao found himself thinking that he was being used in his fantasies. At this moment, Luan asked her about the contents, but Lin denied it, saying that it was not she who drew it, adding that she has a friend who pestered her with his pictures. She cried her eyes out, and assured Hao that she had not seen a single page, and could not read a comic book starring her brother. Hao hastened to calm her down. He leaned towards her and said with a smile on his face, "How can Lin know that he is the main character, since she hasn't read it?" Then he asked her what kind of folder with documents was on the computer. The file he found was called Study Materials, and weighed about 500 gigabytes. Lin literally boiled and asked how he knew about these files, because she hid them so carefully. Hao replied that she was little, and the sister of his friend, and therefore he would not sit idly by, seeing that there were gaps in her upbringing. After confiscating the contents of the file, Hao assured her that she needed to focus on her studies, because she was only 10 years old. He promised her for good grades that he would fulfill her every wish. Lin wiped away her tears and said that she agreed to such conditions for his sake. Hao understood that in reality it might not be possible to solve the problem so easily. At that moment, Sister Qian called him and offered to drop him off as she was on her way home. He politely refused, saying that he would get there himself. She urged him to be more careful and not return too late. Qin called out to her friend, asking who she was talking to on the phone again. Qian ignored her question and hurried to change clothes to go home. A friend tried to hold her back and suggested going to a bar on the weekend, where there were a lot of handsome guys, in her words. Qian refused, saying that she already has a handsome guy with whom she is going on a date on Saturday at Vandy Plaza. The friend was desperate. She nervously asked Qin who this lucky guy was. Noticing that this was somehow not friendly, having got a boyfriend, she couldn't tell her friend. Qian replied that she would tell everything later, after which she immediately gave her a contraceptive. Qin was at a loss. She didn't know how to react correctly, so she simply remained silent. The friend wished her good luck and a good time, and then left the room. Around the corner, quietly approaching the door, they were cautiously overheard by the guy who was chasing Qin. He was also shocked by what he heard, realizing that Qian was going on a date with someone. He was secretly in love with Qin, and wanted her to pay attention to him. After a certain time, late evening came. Qin headed towards Hao. Arriving home, Qian called out to Hao around the apartment, and there was silence in response. Not finding him anywhere, she began to think that he might be streaming in his room. At this moment in Hao's room, where he was sitting in front of his computer, a stream was launched, where the mask of conspiracy did not help him, since viewers still recognized Hao in him. He wrote to them that they had confused him with someone else, arguing that there was no reason for the handsome guy to conduct game streams. Hao noticed that people suddenly started subscribing and liking his channel. In the chat, everyone wrote that he is that handsome man who is born once every 70,000 years. Then spam comments began to appear that they knew who he really was. At that moment, Jian came to him, and Hao abruptly turned off his computer. Qin sat down next to him at the table, after which he asked her if she was okay. As if with some kind of secret in her eyes, she said that there was no need to stream anymore. Hao strolled through the park, immersed in his thoughts. He recalled the incomprehensible reaction of his sister Jian Qin yesterday, which demanded that he stop streaming. She even grabbed his hand. In a fit of emotion, Jian clearly went too far. Perhaps she herself realized this. Hao had never seen Qin in such a state. She repeated again and again that he should stop doing this, since he may have already been recognized, and if Hao continues in the same spirit, then everyone will finally reveal his identity. And he may even become famous, which is not acceptable for Jian, because she wanted to see him all the time near her. At home, she was simply too afraid of losing him, saying that he might even be kidnapped, and Hao would find someone better than her. He tried in every possible way to calm her down, assuring her that the audience was strangers to him, but Jian was his family, and he would never leave her. He also noted that streaming is just a temporary activity, but he didn't know how to tell her about one thing. The point was that Qin wanted to control his every move, and this sister complex was a problem for Hao. He thought that perhaps there was another more significant reason for her such affection. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone saying that a certain amount of money had been deposited into his account for streaming. Hao had already begun to calculate how much he could earn in a year at this rate. He was impressed by the number. He understood that these were the privileges of a star, although this was not exactly what he was looking for. The next day at school, an unsuspecting Hao heard the screams of the crowd. Going out into the yard and listening to the shouts, he saw something he never expected. A crowd of schoolchildren, mostly schoolgirls, raised posters with his name above their heads, while also shouting his name. Luan called out to him, saying that Hao now has his own fan club. He understood that they were simply going crazy, because this was clearly too much attention to ordinary streaming. Two girls ran out of the crowd and asked to join him on the stream, assuring Hao that he would not be left without support. Other schoolchildren found him just cute, but without any masculine qualities. The headman noticed that stars quickly become popular, but die just as quickly. Some time later, at school, namely in the men's fitting room, Hao stood bare-chested near his locker, where his clothes and personal belongings were. The headman opposite him was changing clothes next to his locker, and he secretly filmed Hao with his phone camera, which he carefully hid behind his clothes. At that moment, as if frantic, Luan flew into the locker room and accidentally hit the headman with his shoulder. Running up to Hao, he said that he had good muscles, and asked if it was because of his training with Yu Hua that he had such pumped-up abs. Standing to the side, the elder tried to secretly take a photo of Hao. However, everyone heard the characteristic click of the photograph, and the headman immediately thought about it, after which he instantly turned away and pretended that nothing had happened. He himself immediately became covered in sweat, from strong excitement, and carefully looked in their direction. Then he turned back to his locker and allegedly began to change clothes. He prematurely thought that they had not noticed anything, and already wanted to calm down. At that moment, Hao saw, and most importantly, he realized that the headman was clumsily filming him on his phone, who looked at what he managed to photograph, and was upset that the photo turned out to be blurry. Suddenly, from behind him, Hao asked him what she was looking at so obliviously on the phone. He hurried to the sports ground, saying that he had not considered anything like that. However, Hao, who hit the closet, did not allow him to pass, thereby frightening the headman. He added that it was still very far before the start of the lesson, and there was no hurry, and urged him to talk about something. Hao pulled the phone out of the elder's hands and said that he wanted to see its contents. The same one was out of his mind when he saw Hao's photographs and wondered if he was a member of the fan club, since he was secretly photographing him. After which he returned the phone to him and told him to capture it properly in the photo. The headman shouted that he was inadequate, and trembled more and more and became covered in sweat. Hao ordered him to delete the photos he took in secret, since he did not want to photograph him openly. The headman replied that he would delete everything. Luan, in turn, said that he should not leak these photos to the internet. Hao noticed that he could not be frightened by such cheap tricks, and he was not at all afraid of such attacks in his direction. But at the same time, he understood that the headman was constantly pestering him, and he couldn't let this get away with him, because he wasn't some kind of wimp. Hao followed the headman through the streets, intending to understand what he was going to do and where he was going, suspecting that he will begin to harm him even more after what happened at school. The headman, in turn, was unusually angry with Hao, and did not want to leave it like that. Suddenly, someone around the corner of the house called the headman. Hao closely watched what was happening, after which the hand of the unknown person took the headman by the neck and pulled him around the corner. It happened so quickly that Hao barely noticed how he disappeared from sight. He rushed after him, thinking that he had been kidnapped after all. Hao ran around the corner. He was perplexed by what he saw, since he could not even imagine that these were Nan's people, which is what he asked them about. The guard held the headman on his shoulder, who was then dragged into the car. The girl replied that Director Wei said to just pick up the headman, without any details, adding that it was better for Hao not to do anything and pretend that he didn't see anything. He couldn't understand, maybe this woman wanted to make him her debtor, and she had spies at school. Meanwhile, in the office of Headmistress Wei Nan, the phone rang. Where she sat at her desk and slowly picked up the phone, Hao attacked her with claims, accusing her of kidnapping the headman. Wei asked him why he thought it was her doing. He said that her bodyguards grabbed him right in front of him, and then asked if this was revenge for him. In response, Nan said that he simply needed to be taught a lesson for causing problems for people, and assured Hao that everything was under control. He tried in every possible way to refuse her protection, saying that he could handle everything himself and there was no need to send his informers to keep an eye on him. Wei replied that she just wanted to know how he was doing at school, and she didn't care how he managed before on his own, without her participation. Nan invited him to be her man and forget about the problems. Hao was not himself. He demanded to let the headman go, and hung up. For some time he nervously turned over the current situation in his head, realizing that she really was stubborn as a sheep. After which, having calmed down a little, he returned to school, hoping that everything would be okay with the headman. The next day at school, everyone was running carefree around the yard. Hao hurried to find the headman. Finding him inside the school, under one of the classrooms in splendid isolation. He wanted to find out how he was doing, but the headman beat him to it, running to meet Hao. He addressed him as his master, and kindly asked him to go to the dining room, bowing before him. Surprised, Hao could not understand what Wei Nan had done to him, because he had become just silk. The door to the dining room opened, and he so thoughtfully walked inside. Yu Hua, who was standing nearby, noticed that Hao was behaving strangely. He took out a sandwich but did not eat it. After a few seconds, she still asked why he was so sad. Hao languidly replied that something was bothering him and his head hurt, but everything was fine. Hua looked at him mysteriously and silently walked closer to him. After which, coming as close as possible, she stood opposite Hao, who was sitting on the bench. He was surprised, because he didn't understand why she was so mysterious. Hao asked her what was the matter. Yu responded by touching his head with her gentle fingers. Then she asked if he felt better when they were on the rides, and he also touched her. She felt better. Hao carefully took her hand and thanked Hua, saying that he really felt better. She continued to look at him mysteriously. Hua excitedly said his name, after which, she immediately sat down on his legs and hugged him tightly. Discouraged, Hao asked what happened to her, clearly not approving of her such behavior. Yu initially remained silent, then quietly said that she just wanted to hug, adding that she always becomes happier when she hugs or kisses him. Therefore, I wanted to bring him joy. At the moment when he was so sad, their lips came closer. Hao caught himself thinking that Yu Hua was infinitely sweet and beautiful, who continued to devour him with a loving gaze, and did not let him out of her arms for a second. Hao thanked her again and hugged her even tighter, thereby pressing her to himself. They seemed to merge into a single whole. Yu felt protected in his arms. Hao also experienced more feelings than when hugging his sister Qin and Wei. He felt calmer. Qian is still his half-sister with whom he did not want to allow unnecessary thoughts, and Wei with his possessive manners. It only scares him, because if everything goes far, he will not be able to control her. With Yu everything was different. And when Hao hugs this little girl, her heart becomes much warmer. At that moment Hua began to allow herself more. She licked his neck, then reached under his shirt with her hand, feeling his abs. Yu Hua reached out to him and asked him to kiss her. Hao asked her to come to her senses and wait, because he didn't want everything to happen within the walls of the school. She asked him in a trembling voice how she could calm down now. In response, he offered to read the 3 words or the Diamond Sutra. Yu sharply cut off, saying that she did not know them. And since nothing could stop her, Hao found nothing better than to take her face with his hands. And he said that the things that were done in the video that Huang Yuan sent her can only be done by couples. And therefore, it is better for her to start with some films about love, so that she understands at least something from what she watched. Hua asked what love is. Hao replied that this feeling arises when someone likes someone, and when they are ready to do anything. He thought that perhaps he was expressing himself too flowery, and therefore she did not understand him very well. Hao still continued, saying that those who love are not afraid to seem weak or ridiculous to their loved one. Hua asked if he felt the same way about her that he was talking about. Hao replied that he wanted to build their relationship on love, and not just based on passion. The expression on Yu Hua's face spoke for itself. She did not fully understand what was being said. After which he said that she would understand everything when watching the series, but now they need to hurry to the lesson, which will begin soon. Hao understood that it was necessary to act very carefully with her so as not to hurt her feelings, and then explain everything beautifully. They hurried to class, but at that moment Hao's phone rang. It was Luan who noticed that Hao was suspiciously spending too much time with Yu Hua, urging him to be careful, and having asked him what they were doing, Hao replied that he didn't have to worry about it, since everything was under control. At that moment, Hao remembered that this jealous devil Nan had her own spies and informers in the school. He understood perfectly well that he and Yu Hua had become too close at school, and they needed to keep their distance. Hao turned around sharply and told Yu to go to class while he went to buy water. Upset, Hua stood still and looked after him resentfully. His silhouette moved further and further away from her. Yu did not take her eyes off him. She thought about how they used to go everywhere together, including getting water, which she found rather strange in his behavior. On the same day, late in the evening at the house of Hao and his sister Jian Qin, he conducted his next stream wearing a mask, and claimed that he was not that handsome guy who is born once every 70,000 years. Suddenly, Sister Qin appeared in his room. He was shocked by her presence on the stream. She brazenly said into the microphone that it was time for the baby to rest, and therefore the stream ended for today. The chat was filled with angry comments from his subscribers, who wrote that he actually has a girlfriend and they are wasting their time. Hao turned to her and said that he had not finished the stream, and besides, he was not tired yet. Breaking into a smile, Jian replied that he spends too much time on his streams and needs to rest from time to time. Then she invited him to lie on the bed, and in the meantime she would give him a massage. He didn't mind. A moment later, Hao was lying on Sister Qin's feet. She was gently stroking his head. He thought that he had a very caring sister. She asked him to reduce the number of his streams and not show himself from all four sides. He was surprised, because he knew the expression not to show 3 parameters of a figure, and asked her again for 4 sides. Jian noticed that he was too naive, as he was not aware of this, and added that she was very worried about him. But from now on, she will help him in everything. Qin looked at him lustfully. Hao kept racking his brains, trying to understand what could be the 4th, because he knows about the chest, waist and hips. After some time, they stood opposite each other. Jian decided to help Hao. She measured his chest with a meter. He thought that his sister was too close to him. Qin inhaled the pleasant smell emanating from him and enjoyed the moment. Then she suddenly buried her hand under Hao's t-shirt. She said in surprise that he turned out to have 6-pack abs. Hao replied that this was the result of his daily training. His sister ran her finger over her toned abs. What excited him greatly was that he literally held back from such tension. Jian thought that her brother Hao looked very attractive. Unable to resist, she began to slowly remove his sweatpants. Hao was shocked by her actions, and did not know how to react to this, because it was not normal. Covered with sweat from excitement, he immediately asked her why she was doing this. Pulling back the elastic on her pants, she replied that this was included in the 4 parameters, and there was no need to be shy, and besides, she was a doctor. He began to realize with horror that the 4th parameter was the length of his penis. Hao asked his sister if she would really watch this 4th parameter. In response, Jian was silent and, like a predator, looked lustfully into his eyes. He didn't believe what was happening, but he didn't stop her in any way. Qin, kneeling in front of him, continued to take off her pants. At that moment, she laughed and said that she was just joking, and he, in turn, should not show this place to other people. Saying that Hao should stand up for himself, after which she wished good night to him, he reciprocated. And she left his room to go to bed. For a moment she froze in place in thought. Qin seemed to be trying to calm herself down, realizing that she almost attacked him. She was extremely ashamed of her behavior. Stunned, Hao sat on the bed and tried to understand whether this embarrassment was on her face, or whether it seemed to him. After which I smiled and thought that she was very sweet and caring. It was the weekend, and the next morning at Hao's house, he woke up and left his room. The joyful sister greeted him with a smile and called him to the table for breakfast. She said that today they would go on a date, which Qin would prepare for in his room while he was eating. Hao noticed that the word date can mislead other people. He tried to tell himself not to think about such things, since he might ruin everything. At this time the already beautifully dressed Qin called out to him. Jian asked him if he liked the way she dressed for the date, with a short skirt and stockings on her legs. Hao noticed that she was much more beautiful than some celebrities, after which he squeezed out a compliment, saying that she was charming. Qin embarrassedly replied that this was good. He said that then he would also go and put himself in order, and asked her to wait a little. Little sister naturally agreed. And after a while they were already walking near the Vandy shopping center. Hao was worried that there were a lot of people around, but Jian, on the contrary, felt extremely confident. He noticed a guy in a hat sitting at a table in a cafe. Hao thought that this might be the same guy who was stalking his sister. The unknown person, in turn, noticed that he had been discovered and peeked from under his hat. Jian also saw him, and realized that she would have to walk on his tail. The already angry Hao asked her if this was the stalker. She replied that it was he who wanted to become her boyfriend, and always followed her around. Qin was frightened because she could not get rid of her pursuer, and her heart began to tingle with excitement. Hao said that it was necessary to immediately report him to the police, because he was preventing her from moving normally on the street. The sister hastened to stop him and not report him to the police, since they work together in the laboratory and she does not want a scandal. After several seconds of silence, Chin lowered her eyes and asked How to help her in one matter. He hurried to find out how he could be useful and what kind of help she needed. Jian said that she wanted to completely and irrevocably break that guy's heart so that he would no longer follow her tail. In this connection, she asked How to pretend to be her boyfriend for today. It was very beautiful around, people were relaxing, sitting in cafes, and visiting the Vandy shopping center. In the middle of the square, Chin was still trying to persuade How to help her in this matter, arguing that if he is not forced to give up on her, then who knows how long he will continue to pursue her like this. How silently looked into her eyes, then nevertheless agreed to become her so-called boyfriend for today. Jian was at first surprised that he agreed so quickly, but she exhaled with relief and calmed down. She sincerely thanked him for the service rendered to her, saying that everything would be fine. Chin immediately began to smile, once again expressing her gratitude to him, and she hurried to take How to a decent place where they could rest. They finally went to the Vandy shopping center, where there was an abundance of everything they could want. Taking him to the machines, where you could use a metal hand to pull out a soft toy. And she said that guys seem to like places like this, adding that she would try to pull out a couple of toys for him. They had as much fun as they could, having a good time together, after which they walked around the entertainment center. How bought ice cream and hand-fed Jian, which she found quite funny. Then, after a while, he ran up to her from behind and put on the cat's ears. Having thoroughly pampered themselves, they left the shopping center in a great mood. Chin offered to go somewhere else if he was not tired. How replied that everything was fine. She was already in a hurry to go, when suddenly he called out to his little sister. She turned to him. How carefully took her velvet hand and pulled her towards him. Jian didn't understand why her brother became so gentle and affectionate with her. How said that that guy had not left yet, and if we were to pretend to be a couple, then it was necessary to show him a closer relationship. He noticed that the pervert would not get rid of them. Chin said that he had been working in the laboratory for many years, and was known for his relationships. How assumed that he did not believe in their relationship, and therefore follows them everywhere. Chin sadly replied that this was probably true, and therefore the task was becoming more complicated. At that moment, she saw that the guy was heading in their direction, and reported this to Hao. Jian couldn't think of anything better than to suddenly kiss Hao, thereby finally convincing the pervert of their relationship. Hao, in turn, was shocked by Sister Chin's action. He could not believe what was happening, and out of excitement did not delve into the process. The guy in the hat was also stunned by their behavior. He immediately hid around the corner and did not want to watch it, saying to themselves that they dared to kiss in a public place. After which, unable to resist, he rushed to run away in an unknown direction. At this moment, Jian thought that Hao had not disappointed her after all. The guy who ran away in horror, being in despair, began to remember all the events related to Chin. In such a sad state, he kept remembering how he overheard her conversation with her friend about security measures, and how she, inspired by happiness, was going on this date. How Jian hurried to write down the time of that very meeting that he would rather not attend, but it seemed to be imprinted in his memory, on Saturday at 10:30 after lunch. And how diligently he tried not to forget about it. Closing his eyes he saw her beautiful face in front of him. Meanwhile, Chin and Hao finished their pretense by separating with their lips. She sadly asked his forgiveness for this sudden kiss, suggesting that it might have scared him off. Hao smiled artificially and replied that everything was fine, because nothing terrible had happened. Jian looked around and not finding the pervert, asked Hao. He replied that he seemed to have left. With happiness, she could not believe that this actually happened. Besides, he wasn't angry at all. Maybe he was shy and therefore didn't push her away, or even blame her. Chin thought that perhaps Hao was not disgusted by the thought of their closer relationship. Jian again began to apologize to Hao, saying that she just wanted to pretend. But the situation was critical, due to which she became nervous, but to herself she understood that she had kissed him. She continued to play the role, saying that he could not scold her, but just so as not to abandon her and not get angry. Hao replied that he was not angry. In his thoughts, he understood perfectly well that they had crossed the line, even though they were not blood brother and sister, adding that the most important thing was that they got rid of that pervert, and it ultimately helped him. Jian was glad that he was angry with her. She noticed that they are not related by blood, and there is a celebrity abroad who kisses his younger sister as a sign of friendship. The conclusion is that a couple of kisses will not affect their friendship with Hao, after which she looked at him with the same lustful gaze and asked if he liked it. Hao was at a loss. He did not know how to answer such an unexpected question. Realizing that due to the fact that he was a man, he certainly wasn't disgusted by kissing a girl, but judging by her facial expression, which seemed to encourage him to quickly move to the next level of their relationship, he did not want to destroy the family idol. Hao replied that it was not unpleasant for him to kiss, but they are still one family. Jian didn't seem to hear what he was saying, because she learned the main thing: if a guy is disgusted by a woman. She came closer to him and said that today they were not relatives but lovers, and suggested they go somewhere to eat. At this time, two hooligans stared at them, noticing that judging by their clothes they had money, and decided to take action. The other one turned around and said that she would show them where and how much pound dashing was. After a while, they called out to Hao and Jian, who, in turn, already suspected something was wrong. One of the hooligans, in a sharp and rude manner, demanded that the money be given to them immediately. Jian switched from being gentle and affectionate, and a moment later turned into an angry lady and ordered them to get out of here. She reached into the pocket on her skirt, as if she was looking for something. Hao stood aside and watched. The hooligan said that they would not go anywhere until they paid for moral damages. Qin was figuring out a further plan of action. She had a penknife in her pocket. She understood that these punks could hurt Hao, and wanted to protect him. After which I decided not to risk it, but to give them some money so that they would get rid of it. She threw several bills on the ground and said that this was their alms. The hooligan did not expect such a turn, and tried to see how much money there was. She understood that this girl had some good money, and decided to shake everything she had from them. Jian did not expect that everything would not go according to the script, and did not know what to do to drive them away. In turn, the extortionist demanded from them all the available money. At this moment, Hao nevertheless entered into the conflict, calling on those not to talk idle talk but to get to the point, since they want to fight. He confidently stood opposite them, and asked if they had chickened out yet. Qin tried to calm Hao down and stop being sarcastic to these bullies. Those, in turn, were simply taken aback by this course of events, gradually approaching it. The bully said that his dad didn't teach him how to communicate with girls, and tried to attack him. Jian turned sharply to Hao and shouted at him to run away immediately. However, a moment later, she couldn't believe her eyes from what she saw. Hao was full of confidence and boldly rolled up his sleeves towards the hooligans. He dealt a powerful blow to the extortionist's stomach, who clearly did not expect such force from the boy. She flew several meters to the side, but the other one changed his mind about rushing at him. While the smiling Hao urged him to be next, the bully quickly got his bearings and began to run away screaming, grabbing his accomplice. After which, with the same confidence, he turned to his sister and said that he had dealt with them. Out of confusion, Jian did not know what to answer. She came closer to him, and she asked when he became so cruel, because he had never been like this before. Since childhood, Jian and Hao were inseparable, and never separated for a moment. Even after he said that he didn't want to see her anymore, she secretly followed and watched him. Later, she found out that he had registered with Q and subscribed to his channel. They corresponded for a very long time. She helped him in every possible way with exams and in the selection of films to watch. But lately Hao has stopped being so active on the internet. He didn't talk about their parents' marriage or writing a novel, stopped sending her cute photos, and went to Muay Thai instead. He wondered aloud about what happened to him, and whether there was a reason for this, other than growing up. He asked her what she was talking about. Jian, in turn, told him to go wash and go to bed, after which she secretly entered his room, where there was a computer, to which she quietly sat down, looking for something interesting about his personal life. Qin quickly went through folders and files, but could not find anything hidden. How suddenly I came across a text file called, "A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World." She was extremely surprised that Hao was writing this kind of story. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Hao began to take a bath. Thinking that after such a busy day, nothing could be better than a hot bath. He remembered his story and came up with an idea for a new chapter. After all, he already abandoned it for several days, due to training and other matters. Jian carefully read his story. In some places she did not quite understand. Why did he decide to write this, and why does he need it so much? Page after page she continued to delve into the essence of the story. A few minutes later, Hao finished his bath and walked to the door of his room. He easily and naturally pulled the door handle, and the door opened. He was overcome by an incomprehensible feeling as if someone was in his room. Walking further into his room, he prepared himself for further work. Having finally put his thoughts in order, he nevertheless sat down at the computer. But after launching the file with the story, Hao discovered that it opened on the wrong page where he finished last time. Without betraying this, he began to work. At that moment Sister Qin knocked on his room. She invited him to drink a glass of milk before work. Hao was surprised. After which she came closer to him and asked what he was writing, and if he could show his sister. He excused himself and said that he wasn't writing anything special, just what came to mind. I myself thought that Jian began to suspect him of something after today. She suggested that what he was writing should not be shown to her, adding that things would not work that way. The smiling and mysterious Qin reached out to him with her hand. Hao was silent. Stroking him gently on the cheek, she noticed that he had recently become somehow strange. Citing the example of writing who knows what, training in Muay Thai, and subsequently began to fight with people on the street, adding that he is different from the previous Hao, and therefore she is very worried about him. He was finally convinced that she suspected him of something. Then, after thinking more, he focused on what she said. The previous Hao is different. But she couldn't know what he was like before, or Hao didn't know something. He answered her that they had recently become brother and sister, and he did not understand which previous Hao she was talking about. Jian was shocked by his answer. It was clear from her facial expression. She was silent for several seconds with her head down, after which she finally spoke. That in fact, they had known him since their early childhood. He asked her again, but he himself could not understand why this was not in the memories of the real Hao. Qin sadly replied that they went to the same kindergarten as children. She looked into his eyes and asked if he really didn't remember anything, including her, in his childhood. Scratching the back of his head, Hao said that too much time had passed, and therefore he remembered almost nothing. He realized what it was when they first met, and it seemed like they had known each other since childhood. Assuming that as children they were very friendly, because my sister is so welcoming. And that's why his little sister suspects him, because he didn't remember her. Hao understood that he couldn't tell her the truth about the Crimson Moon. Moreover, he did not want to harm her, and in order for her to suffer, he had to pretend to be a fool. Hao told her that in fact he often has a dream in which he fights with a little girl. And she has such big and scary eyes. The stunned Jian looked at him. Hao also added that lately he has been bothered at school, so he started boxing, because it makes him stronger. And he was able to defeat those villains only thanks to his sister, who is always next to him. Qin cannot allow anything bad to happen to him. He simultaneously took her hand and put it to his cheek. Out of surprise, she was confused for a moment and did not know what words to choose to answer. After which, touched, she hugged him and tearfully said that she would always protect him. He understood that all he had to do was pretend to be weak, and his sister would believe everything he told her. Qin, in turn, thought that he did not remember his childhood, and out of fear she forgot everything that was connected with her. She wanted to compensate for everything that happened to him and remind him of herself. Jian said that Hao scared her a lot today, and now he needs to be punished. He asked in surprise what kind of punishment there would be. She slowly lifted his t-shirt, and suddenly throwing him onto the bed, she began to tickle him very much, which he was so afraid of. After a while, he asked her to stop because he couldn't stand the tickling anymore. Hao lay on the bed, breathing heavily, and the frightened Qin looked at him. She asked him in future not to scare her only sister like that. Having caught his breath, Hao turned to her and replied that he would not do that again. Xian looked at him with a slightly different look than the one she had looked at him with just 5 minutes ago. Hao, not suspecting anything, silently continued to lie on the bed. At this moment, Qin reminded him that today they agreed to be lovers, not brother and sister. And since the day is not over, they are still in love. She fell on top of him. Hao understood perfectly well what Xian was hinting at, and tried in every possible way to escape from this moment. He said that now there is no pervert pursuing them, and there is no need to pretend. She replied that nothing bad would happen if they kissed again, and besides, they had already had this experience before. Hao realized that everything was starting to happen not according to plan, and was leading to what he was so afraid of. She had romantic feelings for him. Their lips came closer, and in a fit of passion, Qian forgot about everything. At the very last moment, the front door to the apartment suddenly opened, and mother's voice shouted their names, they were discouraged by their parents' arrival from a business trip so early. After all, Qin's mother assured that they would only be there the day after tomorrow. Qian said that she went downstairs, and Hao asked to be in her room. He noticed that she was all crimson, and it would be better to go to his room first. Sister Qin agreed, asking him to tell his mother that she had a headache and went to rest. Hao began to remember his childhood, the period when his mother abandoned him. And his father did not have time to raise him, because he plunged headlong into work, and therefore sent his son to kindergarten. Hao diligently tried to remember everything that happened in kindergarten. Specifically, who was the girl with glasses with whom he became friends. Most of the children played with each other, but she always stood on the sidelines. He recalled the first time he approached her, asking if she was new, after which he invited her to play together, and perhaps even become friends. He extended his small palm and said that his name was Hao and he was 5 years old. In response, the little girl remained silent, then looked at him. Surprised, Hao also stared at her, waiting for an answer that never came. After remaining silent for a few more seconds, she turned in the opposite direction and left him. Little Hao didn't understand why she didn't reciprocate. He stood and looked after her. Meanwhile, the next morning had already arrived, and the mysterious Qin was in her room. She did not expect that her plan to conquer Hao would go like clockwork. After all, he did not object when Qian hugged him and then kissed him. She felt joyful in her soul. She thought that she was not indifferent to Hao. Qin said to herself that she loved him very much and could not live without him. Hao thought that his sister had a certain interest in him. He replayed last night again and again, how she looked at him and pressed with passion, and how they almost kissed, if not for the arrival of their parents from a business trip. But still, Hao understood that she was a good housewife, beautiful, caring and always friendly. Besides, he likes her, and his heart beats faster when he sees her. His face is also constantly flushed. Previously, he could only dream of such a girl, because he and his sister have spiritual harmony. But what might parents think about this? Because they clearly will not approve of such a relationship with your sister. After a while, when everyone in the house had already woken up, they started breakfast. Mom noticed that it had been a long time since all four of them had gathered at one table. Then Qian asked if she had taken good care of Hao while they were away. She replied that he was a fairly mature guy, so we could say that he was the one who looked after her and took care of her. Hao, smiling, tried in every possible way to deny, pretending to be a benefactor. Then he got up from the table and said that he would go for a walk with friends, and therefore would not have lunch at home. The father noticed that it was necessary to maintain communication with friends, and invited his sister to accompany Hao. He said that there was no need to bother. Dad noticed that Qian was in high spirits. She was literally beaming with happiness. Qin looked at him mysteriously and replied that there was a reason for her such a good mood. Walking around the city, Hao thought about the busy days that had passed. He was surprised that his sister didn't mind him leaving the house alone today. At this moment, the rainbow Yuhua standing in front of him called out to him. She looked great, and smilingly said that she had come for him. Hao, who did not expect to see her on the street, asked what she was doing here, because they agreed to meet at her house. She immediately replied that she missed him too much and wanted to see him as soon as possible, after which her face changed and she asked if it was really impossible to go to meet him. Hao smiled in response and thought that she was an incorrigible girl. Then he came closer to her and, stroking her head in a friendly manner, said that of course it was possible. They went for a walk to her charming and large house. Having gone inside, Hao could not resist the beauty and vastness of this castle, and no matter how many times he was at her house, he still blew his mind. They slowly walked up the stairs, when suddenly Hua turned to him and said that her parents would not be there today. Having added, I asked Hao what he wanted to do, because today he is allowed to do everything. He noticed that this sounded somehow ambiguous, and in response he simply smiled. Yu led him into a huge room where a large pool was located. Hao was surprised, saying that she even has a personal pool at home. He thought for a moment that it was actually quite logical to have a swimming pool on such a large estate. Hua said that she initially thought of showing him the weapons warehouse, but the manager suggested the swimming pool. He caught himself thinking that the weapons depot would be much more interesting, perhaps like it was last time. Hao noticed that, unfortunately, he did not have swimming trunks with him. Yu replied that the manager had already prepared everything for such a case. He invited her to arrange a competitive moment in the pool. She agreed and clarified what exactly they would compete in. Hao said that the one who swims to the end of the pool in freestyle the fastest wins, and they hurried to change clothes. At this time, he remembered that he had one small problem in the previous world, and he would put on swimming trunks, but in this world everything would most likely be wrong, and he would probably be mistaken for an exhibitionist. Appearing in front of Hua in only shorts and with a toned torso, he did not expect such a reaction from her. She said that she had not seen such abs. Hao understood that he would have to wear some kind of swimming suit that is used in this world. In front of him were absolutely girly and incomprehensible swim kits. Taking one of them, he finally realized that he would not wear this under any pretext. At that moment, he really wanted to return to his past world. He never found a suitable suit. Looking around, he noticed a more or less normal swimming kit, which was hanging on a hanger in an open locker. It consisted of shorts and a t-shirt, which was quite decent. Hao took it in his hands and began to examine it from all sides. At that moment some incomprehensible element of the costume fell out of it. An unknown black rag that looked like either a mask or something else was lying on the floor. He paid attention to it, and not understanding what it was, he reached out to pick it up from the floor. Hao twisted it in different directions for some time, still not understanding what to do with it. An incomprehensible and strange thing reminded him of panties, but why did they fall out of this set? Realizing that he had been fiddling around for so long, Hao still made a decision. Just put on this swim kit and rush to the pool, where Hua was probably already waiting for him. Coming out of the locker room and approaching the pool, he realized that this suit was too tight for him, at which time Yu was already looking at him. Then, running up to him, she said that he looked pretty good, and this suit suited him. Hao thanked her and reciprocated, saying that she looked just as great in her swimsuit. Hua clearly knew what to wear, because she actually looked pretty good. He hurried her and urged her to waste no time in starting the competition and look at her abilities, reminding her again of the rules, adding that the last one to reach the opposite shore of the pool invites the winner to dinner. Yu agreed. The manager stood perpendicular to them and called for them to prepare for the start. Hua and Hao took their positions. Suddenly he shouted about the start of the competition. They immediately jumped into the water. Hao dived under the water and, without wasting a second, swam to the other end of the pool, which he did quite well. He did not pay attention to how Hua swam, and he was extremely focused on his victory. He continued to swim. At a certain moment, he was stopped by a nervous cry from the manager. Hao turned in her direction. She was shouting something about Mrs. Hua. Then she shouted again, and he heard that Mrs. Yu was drowning, and he rushed to help. He took her out of the pool and carefully laid her on the floor. She began to gradually come to her senses, coughing up the water that filled her lungs. Frightened Hao and the manager stood in front of her, after which he asked how she was feeling and if she was okay. Yu Hua assured him that everything was fine with her and there was no need to worry so much. He understood that if she had said that she could not swim, then this would not have happened. Hao said that it was necessary to warn him that she could not swim. She replied that she had seen others swim, but I didn't think it was so difficult, to which he reacted nervously, calling her a little fool. This could not be explained by ordinary naivety, because she has large gaps regarding simple things. With a sad look, Hua asked for forgiveness from the worried Hao. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly Yu's face changed. The manager shouted that Mr. Zhang Hao had something wrong with his clothes. He looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with his swimming kit. Looking at it, he noticed that it had all become transparent and stained with blood stains. Hua's nose was bleeding, and the manager screamed like crazy again. After stopping the bleeding for a while, Yu held the handkerchief near her nose. They sat on a bench, and Hao asked how she was feeling. Hua replied that everything was fine. He realized that the guys of this world were an obscenely transparent swimming suit. Hua jumped up and said that they still had many interesting places in the house that she wanted to show him, and she began to list them, from the Hall of Reflection to the Rose Room to the video game room, and she could also take him to the secret base. Hao told her to rest first, but she tried to insist on her own, since he rarely came to her home. He listened carefully as she spoke to him suspiciously. Hao assumed that something was bothering her, because you had behaved rather strangely today, which is what he asked her about. Hua nervously clutched a piece of her swimsuit in her hand, and clearly wanted to tell him something, after which she nevertheless said that lately Hao has not gone to lunch with her, and after study they always went together. And maybe it was because she did something wrong. He reassured her, answering that everything was fine, and there was no need to cheat herself. However, He understood that Wei Nan had spies in the school, and therefore he needed to be extremely careful. Hao was impressed by her threats that Wei suspected him of having a relationship with another woman. He was afraid that Nan might harm you, and said that he needed to solve some problems, after which everything would be as before. Hua wanted to sincerely help him, asking who was bothering him this time. He refused in every possible way, saying that he would solve everything himself, adding that in the end these are his problems, and he will not involve his friends in them, including her. Yu said sadly that it was because she couldn't help him. Hua also agreed to do whatever he said, and in the future she would not interfere with him, as long as Hao did not erase her from his life. Then she sadly looked into his eyes and asked for forgiveness. Standing up, he replied that he really didn't want to involve them all in his problems. Thanking her for her concern, he also asked for forgiveness for not spending enough time with her, and promised to change everything. Hua clutched her swim kit tighter and became nervous. With tears in her eyes, she said that she did not want to move away from him, since he was very dear to her. Saying that he always wants to be with him, Hao was taken aback by such sincerity. He was extremely sorry for you. He once again asked for her forgiveness. Disappointed, Hua turned in the opposite direction from him, and saddened, she went to the locker room, saying that she would go and change. Hao seemed to have a lump in his throat. He did not say anything in response, but only sadly watched her go. After which he sat down on the sofa near the pool. At that moment the manager noticed him. Hao sighed heavily, trying to digest everything that had happened. He understood that he had offended you. Meanwhile, the manager approached him and called out to Hao Zhang. He asked how much trouble Mrs. Hua had given him. The manager apologized for accidentally overhearing their conversation and noted that the lady was headstrong. Hao, rising from the sofa, replied that it was not about her at all, and they moved away a little due to some reasons. Adding that Yu has always been reserved, she and she are usually very close, and it is not surprising that she is so worried about their falling out. Hao continued to open up, saying that he was too immature, and reacted rather superficially to her experiences. He understood that Hua was sad now, but Hao didn't want Wei to hurt her. The manager noticed that Yu valued him. And every day upon returning from school, she shared stories with the manager about how they spent time with Hao. He has been serving in the house of his mistress's parents for many years, and knows how rarely something could make her smile, adding that no matter how inexperienced she is in matters of the heart, and the sudden distance between them, the lady will understand a little later. Perhaps the lady does not want to realize that her friend is deliberately keeping you at a distance. Hao listened silently, rather not a stupid person in the person of the manager. He then asked Hao if the lady had talked about extorting money from her classmates. He thought about it, realizing that his former friends only needed money, after which he replied that it seemed Yu was telling something similar, but she did not go into details. Hao suggested that this might have something to do with his situation. The manager agreed with this. Having said that the lady is from a wealthy family, it is not surprising that her classmates used her to extort money. Hua never knew what a normal relationship was, so she never refused them. And everything went to such an extreme that, taking advantage of her humility, everyone began to mock her. Until that very day when the lady came home in a rather shabby state. That day everyone was shocked by her appearance and did not understand what had happened. Yu Hua was silent and did not explain anything. She just stood sad with her head down. The angry mother asked her what really happened to her. The lady got angry and ordered Hua to immediately explain what was wrong. Yu said uncertainly that her classmates were bullying her. She couldn't even finish speaking calmly. The enraged lady, at the same moment, quickly headed to the school. The manager continued to say that thanks to the intercession of the lady, justice had finally triumphed. However, due to this incident, Hua became an object of worship, which led to even greater loneliness in her life. The little lady has finally made herself a true friend, and therefore is very afraid of losing Hao, which is why she is so emotional. The manager asked for forgiveness for the behavior of the little lady. Hao replied that in no case did he hold a grudge against Hua, but because of this heartbreaking story, he became more worried about you. Hao knew that he needed to talk to Hua. He said that he was forced to leave the manager because he urgently needed to talk with you. The manager replied that the lady was probably in her room, and he would warn the maid. Hao thanked him. Walking through the wide corridors, the maid asked him to go into the room. Hao slowly entered the room and headed towards the lonely Mrs. Yu Hua. He called out to her very carefully and looked at her with sadness in his eyes. Hua stood and looked out the large panoramic window. Hao came closer. He went to the window. Yu was looking somewhere up into the beautiful and clear sky. She said that she used to love watching the sky as a child, because from here you could see the plane on which her father was boarding, leaving for another business trip. And when the plane flew over again, only in the other direction, Dad was returning home. Hao said that the manager told him about the incident with her classmates, because of which she became unsociable, adding that he understands how she worries about this, and he will never leave her in his life, since they are good friends. Hua slowly and naturally ran her hand along the glass of the window, answering that she knew it, realizing that Hao was in some kind of dangerous situation, and therefore could not yet be near her. He said that it was so, and that's good, since she understands all this. Yu turned to him and said that she really wanted to help him, not being afraid of such a burden, and that she no longer wants to feel sorry for not doing anything. Hua recalled how Hao gave her a bracelet as a sign of their friendship, and the fact that she was not like everyone else, and how the rest of her classmates picked on her over little things, even because she was making new friends. He constantly demanded money and various trinkets from her, and how she was framed for the theft and the fight that she allegedly started, but her mother did not believe her and apologized to everyone. Hua tried to explain to her mother, but she couldn't, which made her doubly offended. After all, she understood that afterwards there would be a response from her classmates who would not get rid of her. Yu could only look pitifully into the eyes of her mother, who knew nothing, and remained silent, realizing that in addition to her classmates, the mother might not believe her version of what happened. In conclusion, Hua said that Hao is her best and most faithful friend, whom she does not want to lose, adding that for his sake she is ready to be as long as possible, even under house arrest, if necessary. Hao was shocked by Yu's statement. He had no idea that she was so categorical. Hua looked at him, waiting for some words, but he remained silent. He only said that he understood what she was talking about, and hurried to convey it to her again, that she is his best friend, who cares about him too much. Hua asked the decisive Hao in surprise, but he stood his ground, having said that she will not be able to help him at the moment, and it is better for them to appear less often in the same company at school, assuring that it would be better for both her and the others. The upset Yu did not know what to answer. By adding that as compensation, he can do something for her. Namely, to come to her home more often to see each other, and she didn't feel so lonely. Hua seemed to be happy, but she was tormented by one question that she hurried to ask him. Will she look too annoying if she often invites him to visit her? Hao replied with a smile that he would never consider her annoying, because for friends this is in the order of things. Besides, she has so many different interesting places in her house, and she hasn't shown him the playroom yet. He will also teach her to swim, and in return she will teach him martial arts. And you can call Luan to the reflection room. Yu Hua hurried to him, and she rushed to hug him tightly. She again sparkled with happiness. Hao, in turn, was extremely surprised by such a sharp reaction. Yu literally hung on Hao's neck, thanking him for everything he does for her. She recalled how her father wanted to show her the armory and the gaming room, as well as his secret base. But she was little, then all this was not very interesting, and she refused. Hua remembered how Hao invited her to become friends and chat about everything. Also, he really wanted to help her, and it was sincere, which she clearly did not expect. Hua Yu agreed, after which they shook hands, thereby cementing their friendship. They stood against the backdrop of the panoramic window and hugged. She thanked him again, adding that she had never liked anyone as much as Hao in her life. Night fell, there were destroyed houses around, and somewhere in the distance a building was burning down. She was all wounded and bleeding in the middle of these ruins. She understood that this was possibly the end, which was inevitable sooner or later. Looking at her trembling hand covered in blood, she seemed frozen in place. Feeling that she was losing consciousness, she closed her exhausted eyes. Then she fell among the ruins, her bloody hand showing the last signs of life. Wei Nan suddenly woke up, opened her eyes, and realized that it was just a dream. She calmed down and lay thoughtfully in bed for some time. At that moment, an assistant came into her room and Wei asked what time it was. She replied that it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and advised me to see a personal doctor, due to the fact that she was not sleeping well. Gradually waking up and rubbing her eyes with her hand, Nan said that this was not necessary. Then Wei asked how the research on the blood moon was going. The assistant replied that there was no progress yet. She slowly lowered her legs from the bed and said that she could be free. Wei Nan slowly began to get dressed, and at the same time came to her senses. She threw on her shirt, and as she fastened the buttons on the cuffs, she thought. Wei got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. On the way she noticed the phone lying on the dresser. This gave her an idea. She wondered what Hao was doing now. Meanwhile, he was being nice to Yu Hua. She was very happy that he kept her company, and went with her. Looking into his eyes, she said that she wanted to always be with him and never part. Hao, with a pleasant feeling in his soul, realized that they were friends forever. After which, he immediately replied that it was and always will be. Hua, embarrassed and with a smile on her face, lowered her head. Hao looked at her. A moment later, Yu called out to him, trying to tell him something important. Hao was in anticipation. At that moment she said that she wanted to kiss him. He tried in every possible way to stop her, asking where she got into something like this, and held her shoulders with his hands. Yu replied that she didn't even know, she just really wanted it. Trying to reason with her that if someone sees them doing this at her home, it won't be very good, to put it mildly. In the middle of his attempts to explain something, Hao's cell phone rang. He moved away from Hua and hurried to answer the call. On the other end of the line was Wei, who answered him into the phone that it was her. Hao realized with horror that it was Nan calling him. His heart began to beat faster. He asked her what happened. Vi replied that she just wanted to know how he was doing and where he was. Hao was silent for several seconds, after which he said that he was at his friend's house. And slightly nervously he hurried her to say what was the matter. After a short pause she answered that he invites him to his home. Hao said that he has absolutely no time, and he is very busy. Wei replied that in that case she would visit his parents, and she just had gifts for them. After which she instantly said goodbye to him. Hao was shocked by her statement. And without letting her hang up, he said that he would report her to the police, since she was already getting impudent. Nan literally ordered him to leave his friend's place and go outside, adding that she would be eagerly waiting for him in front of the gate. At that moment, the door to Hua's room opened, and the manager, standing on the threshold, said with a surprised expression on his face, that unknown people are walking outside, saying that they came to escort Hao home. Hao was at a loss, realizing that Wei was already crossing all boundaries. Security guards led by the crazy Miss Wei Nan were waiting for them on the street. Hao stood with Hua, the manager and the maid, without the slightest idea what to do next. He still couldn't accept the fact that it was happening this way. Nan looked angrily towards Yu, realizing that Hao was with her. Hua looked no less angry and looked at Wei the same way. Yu urged not to be afraid of Hao standing behind her. He was surprised at how selfless she was. She took a step forward and declared that she would protect him, no matter what the cost. Hao realized that she was extremely determined and was thinking about a plan of action. Nan, in turn, smiled and asked how exactly she was going to protect him, urging Hua to watch her words, and calling her trash from the Ming family. Hao was already sweating, but nothing came to his mind on how to resolve the current situation. Yu responded by calling her a scoundrel with whom she was not going to stand on ceremony. Hao understood that if things went on like this, they would fight, and tried to stop them by standing between them. He said that Wei wanted him to go with her, urging her to express herself normally and not create a conflict. After which Hao tried to explain to Yu that Nan had business with him, and there was no need to worry so much about him. Then he asked her to return to his house, but Hua refused to go home. He realized that the task had become more complicated, and did not know how to proceed. Yu said that Wei was too aggressive and she couldn't just let him go with her. Then Hao tried his luck by asking the manager to take Hua home, but he reacted somewhat differently, saying that they brazenly crowded at the gate and wanted to kidnap a person. From the expression on Wei's face, one could understand that she was starting to boil. She stated that Hao was her man, and his affairs with her had nothing to do with any of them, and ordered him to get into the car. Hao, in turn, said that he was not her man, and that she was talking complete nonsense. At this moment, Hua supported him, declaring that she had no right to order him, since he was her subordinate and especially not her man. Gritting her teeth in anger, the irrepressible Wei once again repeated her instructions, so that he would immediately get into her car, and this would all end happily. Unable to bear such arrogant impudence, Yu Hua rushed towards Wei, saying that she would not allow Hao to be commanded, and offended, she jumped at Nan with her fists. He shouted in the hope that Yu would stop and not do what she had planned. Wei coolly and absolutely calmly looked at the angry Hua. A moment later, she stopped Yu's blow by grabbing her fist with her hand, and she held him for several seconds, showing her superiority over her. Yu Hua looked at her in surprise, realizing that Nan had a lightning-fast reaction. After which, Wei immediately moved from words to immediate actions. Nan raised her leg high, lifting it above her head, thereby once again demonstrating her strength. She delivered a powerful blow towards Hua, who managed to jump back. Almost breaking the heels of her shoes, Yu became even more angry. And she wanted to rush at Wei again. Hao tried to hold her with his hands and asked her to stop. Nan, in turn, took a fighting position, awaiting the next attack from Hua. Noticing that it was this little trash, the first one began to rush at her, thereby entering into a fight. At this moment, the manager called on Madame Hua and Zhang Hao to step back. The enraged Nan said that she would teach this little ignoramus a lesson instead of Ming Fengzi. After a certain time, Hao sat in Wei Nan's car and asked why she was looking for him. She replied that they would talk when they arrived home, but unable to bear it, he accused her of Wei starting a fight at his friend's house. Nan stated that it was Hua who started the fight. Hao replied that she herself was to blame, since she showed up there with a crowd of guards. Noting that with such a character, she should not be a director, and most likely Wei achieved this position through illegal means. Adding that if they had not called the police, and Nan began to fight, then tomorrow they would have written about her in the press, and everything would have ended badly for her. Wei said that if he had not played tricks on the other, nothing would have happened, and she would not have lost her head. Hao was shocked by this statement, and said that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Nan said that she really likes him very much, and she goes crazy as soon as it comes to Hao. He asked her not to bother him so often, because he was not the same man she had been with before. Wei said that she had never had any men except him. Hao was taken aback by such information about Nan. She was looking out the window. He asked if she had ever dated anyone. She replied that she had never dated anyone. Hao couldn't believe that such a rich beauty had zero baggage in relationships, because he thought that she changed men like gloves. And apparently she said this seriously. Wei sat silently next to her, as if offended. He understood that the more serious she was, the less he wanted to get close to her. Meanwhile, they slowly drove up to Nan's luxurious house. After a while, they no longer communicated very nicely in her room. Wei asked what he had with that trash from the Ming family. Keeping his distance, he replied that they were friends, and stopped threatening him. Nan replied that she didn't think of threatening him. Hao reminded her how she said that she would find his parents, thinking that it was a threat. She smiled and said that she wanted to come to visit them to woo them, and not to threaten. Hao said that she was crazy, because he did not give his consent. Wei asked him again if he agreed. Sitting closer to him and starting to flirt, she asked who could be better suited for him besides her, adding that if she threatened him, she would initially use his family to serve her in bed. Hao understood that if she really did this, he would not be able to refuse her, for the sake of his loved ones. He stated that he did not like aggressive women, and they were not suitable for each other, then asked her why she wanted him, because there were plenty of men. Wei replied that there are no second chances in life, and therefore in this life she must get everything she wants. But for a moment she wondered whether there could, in principle, be a second life. Nan said that perhaps someone has a second life, but she is not able to talk about it due to ignorance in this area. Hao said that this was a meaningless conversation that had no meaning, and hurried away. Suddenly, Wei Nan jumped up from the sofa and sharply grabbed his hand. Surprised, Hao said that he would not agree to anything, and this is the final answer. But Wei was extremely persistent, and hugged him tightly from behind, saying that no one allowed him to leave. She whispered in his ear about the blood moon, which she had been studying for a very long time. Knowing that Hao was interested in this topic, she decided to use all her techniques. Then, unable to resist, she bit him on the ear, clearly hinting at intimacy. Hao began to realize that at this rate he would be trapped by her. He turned around sharply, thereby disentangling himself from her embrace. She stubbornly walked towards him. He retreated back. And he said that he absolutely didn't care what she studied, it didn't give her any right to rape him. At that moment, he moved back a little more and felt that he ran into the chest of drawers, which, in turn, staggered. On it stood an antique service, and various antique vases. After a small push from Hao, one of the saucers fell to the floor and broke. Wei Nan said that she was very sorry, because she liked this saucer so much. Shocked, Hao asked what the cost of this saucer was. Wei showed 2 fingers. He assumed that it was 2 million, which made him perplexed. Nan said that such a saucer costs not 2 million, but 200 million. Hao was completely taken aback, not knowing what to say. He just stood silently with his eyes rolled out. Wei tried to act attractive. She sat down on the sofa and took off her shoes. Raising her leg, she pulled it towards him and said that he would pay her, after which she put her foot on his head. Hao was outraged by her behavior. He was literally boiling with anger, but he understood that he could not do anything. Nan said that he broke the saucer, so he has to pay, and if he can't pay her, he will become her man, adding that she is also partly to blame, and he can only pay 100 million, for which she gives him 10 months. Every month he needs to pay 10 million, and if he doesn't pay, his body will belong to her. Hao was shocked. He understood that it was unrealistic to get 10 million in a month. He thought that if necessary, he could repay with his body. Wei asked in a languid voice if he was sure that he wanted to give her his body, after which she touched his forehead with her index finger. Something inexplicable began to happen to him. A moment later he came to his senses and could not understand what had happened. Hao convulsively grabbed his head. He was literally covered in sweat. Then he said that he would still give her these 10 million, without understanding what she had done. Nan noticed that it was not for nothing that she liked him, because Hao is so decisive. He stated that he was a noble man who was born between heaven and earth, and he could not live his life boringly. Hao understood that he now needed to look for money somewhere, and he did not want to be a gigolo. Meanwhile, it was already late evening. Hao left the Wei estate, and unexpectedly he met Qin, who was standing on the street. He called out to her and asked what she was doing here. She happily replied that she had already been waiting for him, twisting her hair. Hao replied that there was no need to wait for him on the street. Qian said that she was worried about him. Finding that he had something in his hand, she asked him what it was. Hao said that it was nothing special, just broken antiques that he got from friends. The sister was surprised that he began to get interested in antiques, and said that she would buy him something antique. Hao said that there was no need. Suddenly he asked how much money she had. Qin replied that it was about 3 or 4 million. She asked why he needed to know how much money she had, assuming that Hao got into some kind of trouble, or wants to control her card. Qin said that she would give him the card. He said that he was just asking to make sure that she was not wasting money, and he just can control her savings. Hao understood that this was too little. Qian thought that he was worried about her. Arriving home, Hao said that he would be streaming soon, so he went to his room. He understood that streaming was the only way to make a lot of money, and wanted to change the content to something more profitable. He decided to ask Song Qing for advice, hoping that she could help him. Hao immediately wrote to her on the social network, and while he was waiting for a response, he started the stream. What the subscribers who wrote about his long-awaited return were very happy about. He was asked in the chat what the stream would be like, whether he would show a training session or a game show. Hao sighed heavily and replied that he didn't know what kind of stream he would hold yet. Suddenly he came across one of the comments where it was said that if he took off his mask, he would be donated by 10 high-level yachts. Hao understood that he had no choice, because he really needed money as soon as possible. Without thinking for long, and having already made up his mind, he wanted to take off his mask. At this moment, he was signaled by an incoming message from Song Qing, where she asked him to take off his mask when he becomes more popular, but not now, but for now he can contribute to her work about the handsome man. Hao realized that it would really be much better this way, and he would be in profit. He soon informed subscribers on the stream that he would not take off his mask at the moment. But if they try, and his stream appears in the popular ones on the main page, then it will show what he really looks like. After which he said that he did not want to show training and play games today, and asked what they wanted. The answers were not long in coming. Someone offered to dance sukawati, someone asked him to sing, or show his legs. Hao could not decide on the content for tonight, rejecting all the proposals he received. However, he still decided to sing a couple of songs on the stream. The main thing is that they were not banal songs. Hao understood that he did not have professional vocal qualities, but in his previous life he did not give a microphone to anyone at karaoke. After which, having finally decided on the repertoire, Hao began to sing songs, which he did quite well, according to subscribers who wrote approving and respectful comments. They showered him with various gifts, and Hao realized that this was a pretty good idea with songs. Suddenly he was given one luxury yacht, and they wrote that if he sings Shabamo, he will be given 10 yachts. Surprised, Hao thought about it, because he didn't know what Shabamo was, which is what he asked his subscribers about. Without waiting for an answer, Hao started searching on the internet and found out that the original song was called Baidu. He read the information about this work, and realized that it was not very suitable for him. Hao told subscribers that he is very far from such songs, and will ask the senior administrator. After which he said that he would not be able to sing Shibamo, but especially for them he would sing Baby, in gratitude for the yacht. And he began to sing a song. He thought that he was not selling himself, but was simply working hard for the sake of money. Hao performed this piece regularly, and his subscribers were delighted. One of them really liked his singing, and she decided to donate him 5 more yachts. Discouraged, Hao thanked his subscribers for 5 more luxury yachts. Donations poured in. Everyone wrote that he had a great voice, in addition to the fact that he was also handsome. They also wrote to him to sing what he wanted. Hao wondered what else he should sing. He said that he would choose the one that donated the most yachts, but he would not ignore the rest of the wishes. Meanwhile, the wall clock showed 11 o'clock at night. Hao thanked everyone and announced the end of the stream, adding that the selection of songs could be made as a permanent column. Hao understood that if Dad hadn't scolded him and Sister Chin, he could have streamed all night. He received money on his phone with the commission already deducted. In the end it turned out to be 50,000, which was more than for a stream with games. But he was still very far from the required amount, because he needed to somehow earn 10 million in a month. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected phone call. He looked at the phone and saw that Wei Nan was calling him. He picked up the phone and said that he understood about the debt. Wei replied that she wanted to see the little fox, and demanded to send her photo. Hao was indignant that she called him a little fox, which he told her. In response Nan urged him to be an obedient boy, adding that there was no point in angering her, since she already demanded only half the amount. He agreed to take a photo, but on the condition that this photo would cost 5 million, and he gave her 30 seconds to think about it. Wei noticed that he does not want to sell his body, but sells his photographs. Hao said if she does not agree, then he hangs up. Nan got angry and said that if he now takes a photo and sends it to her, she will forgive him 1 million from the debt. Joyful Hao said that he agreed to such conditions, and asked her to wait a little for the photo. He was sincerely happy that his debt was reduced by at least 1 million, after which he began to pose for a photograph. He stuck out his tongue and showed his middle finger to the camera. Hao thought that he could ask Yu Hua for some of the money. He wanted to return the money in a month, and then increase his popularity. He nevertheless wrote to Hua and asked her for several million, saying that he would return everything if possible. She naturally agreed to help. Looking into her money box, she was upset that there was too little money there, after which she asked the manager where her card was. Since she needed a couple of million, he was taken aback by such a sum. Having said that the lady did not want her to get used to spending money thoughtlessly, she said a one-time payment of 100,000. And if you need more money, then you need to call the lady. Hua asked him to call her. Since Hao was waiting for an answer, he was surprised. And he asked again if this money was for Hao. You answered positively. The manager thought. He could not understand why he needed such money. Then he kindly asked the little lady to wait a little, and left to call the lady. He understood that if the lady was told everything as it was, that Hua was taking such a lot of money for a classmate, then she would be angry. It was necessary to pretend and somehow deceive the little lady, by which time it was already late evening. After some time, the manager came into Yu's room and said that the lady had forbidden him to lend this amount to her friend. And you can only take a few dozen. Hua was completely upset that she couldn't help him. She hurried to answer Zhang Hao, writing that his mother did not allow him to borrow money, and she could only give 50,000. Hao replied that it was okay, but he himself sadly realized that he had no other choice. He had no idea how or where he could get these 10 million, especially in just 1 month. After which, having calmed down a little, he went to bed. Morning came. Hao woke up. There was an open notebook on the table in which he wrote down his further plan of action. He understood that he still needed to think carefully about how to find money in a short time. And the effect of singing on the stream was quite good, because people like something new. Hao decided to call Administrator Song so that she could recommend something else for streaming. He dialed her number, and she, in turn, was surprised to hear his voice. Saying that she didn't expect that same handsome guy to call her, he asked her if she had any ideas for content for his blog. She noticed that in a couple of days he made good money from his singing, and advised him to try new genres of video games. Hao hurried to turn on the computer and asked her to send him a popular game in this genre. Sun sent him this very game in a private message, saying that it was a first-person shooter, but all gamers now play it. Hao carefully read about the game and said that this option suited him, and also asked her if he needed to add more advertising. Sun replied that if he launches this game on the evening stream, she will find him a place on the main page, since he has become popular. Hao said that he would definitely play and watch a new game during the day, and write to her before starting his stream. While playing a new video game, Hao noticed that it was exactly like the well-known game PUBG, which he was already familiar with. Meanwhile, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and Hao began to launch his stream. He greeted all his subscribers present and said that today instead of songs there would be a video game. Some wrote approving comments, while others were not particularly happy that he launched a new game. Since they thought that he was playing for popularity, Hao replied that they would soon understand everything, and he was not playing for popularity. He said that he would go to the airport and collect various things. In the comments they wrote to him that he was simply afraid of shooting. After some time, having already collected a good arsenal of weapons and armor, he was ready to run on the attack. This is what he notified viewers about on the stream, that he is not afraid to shoot and goes to the epicenter of events. And just a few minutes later, he had 17 kills, and only 13 people remained alive. Subscribers in the comments congratulated him on a great start to the game. Some were simply delighted with his skill. Hao understood that everything was going as it should. After all, he had only played for a couple of hours, and his hands remembered the painfully familiar feeling. He ran out into the open and, hiding behind a large stone, continued to shoot everyone. After which, using a sniper rifle, Hao fired at the opponent's hold-up in the house. Having shot absolutely everyone in taking first place, his statistics spoke for themselves. He managed to kill 21 people. Having received a well-deserved duck, Hao was pleasantly aware that he was quite good at this game, and his subscribers increased in number. In the comments, people quarreled among themselves, divided into two camps. Some did not believe that this was possible, others supported him. They wrote that this was not a guy but a girl. Since a guy couldn't play like that, Hao noticed that chauvinists had appeared again. Hao said that he was not going to turn on the camera, but since there were people who wanted it, he would still turn it on as an exception. And after thanking everyone for their donations and gifts, he continued to play the video game, thereby earning more ducks. At this moment, Chin was in her room, watching his stream from her phone. She noticed that the number of subscribers had increased, and due to this he became very popular. Xian decided to find out everything from him as quickly as possible and got ready to go to his room. Hao was involved in the game, when at that moment there was a knock on his door. He kindly asked to enter. His sister came into his room and invited him to eat noodles with her, if of course he was hungry. Without being distracted from the game, he automatically agreed. Chin said that since it was already late, he needed to sleep after dinner. In the comments, meanwhile, everyone began to make fun of him and his relationship with his sister, saying that they had a forbidden love. Dissatisfied, Hao hastened to explain to the audience that they had no forbidden love, which greatly amused Qian, who in turn smiled sarcastically. Then she asked their opinions whether she was suitable for him as a girl or not. Hao still could not calm down, and in every possible way denied some kind of forbidden love, saying that this was in no way possible. At that moment the little sister seemed to deliberately start pestering him, pulling his ear with her hand, which gave Chin quite a bit of pleasure. She continued to interfere with his stream. Hao was extremely dissatisfied with her behavior, which he hinted at by looking angrily into her eyes. The sister told him to turn off the stream and go to rest earlier, since it was really late, adding that his little sister, in turn, would be eagerly waiting for him in bed. The chat simply burned up from what it heard, and comments of an intimate nature poured in. Hao mentally asked the administrator for help, because he didn't want his channel to be blocked. He said goodbye to his subscribers and said that tomorrow he would stream at the usual time, and ended the stream. At the end of the stream, a notification appeared on the screen in which it was written that they managed to collect 220,000. Hao understood that this was already much better than before, and getting on the main page was profitable, but this was still not enough. Suddenly, little sister Chin called out to him. He turned in her direction, and was taken aback by what he saw. She looked great and sat on the bed, after which she called him to join her. Hao did not know how to react. Xian said that she would just give him a massage, since he had been streaming for a long time and was most likely tired. He thought that his sister would not stop at just one massage, saying that this was all very wrong, because he was causing her nothing but trouble. Chin replied that she was not afraid of trouble. Then she called him again, saying that he would be very happy. Without hesitating for a long time, Hao agreed, even though she behaved suspiciously. Literally forcing himself, he headed towards her on the bed. Qin was surprised that she managed to persuade him so quickly, and Hao still agreed. It was as if she deliberately spread her legs, and he, in turn, moved them back. Charming Qian looked at him in surprise, realizing that he was embarrassed. Then she looked into his eyes mysteriously and smiled. Qin found the whole thing quite funny. She put her soft and velvety hand on his neck, slowly stroking it. After which, in a languid and inviting voice, she called on him to lie down and relax. Hao immediately began to sweat and became nervous, but could not deny himself the pleasure of looking at her charms. Still breaking into a smile, Qian said that she would do the rest herself. She began to give a massage, asking if it was pleasant for him. Hao reassured himself that she was just giving a massage. The sister noticed that judging by his facial expression, he was thinking about something more embarrassing. Hao replied that he had not thought about anything like that, the only thing was that it was already autumn, and she was dressed too lightly. Qin said that he had already grown up and was worried about her sister, but she was used to walking around the house like this, asking if he was against her appearance. Hao replied that he didn't mind, but he internally understood that someday he might not be able to resist and give free rein to his emotions. Qian was afraid he might think that they were communicating too closely and she would not be entirely comfortable. Noticing that she had her own reasons for doing this, Hao asked what those reasons were. In response, my sister remained silent and thought about the fact that she was somewhat mistaken. After all, she wanted to live with Hao all her life, but at the same time she avoided her feelings for him. After which she nevertheless said that she had a certain burden that she could not yet tell Hao about. Realizing that he needed to tell him when he fell in love with her, she added that she would tell him later. Hao replied that he would wait if it was so serious. Qin has conceived a plan, and if she manages to bring it into reality, then she and Hao will become much closer to each other. The next morning, around 7 in the morning, a new message arrived on Hao's phone. Half asleep, being absolutely sleepy, he reached for the phone, realizing that it was still very early. Hao caught himself thinking that yesterday's massage contributed to his sound sleep. Realizing that the message was from Wei Nan, he felt both anger and surprise. The message said that if Hao couldn't cope, then he could come to her at any time and become her man. After which he flew into a rage, because it was already impossible to collect the money quickly, and she was also urging him on. The next morning at the school where Hao studied, and where he naturally came, he wandered thoughtfully along its long corridors. Everyone paid attention to him. The two girls who were sitting on the bench also looked at Hao in surprise, and could not understand what was wrong with him. Unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that he even forgot to brush his teeth, due to constant thoughts about the money that needed to be returned to Wei. Sitting down on a bench, he turned his attention to Yu Hua, who was walking in his direction. She came closer to him and said hello, and in return he greeted her in the same way. Hao asked why she had such a huge backpack with her today. Hua lifted it with great difficulty and then put the heavy backpack on the bench. Then she unbuttoned it and said that she had brought it to him. There were a lot of different decorations in it. Hao was shocked. You also had a diamond ring. She didn't know how much it would cost, but her grandmother said that they were expensive. After which, the discouraged Hao jumped up from the bench, grabbed Hua, and called on her to stop, adding that all this needs to be returned back to her relatives, and in the future so that she doesn't do this again. Offended, you said that she just wanted to help him, and he got angry with her. Hao hastened to say that he simply did not have time to thank her, and wanted to save Hua from making a mistake. At that moment, an idea came to his mind, which he decided to share with you. Hao asked if she had anyone in her family who knew how to appraise antiques, and she became thoughtful, after which she asked him to wait for news from her, and she would hurry to find out about it. Meanwhile, in an antiques shop, two women were talking with each other. The shop worker said that she had a diamond eye like her mother. The woman replied that she was flattering her, and that she was just lucky. At this time, Hao approached the antiques shop, who in turn greeted them. Then he asked if Aunt Yang Fan worked here. One of the girls really liked him. The woman at the counter replied that she was Yang Fan. Hao introduced himself as Yu Hua's classmate and asked to evaluate the antique bowl. She smiled back and said that naturally she would help the young man. Hao asked that the two of them go into a separate room, to be on the safe side. Fan replied that this girl Mu Hong was her student, but Hong still asked to go to a separate room, since the thing was apparently expensive. Yang Fan, taking the cigarettes between her teeth, agreed and asked to follow her into the room. An appraiser from an antique shop confirmed that this is the same bowl that Emperor Jianlong used. and its price is 200 million. Adding that the ornament seems to be alive, and the neck is smooth and rounded, finally confirming that this is the original. Hao was upset, because he understood that Nan had not deceived him with the cost of the saucer, and he needed to look for money. Hong said that she was also present at that auction, and did not know that the buyer was a handsome guy and a guy with money. Hao said that it was his rich friend who bought the cup, and asked his aunt if it was possible to restore it. She replied that she could restore it, but it would take some time, and after the repair it would cost less. Hong, in turn, hurried to give Hao her business card and tried to calm him down in every possible way, saying that they would do everything in the best possible way. She then introduced herself as Mu Hong and invited him to discuss everything over lunch. Hao reciprocated, realizing that perhaps her help in selling the cup would be useful to him. After some time, walking through the streets of the city, Hao decided not to hesitate. He called Mu Hong, and subsequently arranged a meeting with her. Just a few minutes later, a pleasant female voice called out to him. It was Mu Hong, who even managed to change her outfit, and she apologized for being late due to traffic jams. Hao replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since he himself had just arrived at the meeting place. She suggested they go in for something to eat, and they headed to a restaurant, at the entrance of which stood a young guy. He said that for couples, they have a 50% discount today, after which he tried to discreetly wink at Mu Hong, but Hao saw everything, while she hesitantly tried to play along, saying something incomprehensible to the guy. Hao finally understood what this girl was counting on and her motives. The surrounding women noticed that this girl was very lucky. After all, she was in the company of a handsome man, for whom crowds of women were probably running after him. They walked to their seats hand in hand like a couple. Hong really liked it, but Hao clearly didn't like it. Zhang Hao understood that he was in a hopeless situation, because it was he who asked her for help, and he had to endure it. Everyone around paid as much attention to her as to the handsome Hao. One rather plain-looking girl looked after them angrily. Meanwhile, Mu and Hao were already approaching their table, which was located in a light blue room. Hong suddenly began to apologize for the fact that he had to pretend to be her boyfriend for the sake of a discount. At the same time, she defiantly adjusted her breasts. Hao replied that it was nothing, and she might not apologize for this. He asked how much he could get for the cup. She replied that it was about 1 million, and it cost 200 because it was an auction, at which there is a competitive moment. Whoever paid the most bought it. At that moment someone knocked down the door to the restaurant behind their back. It was that plain-looking girl called Mu Qingyun, who said that Hong did not invite her to the company of such a handsome man. Mu Hong jumped up from her chair and angrily asked Qingyun, who had rushed in, to leave this place. Who noticed that Hao is a pretty cute guy, and in fact, he should be shared, and not enjoyed alone. Qingyun invited Hao to be with her every day. In return she would pay 10 times more than Hong. Mu hit Qingyun, telling her to watch her filthy tongue and not disgrace herself in front of her friend. Hao, who was sitting on the sidelines at the table, could not understand when he managed to become the object of passion of the whole world, for whom women ran. Qingyun, in turn, ordered her accomplices to beat Hong to a pulp, who were only happy with this turn of events, and headed towards Han with their fists. Mu understood that she could not avoid a fight, and tried in vain to resist them. While they were engrossed in the battle among themselves, Hao watched on the sidelines, realizing that it looked like they should intervene. Meanwhile, Qingyun and his accomplices brutally beat Hong. She fell to the floor, unable to continue fighting. Qingyun smiled back. Then she turned to Hong, saying that she was illegitimate, and he spends her family's money, also using their things, and also dares to raise his hand. Hao realized that they were really sisters, and hurried to her aid, because she still had to help him with the sale of the cup. He grabbed Qingyun's hand as she wanted to strike Hong again. Mu told him to wait until she dealt with Hong, and then she would take care of him, at the same time realizing that this guy was strong. Hao exhaled and sadly realized that a fight could not be avoided. Then he waited a few more seconds, collecting his thoughts, and he began to beat Qingyun, who clearly did not expect such force from the handsome man. Her henchmen tried to stop the distraught Hao, but they failed. He immediately dealt a powerful blow to one of them, while the other understood that the guy was stronger than he seemed. But Hao also did not bypass her, delivering several equally weak blows, from which she fell painfully to the floor, like the rest of her friends. Mu Hong was shocked by his incredible strength and didn't know what to say. Hao, in turn, hurried her to run away from this establishment. Hong told him to leave on his own, since Qingyun is connected with the mafia, and therefore she needs to clean up everything here. Hao thought that there was no point in interfering, since these were their family matters that had nothing to do with him. The only thing was that he asked Hong to go to the police if Qinyan's people came to him. Hao hurried to call a taxi, and after a while he was sitting in the car, heading home. He finally calmed down that he had left this dangerous place, and thought that this was all over. An unknown girl in a cap watched from the side the car in which Hao was. After which, calling the driver of this taxi, she asked him to bring the high school student to her. After some time, Hao's mouth was covered with tape and taken to an unknown place. An unknown woman gave money to the taxi driver and told her to get out, and if anything happened, she didn't see anything. The unknown woman sat down with Hao and said that money decides everything, you can even get a high school student like him as your toy. The girl in the cap turned to the foreman and said that they could raise the price for him, since women would give any money for such a man. The foreman ordered Hao not to speak when she removed the tape from his mouth, after which she peeled off the adhesive tape from his face. Hao remained silent, as the foreman asked. Then he said that he was a simple schoolboy and did not cross anyone's path. The foreman replied that it was their job to sell and kill people. The foreman said that Mu Qingyun probably wants to play with them, because he is such a cute guy. Hao realized that he shouldn't have trusted Hong. She added that if he becomes her man, then maybe she will let him go, or at least return to this conversation. Hao replied that he liked strong women, and called on the foreman to untie him so that they could warm up a little. Her henchman standing behind the sergeant major noticed that he was a greyhound and urged the sergeant major to deal with him, after which the foreman still ordered to untie him, since she likes restive horses. Meanwhile, at Feng Hong's company, Headmistress Wei was informed that the person was there. The assistant approached Wei Nan and said that everything was ready. Nan casually replied that this was very good, since she was tired of waiting, adding that until the matter reaches the last stage, there is no need to interfere. The assistant always dutifully fulfilled all Miss Wei's demands, this time was no exception, after which Nan hurried everyone, saying that now was the time to leave. Meanwhile, Hao stood opposite the foreman, who still did not know what awaited her. However, he understood that there were a lot of them, and some kind of plan was needed. Hao knew that they did not take him seriously, and therefore he had a chance to kill them all. Breaking into a smile, the foreman urged him to start quickly, after which she immediately rushed at him like a bull at a red rag. However, Hao easily dodged her grab and stepped aside. Then he began to run away in an unknown direction. Everyone laughed, thinking that he was afraid. The girl in the cap noticed that he was running for a weapon, which she told Sister Dao in the person of the foreman. Hao picked up the metal pipes and then threw them at Chief Dao, which, in turn, did not expect such agility from a high school student. With great difficulty, Dao dodged the iron pipes flying at her. Without losing the smile on her face, she said that the horse turns out to be able to perform tricks. At that moment, Hao picked up one of the metal pipes and headed towards Dao. Then he immediately struck with a pipe, which she unsuccessfully tried to block with her hands, because I experienced wild pain, which only made me angrier. After which she tried to kick him, but Hao, as always, was agile and dodged the blow. For a while they froze opposite each other, as if waiting for the right moment. Hao understood that she was not so weak, because he was unable to knock her out. Chief Dao said that she thought he was a fragile vase, but he turned out to be a well-trained guy. She ordered him to come up himself, because she didn't want to crush the goods and the customers would be unhappy. Hao looked angrily into her distraught eyes and demanded to let him go immediately. In response, she laughed and said that he could not resist the Qin gang alone. For a moment, he himself doubted this, but did not stop fighting for his freedom. Hao decided to tease them a little before the inevitable massacre. He smiled and showed them the middle finger and urged them to get down to business and not talk idle talk, which he did well, as Chief Dao angrily ordered the others to beat him up. At this time, the beaten Hong was on her knees and said that she called the police, and that guy had antiques worth 200 million. This means that there are influential people behind him. Qinyan said that in that case he would not have contacted her. She asked her people if they had arrived there. They replied that Dao indicated exactly that location. They stood and waited. Qinyan said that she was going to shame Hong properly, so that she would remember this for the rest of her life. However, upon opening the entrance door to the warehouse, Qinyan's expression suddenly changed, as if she was afraid of something. She saw how Hao was throwing everyone away with a metal pipe, and couldn't believe her eyes. He delivered brutal knockouts one after another and was lightning fast with his punches. Qin Yun simply froze in place with horror on her face and watched what was happening. The others also approached and saw the distraught Hao, and were shocked by his strength. After some time, having finally dealt with everyone, Hao turned his attention to Qin Yun standing in the doorway. Out of breath, he came closer to them and said that he was glad to see the owner of this whole mess. At that moment, someone got ahead of him, and one of the Qin gang literally flew out along with the door. Stunned and sweating from fear, Qin Yun slowly turned around. Wei and her guards approached her from the side. She accused Qin Yun of kidnapping her man. Adding that she had become completely insolent, Nan came even closer to her. Qin Yun said in a trembling voice that she had no idea that this guy was her man. She understood where he got these antiques from, for 200 million. Nan arrogantly replied that these are her antiques, and the man is also hers. Wei slowly walked around the frightened Qin Yun on the other side. Then she asked her if he knew what the consequences would be for touching her man. Qin Yun immediately fell to her knees and tearfully begged for mercy. Having said that if she knew that he was her boyfriend, she would not even look in his direction, and fully admitted her guilt. Wei was adamant. She replied that Qin Yun kidnapped her future husband, and this cannot be washed away with simple apologies. Adding that the Wei family will confiscate all the stores previously owned by the Qin gang. Knowing that they had 2 heirs in their family, Nan said that she would make sure that Qin Yun was excluded from the list of heirs and kicked out of the family. And surely the Mu family would sacrifice one family member instead of sacrificing their entire family. Qin Yun could not do anything, and this depressed her even more. She asked Wei not to do this. She asked to kill her rather than realized that everything would go to Hun. At this moment, one of the Qin gang suddenly came to her senses and stood up. Hao paid attention to her, and could not understand how she, after so many blows with a pipe, remained alive. At this time, Qin Yun made a final decision for herself. She took out a knife. And she attacked Nan from behind, saying that since she dies, she will be dragged along with her. The knife was already quite close to Wei's head, and it seemed that something irreparable was about to happen. Nan turned around and saw a completely different picture in front of her. The girl in the cap grabbed Qin Yun's hand, in which she was holding a knife. Then she knocked it out of her hand and pulled it down to the ground, which Qin Yun clearly did not expect. Then she laid her on the floor and held her with her hand at that moment. Her sister Hong came in, but she, in turn, could no longer help her. She only managed to see Sister Qin Yun's frightened eyes. The next moment, the girl in the cap, with a sharp movement, twisted her neck. Hong was shocked by what was happening and could not utter a word. Hao also silently observed this arbitrariness on the part of the Qin gang member. Qin Yun's immobilized and lifeless body lay in the middle of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Wei Nan casually walked towards the slightly shabby Hao. Having said that she did not expect him to go up against a whole crowd of women alone, Hao confidently stated that at some point he changed his mind, noting that it seems she got her position not through connections, but through skillful negotiation, after which he asked her if she organized it all. Assuming that he was just an excuse to control the Mu family, and after killing Qin Yun, she seized her power. Wei Nan literally became nervous. This was noticeable from her unnatural behavior. She then asked Hao if he really had that opinion of her, and if he thought she was capable of such a thing. He was silent for a few seconds, as if he was thinking about what to answer her. Then, he said that he hadn't known her for that long, and didn't know her very well, so he couldn't be 100% sure. Wei seemed happy about this fact, noticing that he didn't know her. Adding that in this regard, they should get to know each other better and arrange closer communication. Hao urged her not to approach him, since he was armed. He was holding a metal pipe in his hands. Wei rather calmly replied that she didn't care. After which, she suddenly rushed towards Hao. He stood still, opening his eyes wide. He didn't understand what she wanted from him. He waved the pipe in front of her and told her to stop putting pressure on him. Nan easily knocked off his iron pipe. Hao felt that it was a strong blow. Since, looking at the pipe, he noticed that it was strongly curved, he did not understand whether Wei was even a person. She, in turn, told him to follow her. Hao replied that he was going to go with her anyway, and she suddenly became angry about something. He understood that she was not her opponent, and said that he had better go home, since he was tired after the fight and wanted to rest. And they will meet with her later, but Nan was persistent and volunteered to help him, since he was so tired. After which she took him like a toy. Hao demanded that he be lowered to the ground, and he himself would get where he needed to go. She spanked him like a child on the bottom, and urged him to be an obedient boy and not twitch. A few moments later, a helicopter belonging to Nan landed near them. She ordered her secretary and security guards to clear all traces in the warehouse. The assistant obediently agreed. Wei put the irrepressible Hao into the helicopter and sat next to him. He found it humiliating that a woman had kidnapped him. They slowly rose to the heights. He turned his attention to Hun standing below. In response, she looked at him. Hong was all shabby and wounded. She lowered her pitiful gaze somewhere down. Hao also felt sorry for her. He assumed that even Nan, with all his power and connections, would not be able to hush up the murder, which he told her. She calmly replied that Qin Yun herself attacked her, and she was only defending herself. Hao turned to her and looked into her eyes and silently showed her his thumb, which meant that she had gotten away with it well. In response, Wei smiled maliciously and looked at him. He clearly amused her with his sense of humor. Afterwards, Nan said that Qin Yun had to die, otherwise it would be troublesome for her to deal with the bastards every time. But after this, it's unlikely that they will approach him. Besides, this is not the first time she has kidnapped schoolchildren, and has dishonored many guys. Hao noticed that she makes quite convincing arguments, but at the same time, she kidnaps him every time. Nan remained silent, but from the expression on her face one could guess that she was beginning to boil. Then she finally blurted out that he doesn't pick up the phone, then he drops her calls, so she goes to extreme measures. Hao noticed that she is the most ardent supporter of double standards. There is no other way to say it. Nan was genuinely surprised by his statement, then fell silent for a few seconds. After which, never having calmed down, she began to make fun of her and asked permission to ask him one question. Does he consider Qin Yun a bad person? Hao didn't understand why she was asking such questions, which is what he asked her about. Wei asked him to simply answer this rather simple question. Hao replied that it was more likely yes than no. Nan asked a second question, whether he considered her a very bad person. He looked into her eyes in surprise. Wei looked at him piercingly. There was something heavy in her gaze. Hao literally asked her silently not to look at him like that, after which he still replied that she was most likely a good person, because she still saved him more than once. Without taking her eyes off him, Nan smiled and leaned closer to him. Then Wei asked Hao why she was not bad, because she kidnapped him and more than once. He was confused and could not answer her. And she whispered in his ear that he, too, turned out to be a follower of double standards. Just as he was about to answer her, it was at that moment that Wei did not give him such an opportunity. Having kissed him, Hao was literally shocked by this. They continued to kiss. It seemed that she would not get rid of him. After a certain time, the helicopter was already approaching her luxurious mansion. Nan seemed to go crazy. She forced him into bed, taking off her shoes along the way, and her clothes, which she carelessly threw around the room. Hao tried in every possible way to stop her, to which she replied that he should simply not twitch, and she would do everything herself. Wei continued to press on Hao and take off the remaining clothes. He asked not to approach him. But there was no way to stop her. Nan looked at him greedily. And she wanted to kiss him. He understood that he could not get away from her. After which she immediately attacked Hao, completely blocking his escape route. Wei said that she saved him many times, but he couldn't even repay her once. He replied that she kissed him all the way. Nan replied that this was not enough. She was sitting astride him, and Hao immediately began to sweat with excitement, because he understood that he was trapped. He thought to himself that she had kissed him, and did not know what else to expect from her. Suddenly Nan grabbed his neck with her hand and went lower, saying that she wanted him. Hao asked her to stop doing this, trying to get out of her embrace. Wei lifted his t-shirt and sank even lower, ignoring his demands. Pausing for a moment, she asked where his hand had gone, and put his hand on her. She understood that no matter how stiff he was, she still felt, saying that his body was more truthful than himself. Then she stood up and stated that she wanted to officially date him. Hao was at a loss, having added that no matter what he needs, spiritual or material, she will provide him with everything he needs. Hao was wary, since such a course of events was not part of his plans, but he could not do anything. Meanwhile, Yu Hua called Aunt Yang Fan to find out where Hao went. She said that Hong saw Wei Nan take him. Hua thanked her for the information and realized that she needed to act immediately. For some time she thought about her plan for further action. Then she warned the uncle manager that she needed to go out for a while. He asked if the lady really needed to go somewhere at such a late time. Hua replied that she had one urgent matter. At this time, Hao told Wei that he had one condition. and if she really wanted to date him, then she must fulfill it. Nan hurried him to voice his condition. He replied that it was extremely simple. Hao sat down with his legs apart and patted his leg with his palm, as if he was calling her. Wei asked in surprise what this meant, since she did not understand what he wanted. He said that she needed to sit leaning on his shoulder and hold in this position for 3 minutes, and she could not resist no matter what he did. Wei, who did not understand anything, asked why he should do this, what the meaning was and why he should do it. Then she asked him how she should sit. Smiling, Hao asked her if it was really so difficult for her to do this, since she herself said that she would provide for everyone and would do everything. Wei Nan, in bewilderment, thought that in essence there was nothing complicated. She extended her hand to him and said that he was a cunning fox. Hao hastened to point out that she doesn't even really know how to have fun. Wei leaned her hand on his shoulder. He was already extremely surprised that she agreed, after which she sat down on his leg, still not understanding why she was doing this, and what was wrong with it. Hao thought to himself that she really sat down as if nothing had happened. He was counting on the fact that she would consider it stupidity and would simply refuse it. Nan sat and said that there was nothing difficult here, she could only withstand 3 minutes in this position. Hao caught himself thinking that it was not for nothing that she was the director, because the sensations were completely different. Unlike Yu Hua, Wei smelled of power. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, on the threshold of which stood a distraught secretary, who shouted that there was trouble at the gate. Hao and Nan, taken aback, looked at the panicking assistant and did not understand what was happening. She, in turn, continued to be hysterical that some kind of horror was happening there. The lenses of her glasses literally flew out of her glasses, but she couldn't really explain what happened. Nan rudely told her that she could not enter her without knocking. Hao thought that Wei had not lasted 3 minutes. The secretary asked for forgiveness and said that Wei herself said to inform her immediately about important events. Hao noticed that Nan didn't seem to be going well with her personal life, and remembered how in a past life the general director was a workaholic. And no matter how you look at it, she was always busy with something and sat in the office. In my office, at my computer, which I simply could not tear myself away from. Having calmed down a little, Nan demanded that her assistant explain what was so urgent about it. The secretary replied that a lady from the Ming family had come and made a scandal with demands to see Mr. Zhang Hao. Wei and Hao were extremely surprised by Yu Hua's visit. He understood that it could be dangerous for her. Nan ordered her to sort it out as usual, and not to disturb her over such trifles. The assistant noticed that she was the granddaughter of that same General Min, and therefore ran to her. Wei was adamant and immediately removed her from her position as assistant. He said that she was not suitable for the position of secretary, looking at her angrily. She added that they had been demobilized a long time ago and were no longer soldiers. After which Wei called Hao to go with her to a meeting with Hua, since she had already come and was so insistently demanding it. Hao understood that something had to be done, since they could fight again. Wei looked angry. Meanwhile, you stood at the gates of the Nan estate, and tried in vain to influence the guards to let Hao go. They, in turn, silently stood opposite her with stony faces, ignoring her in every possible way. Hua threatened them with calling the police, but this had no effect on them either. At that moment, Nan Hao, who came out of the house, called out to her, and she turned around. He immediately asked why she came, and where she came from. Wei, who stood aside, began to boil with anger. You answered, and Yang said that Nan took him away with her, and therefore she came to save him. Hao was touched by her concern. Wei noted that if it weren't for Yu's recommendation, Hao would not have been captured by the mafia, adding that Hua should not interfere in his affairs in the future. She said that if Hao wants to learn how to fight, then she will teach him everything he needs. Adding that it was better to keep a distance from her, she looked at her angrily. Hao told Hua not to listen to Wei, and Nan ordered her not to glare at her with such a murderous look, adding that it was time for him to go home. At this time, a serious and determined Yu unbuttoned her jacket. Taking it off, she then threw it on the ground and turned to Wei Nan, telling her to fight her one-on-one to finally end this. Nan had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and she said, clenching her fists, that it's time to finish what they started last time, trying in every possible way to provoke Hua. Hao noticed that the more he tries to defuse the situation, the more violent they become. Then he turned around and left in an unknown direction, saying that he went to look for a taxi, and if they really want it, let them fight. Hua rushed after him, saying that she would definitely see him off, forgetting about Nan. Wei, in turn, hurried after him, saying that it was she who was seeing him off, thereby creating an absurd situation. Hao said that there was no need to accompany him, especially in Wei's conspicuous car, because his relatives could see them. At this time, a taxi arrived, which Hao hurried to get into, and said that he had a multimillion-dollar debt, and he needed to earn money for the cup. Yuhua showed with all her appearance that Nan lost in the fight for Hao, showing her her tongue. Wei, stunned by this turn of events, still did not intend to give up. She immediately ordered the guards to stop the taxi driver's car, and they obediently began to follow Nan's instructions. Hao shouted that she had no right to do such a thing, trying to stop her. Wei, in turn, gave the taxi driver a suitcase of money, which left him at a loss. Then she said that she was buying his car for 2 million in cash, and would send the rest through his bodyguards. The taxi driver agreed. A few moments later Wei was driving a taxi, saying that this car was discreet, and she would take him home. Hao thought to himself that she was shameless and still decided to take him home. After some time, they drove up to his house in a car, where Qin was clearly waiting for him, rolling around on the bed in anticipation of meeting Hao. As always, she was well dressed, in a short dress and stockings. Qian noticed that his thoughts were somewhere else. Hao hastened to answer his sister that everything is fine, he's just poring over one plot, and constantly thinks about it. At that moment, he received a message from Wei, where she wrote that she would provide him with everything, and she did not need to repay the debt. He thought that she clearly had an extremely incurable stage of power, and she was obsessed with it. He replied that he would give everything. Hao again went out to her on the street, where she was still sitting behind the wheel of a taxi. Nan repeated once again so that he would forget for the debt, and that he can simply restore it and that will all be over. Surprised, Hao asked whether he still needed to pay her 100 million or not. Wei said that if she marries such a disobedient man, then naturally she is ready for him to destroy her entire house. Hao was at a loss and did not know how to respond to such a statement, and simply remained silent. Hearing this, Hua tried to get out of the car. Nan said that they had not yet reached her house. Yu demanded to leave her at the bus stop, but Wei still took her home. Hao looked after them. He looked again at the message from Nan, saying that she did not need to repay the debt, and she would supposedly provide for him. At the same time, a message came from Ming Yuhua, where she wrote that she was already at home. Hao was surprised that Nan took Yu home without any problems, and hurried to write to her. She wrote so that he would not be afraid of Wei, and she would help him deal with it. He tried to forget her about Nan, and not get involved in this matter. Thanking her for everything she did for him, he mentally summed up that today was an extremely busy day. Meanwhile, Sister Qian walked up behind him and placed her hand on his shoulder. She asked if he would stream today, saying that he looked tired, and therefore offered to give him a massage. At the same time, Qin placed her breasts on his head, in every possible way hinting at intimacy. She saw that Hao has been trying to earn as much money as possible lately, but he shouldn't exhaust himself in case he gets sick. Then his sister will worry about him. At that moment, Mom called Qin to her room. She stopped massaging his head. Having said that the massage would have to be rescheduled for an unspecified time, the elated Hao replied that it was no big deal. Qian went into her mother's room and asked what happened and why she wanted to see her. The mother, leafing through a lewd lesbian magazine, demanded an explanation, throwing it on the bed with other similar magazines and asking what kind of pornography it was. Qin realized that not the most pleasant thing had happened, because Mom found something that she should never have found. She jumped on the bed, and covering the magazines with herself, said that these were her friend's books, not hers. Mom quite logically asked why her friend's books were in her possession. Qin replied that her friend just wanted to make fun of her, and deliberately placed these books and magazines in her room. Her mother asked her why don't she find herself a decent guy, suggesting that she. Qian interrupted her speech, shouting madly that she was not the one her mother could think of. She confidently and quite loudly declared that she was not a lesbian. But at that moment, an unknown rag peeked out from the magazine that Qian was holding in her hands. Then it finally slipped out and fell to the floor. It turned out to be women's panties. The mother realized with horror that this was still women's underwear. She was shocked. Qian herself was stunned by what happened, and did not know how to explain this to her mother. She hurried to say that everything is not as she might think, and Qin will explain everything. But my mother snapped, saying that that was enough explanation for today, and hurried to leave the room, adding that she needs to find herself a boyfriend, and as quickly as possible, so that she doesn't bother herself with all sorts of nonsense. Then she slammed the door. Surprisingly, Qian was pleased with this result. She exhaled, and with a smile on her face, she took the teddy bear in her hands. Her happiness knew no bounds. Qin felt that everything was going according to plan. After all, if she adds fuel to the fire, then the mother's suspicions will become even stronger. And then no one will think what she really feels for Hao Hao. Qian happily continued to play with the teddy bear, kissing its nose. The next morning at school, where Hao came, exhausted and poorly slept. He sat down on a chair and thought that he was very tired, since a whole crowd of people began to chase him. The girls on duty opened the front door from which screams could be heard that they had seen him. Hao thought that they had gone crazy. One of the schoolgirls on duty told him not to worry, because they could protect him from this maddened pandemonium. Hao remained silent, but he himself thought that he was wildly tired of all this attention, which he clearly did not like. Entering the classroom, Hao came across Luan, who was very glad to see him. He said that he had only been gone for a day. Luan replied that they were worried about him, and thought that he was ill, and therefore they were already planning to visit him at home. Hao said that he was at home because he was injured after a fight. Surprisingly, Sister Qin also took a day off and was at home with him. Still in the same nice outfit, she asked him to try the soy sauce stew that she personally prepared. Then she offered to play on the new console together, which Hao naturally could not refuse. After which, she allegedly lost a button that came off her short dress, and asked him to look for it with her. In general, Hao was crazy all day, from the happiness that fell on him in the face of little sister Qian. Luan noticed that he had a vulgar expression on his face, which he asked him about. Hao replied that he remembered something pleasant. Luan said that he saw how he streamed, and that he was able to beat all the women thanks to his efforts, because this is better than the songs of coquettes. Hao replied that he didn't like game streams before. Luan said that it was completely different, and that Hao was very cool. Adding that he also got Yuhua hooked on his streams. Hao was extremely surprised by this fact. At that moment Yu approached. She greeted him in a very sad voice. Her expression was saddened. Hao asked what happened to her. He was sincerely concerned about her condition, asking if she slept at night, since Hua had dark circles under her eyes. She replied that she didn't sleep all night because she was watching his streams, and therefore completely forgot about sleep. Hao said that she didn't have to watch his streams all night long. Luan noted that she was Hao's most hardcore fan. Yu said that she was just happy to see him, even if he was not at school, and did not notice the moment when dawn came. Hao still urged her not to do this next time, and she needed to lie down and rest, at least a little. Hua still sadly said that she knows, and will continue to try to restrain herself from this. Strange Luan noticed that brother Hao was spiritual food, and hurried to hug him and inhale this very food. Sleepy Yu Hua also came closer to him, agreeing with Luan's words. Hao didn't understand what was happening and why they were reacting to him this way. Meanwhile, all lessons at school had ended, and the students hurried to go home. Hao walked with Yu. At that moment Luan reminded him that there was a swimming lesson on Friday, and they needed to buy swimsuits. After which, he immediately showed him his swimsuit and asked his opinion about it. The swimsuit looked like a woman's. Hao was shocked by Luan's choice. He understood that he could not be allowed to wear such a swimsuit, and said that he would go with him. He turned to Hua and said that they had better go back and rest. She replied that she would also go, because she was no longer so tired. After sleeping a little during the break, Hao agreed and asked if she had learned to swim. She sadly replied that she had not learned yet, but only swallowed water during training. Hao smiled back and carefully stroked her head, saying that in this case they would go together. After all, he promised to teach her to swim, and since he has been very busy all this time, they will start learning on Friday. Already pleased, Yu Hua happily agreed, looking forward to Friday coming so she could start as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the youth cafe, where Sister Qingqing went, a young guy approached her, greeted her politely and asked if she was Qian Qing. She looked up from the phone, looked up at him and replied that she was Qin. He apologized for being late, and said that he was her partner on a blind date, and his name was Liang San. He said that he had 5 or all 10 million in bride price, asking whether the salary reached 50,000, and if a child was born, then it will be necessary to hire a housekeeper and a nanny. The house must also be at least 180 square meters, and possibly his sister. She will live with them for some time, since she is studying at the university, but Qin thought that dating was very exhausting for her. While San was talking about their future life together, Qian was corresponding with Hao, who said that he went with his classmates to buy a swimsuit. She replied that she would meet him if he was late, at the same time thinking that she wanted to be next to Hao now. At this moment, Sen asked if she was listening to him, because he had voiced his conditions, and was waiting for some clarifying questions from her. In response, Qian simply looked at him silently, her expression making it clear that she was extremely uninterested in all this. After which she nevertheless asked him a question whether there would be any contributions on his part to their future relationship. He was surprised. Since he did not expect such a question from her, he answered that he would inspire her with his extraordinary beauty, and smiled at her. Out of politeness, Qin tried very hard to hold on, passing off her laughter as a cough, but at some point she simply couldn't stand it. And she laughed out loud. Out of surprise, Sen asked what was funny about it. Qian understood perfectly well that Liang was too far from her beloved Hao Hao. She remembered Hao lying on her feet, and she asked him why he was so obsessed with making money. He replied that guys should be independent, and besides, they cannot hang around her neck with the whole family. Qian remembered Hao very fondly, and completely forgot that she was on a blind date. The sister understood that they could not be compared, since San was not even close to Hao. Mom also contributed to a date with such an idiot as Liang, although she could be understood, but it would be too much. San at this time. I didn't understand what he said so funny. Qin said that she didn't have any problems with money in the car, but there was one thing. He looked at her in surprise, waiting for what she would say. Qian asked him what he thought, whether he was right for her. Meanwhile, Hao and his classmates wandered through the stalls, looking for swimsuits. Having again chosen some kind of women's swimsuit, Luan hurried to get Hao's opinion, saying that it seemed like a beautiful style. Hu was in bewilderment, not understanding what his taste was, but remained silent with a surprised face. Huang Yuan, jokingly, said that he was too closed for Long Luan, and the pink color was just right. Adding that his body was completely invisible, Luan asked how she ended up here, urging her not to look at him like that. Huang said that she also needed a swimsuit, and she could help with choosing a style. Hao said that he himself would choose something simpler. Luan noticed that she was a pervert. Yuan replied that she wanted to help in a friendly way, and she is not a pervert. Luan pestered Hao, saying that the girls were pestering them, and something needed to be done about it. He suggested that they quickly decide on swimsuits on their own, since it would soon get dark, then they would meet when they bought them. Yuan was upset because she wanted to take pictures of the boys in swimsuits. At that moment Hua called out to her, and she asked her to help with choosing a swimsuit, because you doesn't really know what is best for her to buy, and what style will suit her. Juan enthusiastically replied that she would choose the most beautiful swimsuit for her so that the guys would definitely like it. She noted with a smile that Sister Hua finally understood the whole topic. Yu, in turn, thanked her for her advice on how to communicate correctly with friends and guys, as it was very useful to her. Yuan said that she hoped she would remember her kindness and hugged Yu, adding that she should have already understood what was happening to her. Yu Hua confidently replied that she finally really understood it. Huang opened up, saying that she really liked Zhang Hao. Huang Yuan turned her back to Hao and asked if he liked this swimsuit. The stunned Hao replied that there was nothing good about him. Yuan noticed that now everyone dresses like that. He thought that Yu Hua might have a similar swimsuit. This is what Yuan asked, inquiring where Hua was. Yuan replied that she had the same one, and that she was in the fitting room, trying on this swimsuit, which is where Hao headed. He approached the fitting room shouting Yu's name, but she was nowhere to be found. While searching for Hua, they all found her in one of the fitting rooms and asked how she was doing. Covering herself with a curtain, Yu replied that this swimsuit was quite strange. Opening herself a little, she asked Yuan why the stockings were also included. Yuan replied that women initially wear stockings when it is cold, but recently scientists have discovered that men like women in stockings. Luan agreed that stockings look beautiful on women, but Hao didn't know what to answer. Yuan added that in connection with this research, swimsuits with stockings appeared. After which, Huang urged Yu not to be shy and show her swimsuit so that everyone could see her beauty. Hua looked out from behind the curtain and said that it was extremely awkward for her to appear like that. Then, she finally made up her mind and left the fitting room in stockings and a swimsuit. She twirled around, showing off her swim kit from every angle. Hua turned her back to Hao and the others and asked if this swimsuit suited her. And in general, does this style suit her, or should she choose something else? Hao replied that she looked pretty good, and Luan said that she was very beautiful in this swimsuit. The irrepressible Yuan offered Hua another style, saying that it should also suit her, showing off a very exposed swim kit, which Hao ended up not approving of. You said that it was really too revealing, and most likely she wouldn't wear it. Hao urged you not to listen to Huang, since in his opinion this should not be worn at all. Yuan said that nothing bad will happen if you just tries it on. Hao, in turn, thought that Yuan Huang was an extremely shameless woman. After all, when wearing such sets, Hao does not know where to put his eyes. Hua kept spinning around in her outfit, to the delight of at least Luan, who really liked everything. Hao urged everyone to quickly decide on their swim kits and head home, because they might be late for dinner. Yuan offered to accompany them. Luan said that he himself would go with brother Hao, since anything could be expected from Huang. Yu Hua stood aside and looked sadly in their direction, realizing that they had completely forgotten about her at the moment. Yuan wanted to confess her feelings to Hao, which Hua had previously mentioned, and you understood perfectly well why she was asking to accompany them. Huang assumed that she might not be to Hao's liking, but still wanted to tell him. After all, they would soon be graduating from school, and she didn't want to leave regrets in her memories. Yuan then asked what Yu Hua was going to do, who looked at Huang, sadly realizing that she also had feelings for Hao. Finally, Yuan admitted her feelings to Hao, adding that she may not be worthy of him, but she asked to give her a chance, because she fell in love with him at first sight, and for her this is very serious. Hao understood why Yuan tagged along with him in order to confess her love to him, after which, Hao absolutely firmly stated that he did not like her at all, and nothing could happen between them. Huang noticed that he answered too quickly. Hao said that she would also reject someone she didn't like, having added that she is very good and they can remain friends, comforting her in every possible way. Yuan left. Hao was extremely unhappy that he had already brought the second girl to tears. Luan, walking along the corridor, saw Hao and called out to him, saying that he was looking for him everywhere. Hao asked what happened. He was in a hurry to tell him that Luan had been invited to a date in the grove today. Hao thought to himself that he needed to supervise this date in the park. Luan added that this girl had been writing love letters to him for a long time, asking Hao if he needed to go to the park. He didn't understand why Luan had such a reaction, because it was good that he was invited on a date, noting that today was some kind of dating day. Luan said that he didn't want to start dating a girl so early because he might fall in love with her, asking Hao what to do. While Lin was thinking that she might not be beautiful, Hao said that he would go on a date with him. After some time, in the very park where he and Luan agreed to meet, hiding behind a tree, they carefully looked out from behind it in search of a mysterious stranger. Luan asked in surprise why Yu Hua went with them, because they agreed to go together. Hao replied that she was a girl, and if that girl was up to something bad, then Hua could help them. Luan agreed. They saw a girl standing in one place, and Lin said that she would go and refuse her and come back. And he immediately headed towards the stranger. Hao and Yu began to closely observe what was happening. Hua said quietly and asked him what love is and what it means to him. Dodging the answer, he said that it is different for everyone, and it manifests itself differently in everyone. Adding that in his understanding, love is when you cannot forget a person, even if you really want to, literally living with him. Hua was in solidarity with him. At that moment they heard that the girl confessed her feelings to Luan, and he tried to stop her. But the stranger took extreme measures, passionately kissing Luan, who in turn was in shock. Hao, peeking out from behind the tree, noticed that she had kissed him forcibly. At this time, Luan stopped kissing her and, wiping his lips, said that she was a pervert. After which he slapped her in the face, which made Hao simply go crazy. And he ran out to meet them. Hao asked Lung if everything was okay with him. The same one, in turn, said that it was his first kiss, and rushed almost to cry on Hao's shoulder. The stranger noticed that his hand was rather heavy and asked the moons for forgiveness. Saying that it was all her fault, Hao understood that Lung would have a hard time in this world if he had such a reaction to a kiss. He shouted that he didn't want to see her. She apologized again. Hao asked her to leave, at least for the moment. Meanwhile, evening was already approaching. Birds were soaring carefree in the sky. Lung still couldn't calm down, saying that absolutely all women are disgusting. Hao asked him not to drink anymore, as he was already completely drunk. Luan suddenly changed his face and angrily shouted that he was not drunk, after which he stated that Yu is the same as all of them, and constantly hangs around Hao. Lung kept crying that he lost his first kiss by hugging brother Hao. who has already begun to get angry with this sap, saying that his snot is already dripping onto his shirt. At this moment, Yu Hua noticed that Hao's face was red. He said that he had drunk a little, so it shouldn't be red. But looking through the front camera of the phone, he realized that his face was really red, realizing that he couldn't go home like that. After all, his parents and sister will see him, realizing that Luan in this state cannot go home. Yu Hua understood that this was her chance, and threw away the can of alcohol. She invited them to spend the night in her spacious and large house. Having accepted her offer, they headed to her home, where they were met at such a late hour by the manager. He stood dumbfounded when he saw the mistress in front of him in the company of two drunk guys. Yu asked him to prepare the room and bring them something to eat. He kindly agreed. Along the way, the manager thought that he had underestimated the little lady. The room had a small arsenal of weapons that hung on the wall. Hao received a call from Sister Qin. He explained to her the situation he was in, saying that he was fine and was at home with Long. And hung up. Qin was very upset by the fact that Hao was spending the night with his friend. After all, she hadn't seen him all day anyway, which is why she missed him a lot. Meanwhile, at Yu's house, she knocked on Hao's door and entered the room. Hua said that she brought food, which the manager gave her. It was as if she was wearing a short night robe on purpose. Noting that this should increase Hao's sympathy for her, he said that it was not necessary to tell him about it. He asked if this room was her very secret base, and why she put him here for the night. Yu sat down on the bed next to him and answered with a smile, because all her treasures are in this room. After which, she moved a little closer to him and put her palm on his arm. Adding that he was also a treasure for her, she looked into his eyes. Hao looked at her the same way, but said nothing in response. Then Yu continued that she wanted to see him every day, and talk, and in general wants to hide him in this room from everyone, so as not to share him with others, and invited him to become her boyfriend. From surprise, Hao was in a state of shock. He could not say anything for several seconds. Then he nevertheless said that he really didn't want to lie to her, so he would be frank with her. Hao said that he likes Hua, but there is a feeling in his heart for another girl. He sadly lowered his eyes. After which, he added that he is a scoundrel who cannot be faithful to anyone. Yu Hua was not particularly pleased to realize that he liked someone else, but she sat even closer to him and sharply declared that he was not a scoundrel. He was surprised. Hao replied that men like him are very bad people, adding that he is in love with someone he should not have fallen in love with. And he doesn't know what to do with these feelings, and Hua also doesn't know what to do with their feelings between them. He said that feelings cannot be controlled, and when he understands them, he will tell her about it. At that moment, Yu Hua, touched, threw herself on his neck and hugged him tightly. She said that she was very upset, although she herself didn't really understand why. After which, fearfully, she asked Hao if he could love only her alone. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he could not yet finally decide on his feelings. He looked sadly into her eyes the next morning at Yu Hua's house. Hao opened his sleepy eyes and realized that morning had already come. He suddenly discovered that Yu Hua was lying and sleeping next to him. Afterwards, he realized that he was wearing pajamas, and not his clothes, and therefore shouted out. Hua woke up at that moment and opened her eyes and saw him in front of her. He asked for forgiveness for waking her up, and asked if she had changed his clothes, and when he managed to fall asleep. Rubbing her eyes, Hua replied that yesterday he hugged her and fell asleep, and the manager changed his clothes. Hao calmed down, because he thought that it was you who changed his clothes. And he hurried her to get up, since they could be late for school. Around the same time, Luan woke up with a terrible headache after yesterday. Already heading to school, Lung said that he shouldn't drink like that. Besides, they woke up at a woman's house. Hao told him to watch his language. Hua replied that she didn't care, as long as Zhang Hao didn't think about her that way. Meanwhile, Sister Qin showed up in the schoolyard and saw them together. She wondered who the girl was who was walking next to Hao. Sister Qian called out to Hao, who immediately turned to her. Surprised, Hao could not understand what she was doing here, which is what he asked her about. She hastened to answer that she was very worried about him, and almost went crazy. Hao replied that there was no need to worry about him so much, because he was no longer a child. At this moment, Lung, for some unknown reason, abruptly said that he was going to class. And he immediately headed in the other direction. Hao could not understand what happened to him at that second, as if he had lost heart. Little Sister Qing's asked him with a smile on her face who this cute girl was, because she had never seen her before. Hao, also with a satisfied expression on his face, introduced Ming Yuhua to her. She kindly greeted you and noticed that Hao had not talked about her before, asking how often they were together. Hua realized that this was a chance to get closer to Zhang Hao's family and his sister. These are just the first steps towards a close and warm relationship with his family. Hua hurried to greet her sister and said that she and Hao usually go everywhere together. Xian understood perfectly well that this little girl was in love with Hao, and she hurried to play the same game. She came very close to him, and she began to touch his hair with her hand, while smiling somewhat maliciously and strangely, after which, she hugged him, came a little closer, and literally spoke in a whisper. That something awaits them tonight. She did not behave exactly like a sister. This is what Yu Hua noticed for herself, because their faces were very close to each other. Qin continued to say that she and Hao would go to his room. Ming Yu stood dumbfounded, because she began to be very jealous of Hao's sister Qian. Qin did all this on purpose. She liked that Hua watched her cling to Hao. She said that she would need to talk to Hao in his room. He agreed, surprised, and asked her why she needed to talk about this in a whisper. Qin replied with a smile that this was only their business, which did not concern anyone else, and hurried Hao to go to class. He said that they were already going to class. Qian said that she would be waiting for him at home in the evening. Qin watched as Hao and Hua left. She understood perfectly well that it was necessary to act immediately, otherwise irreparable things could happen. Some time later, in the Dongyuan school cafeteria, where Hao, Long and Hua arrived, Hao asked what happened to them, because just a few minutes ago everything was fine with them. He drank coffee, but they, in turn, seemed to be drooping, and as if tired of something, they lay down on the table. Long replied that as soon as he saw Sister Qin, he immediately remembered yesterday's incident. Hao asked why this was connected with his sister. It suddenly dawned on him that Long might have feelings for Sister Qin. Hao understood that he would need to talk to Long on occasion, because if he loves his sister, then he should know about it. He turned to Yu and asked her what happened to her. Hua sadly raised her head and replied that she was starting to be jealous of him. Hao was shocked by her statement and simply looked into her eyes in surprise, adding that she understands, she is his sister, but when she saw how close they were, she felt bad. And she said that she was very jealous of her, since she lived with him. Lung was also jealous of him, and Hao urged them to hurry up and eat. After all the lessons, Hao returned home, which he notified the whole family. He thought about holding a stream this evening, because he still wanted to pay back Nan the entire debt for the cup. Entering his room, Hao was perplexed by the picture he saw. The mother stood with a belt in her hands, over Sister Qin lying on the bed, and she said that she would beat the crap out of her, but my sister, in turn, almost cried. Hao watched his sister being beaten by his mother, who continued to hit her mercilessly with a belt. He screamed, trying to stop his mother. She seemed to ignore him. At that moment, Qian turned to him. She was ashamed that Hao saw her mother cruelly punishing her. He continued to urge his mother to talk rather than beat up Sister Qin. The furious mother could no longer calm down, saying that she would now kill this lesbian, and asked Hao to leave. Hao didn't know how to react to what was happening, much less having learned this fact about his sister. After some time, when the mother finally calmed down, Hao hurried to help Qian, who endured the result of her mother's punishment and said that she was in great pain. Hao asked her to bear with her a little longer, as it was necessary to treat the wounds. Sister Qin could not reach them on her own, and she needed Hao's help. She leaned forward in a characteristic way, and he understood that from this angle his sister was even more beautiful. He was ashamed. While treating numerous bruises and belt marks, Hao was shocked by his mother's reaction. After all, she literally whipped her sister. Hao asked what happened and why the mother was so angry. He himself couldn't understand how she could be a lesbian if Qin kissed him. His sister said that she really likes women, adding that she imagined Hao as a girl she really liked. She didn't like boys since childhood, and she pretended not to be considered a pervert by forcing herself to touch Hao. At that moment, he sadly realized that she didn't really love him. Qian asked him for forgiveness and said that she did not want to become a lesbian, and she wanted to fall in love with a man. He replied that there was nothing wrong with it, trying in every possible way to calm her down. Qin said that she tried but couldn't. Hao looked at her beautiful legs, after which she stood up and asked him to go to her room, without telling anyone her shameful secret. Hao lowered his sad eyes and silently left, leaving her in splendid isolation. Meanwhile, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and Hao began to stream. He thought about how and with what he could help her, because orientation is an interesting thing. Hao entered a query into an internet search engine asking whether a lesbian could become straight. He was given a lot of different information, and among the comments, he found the most popular one, which everyone appreciated, in which it was said that the girl asked the man for money so that he could seduce her friend and come into contact with her. He found another one that said to be sexy and caring at the same time, then hug and kiss. And so to the next point, Hao realized that in order to heal Sister Qian, it was necessary to seduce her. He understood perfectly well that this was wrong, but there was no better plan of action. Hao knew that he had no other choice, and hurried to get down to business. He wanted to ask little sister Qingqing and went to her room. Hao quietly crept along the corridor to her door, after which he grabbed the doorknob. Hao carefully opened the door slightly, hoping to see Sister Qian, and called out to her. He saw a picture that was unexpected for him. His sister, covered with a sheet, sat on the floor and said that she was trash. Because she is a lesbian, Hao tried to calm her down, saying that he would definitely help her, and he had an effective way. He showed a comment on his phone where they advised using seduction. Qian was shocked, and she stated that she did not want to tell anyone that she was a lesbian, and who would even do such a thing for her sake, adding that she also doesn't want to go to work, because if anyone finds out, they will turn away from her, and by staying at home she won't tarnish the family's reputation. Then she sadly said that Hao would forget about her and not worry about her anymore. Hao did not expect that this would be such a blow for Sister Qin, but it was also impossible to tell strangers about this. And as a result, only handsome Hao can help Qian. He was clearly aware of this, which is what he told her, that they had no other choice, and he would still help her. Qian said that she would not take responsibility for an innocent guy who would sacrifice himself for her. At that moment, Hao moved closer to her and began to touch her face, saying that they had already kissed and hugged anyway. He carefully placed his hand on her arm and asked if she felt anything. Qin confidently and decisively stated that she felt absolutely nothing. Then he took her by the waist with his hands and tilted her back so that she was in a horizontal position. Hao hovered over her and brought his lips closer, then asked if she felt anything now. Qin tried to deceive him, saying once again that she had no feelings, but she was clearly lying. But Hao asked again, hoping that she would at least feel something. But she still stood her ground, saying that even such a handsome man like him could not seduce her. Hao thought that she really didn't feel anything, and that the problem was much more serious. Qin actually held on, she literally didn't know what to do. Hao hurried to go to his room to read more about the fight against this disease, telling her to come in later and he would cure her. After some time, it was completely dark, and Hao was still trying to find practical advice. He read that you need to try wearing sexy lace lingerie and sleeves. Hao understood that he would never wear something like that, and would never do it. The only thing he could afford were shorts. He also read that the sleeves should ideally be black or white, since women really like this. Hao couldn't figure out what kind of sleeves they were, or whether they were something like stockings, only for men, or regular sleeves. Meanwhile, it was already very late, the clock showed the beginning of 12 at night. Hao tried to restrain himself not to fall asleep at that moment. He heard Sister Qian's quiet voice call out to him. Hao opened his eyes. And he saw in front of him, in a sexy red outfit, little Sister Qin, who came in to wish him good night. He responded accordingly. Qian urged him to be more quiet since his parents were already asleep, and he asked her to lie next to him in an embrace, as they used to do in childhood. Qin noticed that he looked sexy, although she could see almost nothing under the moonlight. She understood at that moment that she could not do anything about her condition, and she could not resist, which literally took possession of her. Sister Qin understood, but still tried her best to restrain herself. It was as if she had activated the moral sage mode, saying to herself that everything in this world is illusory. At this time, Hao suggested that she go to bed. Since it was already late, she agreed. They looked at each other and were silent. They were extremely awkward and, at the very least, unusual in sleeping together. Hao asked if she felt disgusted being around him and touching him, or if she was experiencing other feelings. Qian replied that it was tolerable, because for her he is not only a guy, but also the younger brother whom she loves, and with whom she feels warm. Qin herself understood and felt that she was staying close to Hao, talking about them getting even closer, since she needs to get used to it. Literally a second later, Sister Qin moved closer to him, as close as possible. Their lips were centimeters apart, saying that if he becomes uncomfortable, then Qin does not force him to do it. Hao replied that she should also tell him if something was wrong. He naively believed that she was not comfortable at the moment, and the poor sister was forcing herself to endure. Hao gently and naturally hugged little sister Qian, and she, in turn, clung to him, thus, touching noses with him, and peering into each other's eyes. Qian thought that their lips were too close, and it became more and more difficult to restrain herself. She would never have thought that brother Hao would help her like that. Hao, in turn, could not restrain himself either. He inhaled her pleasant and fresh aroma. And I didn't want that. Because of this, discord suddenly appeared in a wonderful family. At this moment, Hao still couldn't stand it and grabbed Sister Qin's buttock. They looked at each other as if with frightened eyes, frozen in place. Hao absurdly got out of the situation by starting to show his black sleeves and inviting her to touch them. Saying that women seem to like this, little sister Qian looked at him in surprise. He hurried to take off his sleeves, assuming that she didn't like it. Qin stopped him, saying that she would touch his sleeves if he wanted. After which, she touched his sleeve with an incomprehensible sensation, but suddenly for Qian, she liked it and began to touch him more, running her hand over his hand. Sister Qin continued to enjoy being able to touch Hao. She looked at him, experiencing pleasant sensations, and still stroked him without stopping. Qin thought about how she didn't want to waste this moment touching a perfect man. Hao thought that her hand was trembling from rejection, which had reached such a limit. Bathed in euphoria, Qian replied that since he was sacrificing himself, she would not turn her nose up and would appreciate his efforts. At that moment she reached the peak of her pleasures, and thought that she needed to stop this. Since she might even bleed from her nose, Qin turned away from Hao, saying that it was still difficult for her to touch a man. He looked at her silently, and sadly realizing that it was difficult for her, he lowered his eyes. Hao turned to her to find out if she was okay, while Qian tried to reason with herself. After which he took her hand, she again turned into a wild desire. And he asked Sister Qin if a kiss could help, since her attitude towards the man had not become easier. Saying that last time she was not very against it, Hao hugged her shoulders from behind. Qian completely melted, discouraged, she turned to him. And she thanked him for everything he does for her, promising to treat him better. In response, Hao said that he was also not as innocent as he might initially seem. Adding that he was interested in kissing her, Sister Qin was taken aback. She couldn't believe what she heard just a second ago. Little Sister Qian repeated to herself about pure mind, and that everything in this world is illusory. And the next moment she passionately kissed her brother Hao. It was a very long process. He was surprised that she was able to reconfigure herself so quickly. She forgot about everything and continued to kiss him on the lips with pleasure. At the same time, realizing that her control was gone in a second, and everything happened. After which, Qin broke away from him and said that it was unusual for her to be kissed right away, saying that she first needed to mentally prepare herself. Hao thought that lesbians couldn't kiss like that and asked her not to imagine him as a girl. Sister Qian looked at Hao. Then she said that she would try to be more active, and hurried him to continue the healing session. She put her hand around his neck and slowly reached for his lips. Her breathing quickened, her heart beat faster. Hao was also in anticipation of the climax. After which they finally merged in a passionate kiss with each other. Everything was literally seething inside her, they couldn't stop. And they continued with great zeal. Hao suddenly took her hand. Without looking away from each other, they were in true ecstasy. Little Sister Qin threw him onto the bed. Hao naturally did not resist this time. She sat on top of him and, holding his hands, continued to kiss him. Realizing that she again does not control herself, and cannot stop, because Qin has dreamed about this for so long, and if she continues at the same pace, Hao might guess everything. Qian made a very difficult decision at the moment to unhook from him, until he finally understood what was going on, and his sister moved a little away from him. After which Qin, all red, said Xiaoyan slowly and quietly. Hao was shocked and did not know how to react in such a situation. He wanted to say something about Xiaoyan when his little sister kissed him no less passionately. Thus, not giving him the opportunity to speak, Hao, in turn, did not particularly try to get away from the kiss. Qian knocked him down again, and this time she was much more forceful. What Hao thought about, the sister was literally losing her head as she continued her caresses. Qin took his hand so that if something happened, he could not resist her pressure. They bathed in their love for a long time, without thinking about anything. After a few moments, she finally let him go. Qian also felt this state, realizing that this could not continue. My sister said that although all this was unusual for her, she was able to control herself. Hao, in turn, asked her if she took him for a girl, since she called him by a woman's name. Burning with shame, Qin replied that she had only imagined for a moment, otherwise she would have felt strange. He asked if she was Xiaoyan's sister's girlfriend, and she replied something like that. Hao was extremely unpleasant to realize that when she kissed him, she was thinking about someone else. The feeling was as if her soul was not cared for. Qingqing suggested hugging him to go to bed, since he had to go to school tomorrow morning. But Hao was tormented by one question that he asked her, whether she was really a lesbian. Little sister Qin glanced at him and couldn't say anything for the first 2 minutes. Then she quietly and hesitantly answered that she was a lesbian and was not lying to him. Qian continued, saying that if she still lied, then she would be Hao's slave forever. She smiled. Then she hurried to hug him, and subsequently warm him up with her. Hao didn't know how to feel about her words, and thought about the slave in the person of his little sister. Qin told him to go to sleep and she would sing to him to help him sleep soundly. They lay down on the bed, and little sister Qian began to sing softly to him. The next day, it was early morning at the house of Hao and sister Qin. He watched with pleasure how dear brother Hao slept. Sister Qian gently touched him with her velvet hand. At the same time, it was as if she was mentally talking to him, that she was not lying to him on purpose, and they would overcome everything together, remaining together forever. And a little later, Qin will treat him better to compensate for the wounds she caused. A few hours later, Hao was already at a swimming lesson in the pool. He was terribly sleepy, and felt extremely tired, and understood that he needed to get ready. Realizing that it will not be easy, and you will have to suffer from lack of sleep and weakness in the body. Some of the students, having noticed Hao, did not expect his presence in the lesson, noting that he pleased their eyes. At that moment, Lung approached him from behind and called out to brother Hao Hao. He literally cried and said that he wanted to take time off because he was ashamed. Hao replied that he was a man, and there was nothing shameful in that. The pandemonium that formed behind Hao did not allow him to concentrate with their shouts about his abs and figure. He turned to the tearful Luan and said that for some reason he, too, no longer wanted to go to class. Lin suggested pretending. Allegedly their stomachs hurt. Hao seemed to ignore him and said that he would go teach Yu Hua how to swim. He began to look for Yu, who stood in splendid isolation near the pool. Hua saw him shouting her name and immediately answered him. She asked Hao if she needed to jump with all her might at the beginning. He smiled and replied that this was not necessary, and that he needed to know some subtleties that he would definitely teach her. Hao said that before diving into water, it is necessary to initially warm up the body with exercises so that there is no discomfort. Hua diligently repeated after him. Hao involuntarily looked at her breasts, and her figure, with which she also had everything in order. He also paid attention to the swimsuit. After all, she still didn't wear the same swimsuit, which is what Hao told her about. Yu turned to him and asked if he wanted to see that swimsuit. Hao was not smart to talk about this, but on the other hand, it's just a swimsuit. He began to mumble something indistinctly, about the fact that he needed to think about it, after which he still replied that he really wanted to see that swimsuit on her. Yu said that she bought 2 more swimsuits later, and she could show him everything. But only if Hao comes to her house and they are left alone with him. He naturally agreed, adding that he would now teach her to swim at her home. Noticing that today they will get used to the feeling of being in the water and learn to dive. Hua certainly agreed, and he asked if she was really ready. Yu, in turn, resolutely replied that she was 100% ready. After which, hastening, and not waiting for further instructions from Hao, she spread her arms to the sides, and she simply jumped into the water. He asked what kind of leap of faith this was. A couple of seconds later, Hao stood all wet and silently watched Yu Hua, which was already underwater. Then he shouted that it was not necessary to jump like that. A little later, there was still the same picture as last time. Yu climbed out of the water, and, covering herself with a rug, she closed herself off, saying that she didn't want to swim anymore. Hao hurried to her and tried to calm her down, telling her that everything was fine and urging her to relax by taking a deep breath. Hua was literally pounding. Hao thought that she was shaking too much. He looked at her pitifully. Suddenly Yu called out to him in a trembling voice. Taking Hao's hand, she told him that she really wanted to hug him. He asked in surprise whether she was so afraid of water, because hugging during a lesson was an extremely bad idea. Yu, in turn, told a sad story about how she ran away from home for a walk and accidentally fell into the pool. Hao felt very sorry for this little girl in need of care. He wiped her tears and reached out to hug her. Yu Hua, ahead of him, rushed to hug Hao tightly. He did not expect such a reaction from her. He began to understand that she was quite strong, as she squeezed him tightly and did not let go of her embrace. At the same time, realizing that at this moment, all eyes are turned in their direction. At that moment, Hua had a cramp in her leg, which Hao hastened to inform the teacher about, saying that he would take her to the restroom. After a while, Yu was sitting on a bench, and next to her was Hao, who asked how she was feeling. Hua replied that it was better, and asked for forgiveness for not learning to swim, and in the end he was disappointed in her. Hao said that he needed to apologize for dragging her into this pool, especially knowing that she was so afraid of water. He immediately began to massage her leg, and said that he would then massage her shoulders. Mingyu watched him carefully take care of her, and she liked it, but she carefully hid it. Hao continued to massage her leg, while Hua felt some relaxation. This is what Hao said, that he gives a very pleasant massage, hinting that she would like to feel the same in other places. Hao looked at her in surprise and asked exactly what places she was talking about. He waited impatiently for an answer from her. Yu Hua looked at him mysteriously, after which she pointed with her hand and said that this place needs a massage. The stunned brother Hao literally boiled in his head, but did not show it. Then he asked her to stop thinking about all sorts of obscenities, since it was just a massage. Hua raised her leg and asked him to do a slightly different massage. Hao said that in daylight and in a public place you can't ask for such a thing, urging her to stop thinking about vulgarity. Yu looked at him upset and asked why not. He answered sharply, because this is considered undignified by all reasonable people. Hao noticed that only lovers can do this, and then secretly from everyone, and it is impossible to ask such a thing from him in front of everyone. After all, she doesn't want to be called a pervert, so it's not even discussed. Yu Hua was silent in response and sadly looked at handsome Hao. He couldn't understand what brought her to tears, and if someone from the outside saw them, they would think that some kind of tragedy had happened to her. Suddenly, Yu confidently said that she wanted to become this very pervert. Hao was at a loss to hear such a statement from Manhwa, because he thought that she was a naive child. He assumed that Yu said this because she doesn't understand what perversion is, but the stubborn Hua said that she wanted a massage there. Adding that he didn't want to learn to swim, then Hao suggested that in exchange for learning to swim, he would do something for her. But only on condition that it is not vulgarity, but an adequate desire. Yu Hua had nowhere to go, because she wanted to be with handsome Hao, and agreed to his conditions. Meanwhile, in the tower where Miss Wei Nan's office was located, she was thinking about Hao, sitting at her desk and looking at his photograph, realizing that she would have to work at night. Nan casually put her pen on the table, realizing that the work was not going to her head. She is exhausted because of that little devil she thinks about every minute, having completely abandoned her work. Then she turned her attention back to her phone, and the obsessive thought haunted her. Look at the handsome Hao at least once more to calm down. Wei literally burst into a smile, looking at his photo on her phone. She began to remember their kiss, and how he looked at her at that moment. Minutes passed, Nan kept admiring Hao and did not take her eyes off his face. Wei tilted her head back and once again began to dream about her handsome boyfriend. After a certain time, she entered the elevator, heading home. Before she could press the button, a familiar male voice called out to her, asking her to wait for him. The young guy entered the elevator and, a little confused, greeted General Director Nan. He shyly asked her if she worked as late as he did. Wei responded positively, saying that she had seen him before and asking him why he stayed so late at work. The guy replied that he wanted to work harder, since he had only recently become the leader of the group, and now was an important time for the project. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between them. They occasionally glanced at each other. Then Wei nevertheless said that they had already met, noting that she had seen him at work several times late. After which she asked if they had ever seen each other outside the office. He answered in the negative. Nan began to wonder what his name was, and at that moment she again thought about her handsome Hao. At that second, she seemed to have forgotten what she had just talked about and with whom. Meanwhile, Nan's mother looked at photographs of her beloved Hao, realizing that it was he. Wei abruptly snatched the phone from her mother's hands and said that she did not allow anyone to touch her personal belongings, asking what she was doing here. The mother smilingly replied that she was just curious who her daughter liked. Noticing that he was a rather handsome young man, she asked to introduce him to her. Nan said angrily so that her mother would not even think of approaching him. The mother said that she would not offend the one her daughter liked, she just wanted to understand why he was the one, because there are plenty of handsome men. Wei just as nervously said that she simply loved him, and there were no other reasons, and her mother hurried away. The cunning mother was not as simple as she seemed at first glance. She understood perfectly well that she had found the weak point of Wei Nan, who had lost her head from the cute Hao. She was delighted. The next day, the weather was beautiful, and Hao went for a walk around the city. Suddenly he saw a girl sitting at a table in a cafe, and recognized her as Nan's former secretary. Hao peered at her to make sure that it was really her. He realized that Wei still hadn't reinstated her since she was here now. Hao finally decided, Nan's former assistant was drinking an unknown cocktail. At that moment, a male voice called out to her, and she paid attention. That it was Zhang Hao who greeted her and asked if she was busy. Out of surprise, she had an extremely surprised face. She looked at him and greeted him back. Hao sat down next to her and asked if she was Ming Yuhua's grandmother's soldier, as Nan said. She answered positively, after which she noticed that he still showed interest in Miss Wei. Hao replied that he had no choice, since she did not lag behind him, saying that she would not understand why he hooked her so much. She replied that Wei hated the weak, since her father was a weak man and was influenced by his domineering mother, who, in turn, walked with other men on the side, and her father fell ill and died alone in a hospital bed. And no matter how he tried to stop her, she could not accept the fact that he was a weak man. And most men are weak, they cling to strong women, adding that Hao is not like that, he is strong and handsome. He realized that he needed to pretend to be weak so that Nan would hate him. The former secretary said that he should agree to Miss Wei's conditions, since she would not offend him in any sense. And besides, Wei values feelings. She recruited all her comrades to her side, and pays them salaries several times higher. Noting that if Hao becomes her man, she will pamper him like a prince, he said that he does not need her with her power, because he does not intend to obey anyone. Suddenly an unknown voice interrupted their dialogue. It was Wei's mother who smiled and said that she had finally found him. They were extremely shocked by her appearance and remained silent in response. The establishment suddenly announced a technical break, and unknown people approached. They, in the form of guards, stood behind Nan's mother, who, in turn, noticed that her daughter had quite good taste. Wei's mother noticed that he had a cute face and asked how long they had been dating. He replied that they were not dating Wei. Why she was simply at a loss, realizing that her daughter had not even gotten him yet. Hao hurried to ask her why she was looking for him. Nan's mother said that she was uncomfortable talking here, and offered to go into a separate room, smiling sarcastically at Hao. The former assistant had a bad feeling about the separate room, and she hurried to notify Mom Wei that she was obliged to take Mr. Zhang Hao to Director Nan, inviting her to join. Mother Wei looked at her with indifference, showing in every possible way that she decides everything here. And ignoring the former secretary, she pointedly walked towards Hao. What the assistant clearly didn't like, she looked angrily at Miss Wei's mother. Then she tried to block her path, standing in her way and looking into her eyes. The suddenly distraught aunt dealt a strong blow to the secretary's head. Hao was shocked by the turn of events, but the assistant lost consciousness on the spot. Then, in an insolent manner, Nan's mother began to say that she had not beaten anyone for a long time and apologized. And she hurried to go talk to the handsome Zhang Hao, saying that now no one would bother them. Taken aback, Hao realized that he was in trouble again, which he was not happy about. Meanwhile, Wei's mother said that he was an unflappable fellow, and ordinary high school students were simply shaking in fear. Hao noticed that since he met her daughter, he often finds himself in such situations, and has already managed to get used to it. He began to realize that Wei Nan's mother was her boss in the mafia. Mom Nan said that her daughter could not fall in love with a weakling, but she noticed that Hao was not happy with Wei. He explained to her that he assessed the situation sensibly, and that he was a simple person who did not live up to the status of their family, and hurried away. She said that she would be frank with him, since he was in a hurry to get somewhere. She said that she wanted to make a deal with him that would be beneficial to him. Hao stood his ground, saying that he was an ordinary high school student, and was unlikely to be of any use to her. Wei's mother noticed that her daughter was crazy about him, and therefore would fulfill his every wish. Hao asked what she was hinting at, realizing that she wanted to use him for her own purposes, which he did not know. She replied that he needed to bring his daughter to Country M, supposedly he wanted to travel, and people would be waiting for her there, adding that she will pay him a lot of money, and he and his family will not need anything, and will even allow himself to move to another country. Hao didn't understand why she should plan something against her daughter, which is what Wei's mother asked. Breaking into a smile, she replied that everything was quite simple, so she wanted to get the place of head of the clan, saying that between them, there have been no mother-daughter ties for a long time. Hao understood that she was planning something bad, but could not understand one thing. He hurried to ask what was wrong with Wei being the head of the clan, because the family had become stronger under her leadership, and there was no need to fight with her. Wei's mother said that she has nothing but money, saying that he doesn't like her anyway, tempting him to take an adventure. Hao thought that after what she had planned, she might not leave him alive. Meanwhile, in a separate room, a tied-up secretary was sitting on a chair. A security guard stood next to the assistant so that she had no chance of escaping. Beaten and exhausted, she looked at one point, wondering what she should do next, and how to get out of this situation. She understood that if it were not for daily training in the advanced detachment, she might not have lived to see this time. She had a burning desire to quickly tell Director Wei about what had happened. She began, with slow and imperceptible movements, to untie her hands behind her back. At this time, in Wei's office, where she was sitting in her office without suspecting anything, suddenly, the mobile phone that was lying on the table near Nan rang. The newly released secretary told her that the madam grabbed Hao and took her to a separate room. Wei Nan immediately boiled over and realized that she needed to act quickly. She immediately ordered the car to be prepared for her and got ready. At this time, Hao told her that she would not become the head of the clan with powers abroad, and suggested that she discuss all misunderstandings with Wei. He really didn't want to get involved in Nan's family squabbles, especially with her mother. Mom Wei said that she was an ungrateful daughter who hated her because of her father, and they would not be able to discuss anything peacefully, adding that if she had known how everything would be, she would not have given birth to her at all. Hao thought about the fact that she didn't say a word, that she herself was walking, left and right. He tried to understand why there were so many people like her in this world. Hao confidently stated that this was too much, and if she had paid more attention to her daughter, then maybe everything would have been different. He added that if he helps her, their relationship will deteriorate, and advised her to apologize to her daughter in order to establish contact. Wei's mom said that she thinks Hao is thinking about how to help Wei, although he says that he doesn't like her. She added that she could not be convinced, because she declared war on her the moment she hit her secretary. And he is simply required to bring her to Country M. He replied that he would not help her. She smiled and asked him if he was sure he wouldn't help. After all, she can pay a lot of money. Mother Wei got up from the sofa and walked towards Hao. She said that if he did not agree, she would take his family hostage. Hao hurried to ask why she was involving his family. Mother Wei replied that she had no other choice to influence his decision. At that moment, he noticed that it was rather reckless of her to come here without security. She smiled and thought that it would be interesting, because the guy was going to restrain her using force. Hao looked into her eyes angrily, and understood that he would have to do this. Meanwhile, Wei's car was flying along the roads of the city, towards him and the evil mother. The security guards stood at the entrance, taken aback when they saw Director Wei Nan. She came closer to them and threateningly ordered them to get out of the way. They obeyed her and let her inside. The former assistant saw her and shouted after her. She was still tied to the chair. She tried to hurry up Principal Wei, who immediately approached her, and the guard. The secretary told a story about how the lady had taken Zhang Hao away a long time ago, and how nothing had happened. Nan demanded from the guards to tell her which room they were in. The guard said that in the one inside. He ordered his bodyguards to release the secretary and wait for Wei outside, because she would go into the room herself. Wei walked further to the door and went inside, where there were spacious corridors leading to rooms. Nan carefully but quite confidently walked straight along the corridor to the desired room. She thought that she was already fed up with this old woman who was also minding her own business. Nan slowly walked to the front door of the room and became quiet for a moment, trying to listen. She heard something about some kind of soil, and reached for the doorknob. Then she heard the voice of Hao, who did not understand what kind of game this was. Wei's mother said that everyone who gets close to her daughter usually pursues their own selfish goals, and Nan became attached to Hao. And so she herself wanted to understand what kind of person he was. He asked if Nan knew about their meeting. Mom Wei replied that she didn't know, and it would be better for her not to know, since she hated her, and therefore could get very angry. continuing to say that Hao was the first person her daughter fell in love with, and she was interested in watching Wei fall in love. After which, she noticed that her daughters definitely have good taste in men. Then she seemed to change, and began to ask Hao for a small favor. He, in turn, was surprised, and at the same time wary, because he knew that nothing good should be expected from her. Mom Wei said that Nan's birthday was coming soon, and asked Hao to give her a gift from her, because she would not accept it from her mother. All this time Wei was listening to them outside the door. He replied if she was so worried about her family, then where was she before? Wei Nan's mother fell silent for a few seconds, lowering her eyes to the floor. Then she said that when she was young, everything was decided by her parents. The Wei clan is a huge empire, and many descendants were needed. But Wei's father fell ill and could not continue his offspring. Her mother was looking for someone else, and she quarreled with her mother because she did not want to look for anyone. But at the same time, he supported his grandmother, saying that he would endure everything for the sake of his family, which for her felt like a betrayal, and made her not herself. That is why she chose escape, in the form of a wild and uneducated life. And when she woke up after some time and thought about her future, Nan had already grown up and become independent. In the end, Wei's mother said that she just wanted to ask for forgiveness from her daughter, and asks him to help her with this. Handsome Hao listened to her carefully, realizing that she could not be trusted. He asked her forgiveness and said that he could not help her in this matter. Wei Nan's mother pretended to be very upset by his answer. Hao said that if she really wants to ask Wei for forgiveness, then he can only help with one thing, since she still won't be able to return her mother, whom she was deprived of all this time. Wei, having heard everything, did not enter the room, after which the conversation stopped. Hao opened the door to the room, and was extremely surprised when he saw Wei. He asked her where she came from and what she was doing here. Wei seemed to be offended by something, and silently stood pouting like an owl, looking at Hao. After some time, Hao and Wei were driving in her car. Hao asked if Nan heard what they talked about with her mother. Wei replied that she heard everything, adding that she warned her mother, but she still dared to come to him. He hastened to assume that she and her mother might not reconcile. At that time, Wei only confirmed his guesses, saying that nothing would change, and maintaining such a relationship would lead to nothing. After a short pause, Nan asked him what he would do in her place. Hao looked out the window thoughtfully and decided to remain silent, not answering the question. Then he noticed that he would not want her to return, because at the moment he has a normal and adequate family. Wei noticed that he liked the changes in the family, and asked if he was happy with his half-sister. Hao firmly answered that he was happy with everything in his family and his sister, asking Nan why it bothered her so much. Wei replied that she was thinking about Hao and his family moving in with her, adding that it would be easier for her to protect them. After all, it is quite possible that in the future someone will try to blackmail her. Hao silently looked at her. After which, he resolutely declared that he was not going to live with her under the same roof. Wei said that he was her man, and it was normal to live together. Hao said that she was crazy because he was not her man. Nan said that sooner or later he would become her man. He replied that with her matriarchal attitude, their relationship was impossible. At that moment, the car braked sharply. Hao did not understand what happened. As a result, he was suddenly frightened and began to find out from Wei what had happened. And why does she do this, especially while driving and on the road? She was silent. Then she said that her father chose to put up with his feelings, and her mother chose to simply run away from them. And she confidently stated that she would not repeat their mistakes, adding that she would not give her Hao to anyone, saying that she will constantly follow him everywhere, until he agrees to become her man. Hao immediately noticed that Wei was clearly going too far with his conclusions from his parental experience. In response, Wei Nan simply smiled, looking into his bottomless eyes, in which she drowned every time she looked. Nan ran her finger over his lips. Hao, in turn, did not like this, and he preferred to remove her hand from his face. He asked how long they had to go, trying to get rid of Nan as quickly as possible. Wei leaned on her back and mysteriously asked him if they were going to her house. Hao showed her the middle finger and told her to go to hell, demonstrating his indignation. And he told her to take him home immediately, specifically to his home. At this moment, Hao received a call from Sister Qingqing, and he quickly picked up the phone. And he asked what happened. Qian asked when he would be home, because it was already very late. Hao said quietly that he was staying a little with his friend Luna, which clearly amused Nan, who was watching him, and smiled while looking at him. Having finished the conversation with his sister, he hurried to hang up and exhaled with relief, having told Wei that he urgently needs to go home, since they have been waiting for him for a long time. Nan, still smiling, noticed that the little fox had learned to lie convincingly. Hao asked not to look at him like that, because he had to lie precisely because of her. Wei Nan asked him if his sister was too caring. Hao proudly and confidently stated that this is because they are a real family. It was clear that she was angry at Hao's answer, but she remained silent this time. Wei just thought that in reality everything is not as simple as he thinks. And she parked the car at the side of the road, still taking him to his home. Hao hurried to go into the apartment and signaled with a shout that he was already home. He was met by little sister Qian, who, as always, was waiting for him in a beautiful outfit. Hao absurdly tried to lie that he was staying late with his friend Lung, and did not pay attention to the time. Qian seemed tense about something and seemed to want to say something. After a few moments, she still asked why he was lying to her. Brother Hao stood in a stupor and did not know how to answer such a question. Then he still asked what she was talking about anyway, and he wasn't lying to her. Sister Qian replied that she called Linilong, who in turn said that Hao left very early. He didn't understand when she could have time to call him, realizing that she would never get out. Qian added that she, like him, is from a broken family, where the mother disappeared at work, and she was always alone. And this continued until they created a new family, in which she finally felt family comfort. Saying that Hao really became her beloved younger brother. Qian summed it up by saying that these are most likely just illusions, since Hao considers her a stranger. She said that if Hao doesn't want her to meddle in his affairs, then she will stop meddling where she shouldn't. Brother Hao didn't know what to answer her to calm down little sister Qingqing. He immediately reached out his hand to stop Qian as she walked away. Taking her hand, Hao hurried to explain to her what was really happening. Zhang Hao asked his sister for forgiveness and said that he really went to see a friend, but did not tell him because he knew that she would be worried. Because this friend is a girl, assuring her sister that they are just friends. He once again sincerely apologized to her and lowered his head. At that moment, Sister Qian hit his hand, thereby throwing it off her hand, and said that he should know that she really cares about him and worries all the time. After which she headed up the stairs to her room. Hao tried in vain to stop her. He literally fell to his knees, and began to understand that she was really upset, and she was disappointed in her younger brother. He was extremely depressed. Hao completely unraveled, and holding his head, he said into the void that his little sister treated him so well, but he offended her. Meanwhile, Sister Qingqing hurriedly went into her room and closed the door. Qian thought that Hao might be angry with her now, since she hit his hand. Then she began to convince herself that sometimes you need to show your character, and not pester him all the time. Qian literally tormented herself with thoughts about apologizing to him, or doing nothing. She couldn't decide, but Qian understood one thing for sure: it was necessary to find out everything about the one whom Hao hid from her. At this time, the house was extremely quiet, and nothing was happening anywhere. Qian quietly sneaked into the laundry room, where Hao's clothes were lying on the washing machine. The sister saw her brother's jacket and came closer to it to take it, after which, she grabbed it in her hands and began to sniff it all over to understand what kind of perfume that girl was wearing. Qingqing continued to inhale the unknown feminine scent on his clothes. She noticed that it was the same scent that was on the clothes that were burned last time. Confused by guesses, little sister Qian assumed that it was Yu Hua. The next morning, Hao woke up early because he heard loud noises coming from the living room. He went out and saw his parents who were getting ready somewhere. Hao asked his father where they were going at such an early hour. His father answered that they needed to pick up their aunt. Reproaching Hao for sleeping for a long time, Qian said that he could sleep in the car. Sleepy brother Hao agreed and headed towards the car. Qian watched him. He understood that he needed to find the right moment to talk to Qian, but Hao didn't know what to do with his aunt's family and cousin from this world, whom he even managed to miss a little. The father noticed that the unknown child was closely watching them. Hao looked out from behind the car and saw one that he never expected to see here and now. It was little Yu Hua. He couldn't understand what she was doing here at such a time. Sister Qingqing also stared at the young girl in surprise, not understanding why she had come. Hao hurried to ask her what she was doing here. Dad asked Hao who it was. He answered with a smile on his face that it was his classmate Yu Hua. After which he approached her and asked why she came and what happened. You said that she came to invite him to an exhibition of paintings with Aunt Yang Fan. My father noticed that she looked like she was stalking Hao. My mother replied that today's youth are quite liberated. Little sister Qian stood silently and seethed with jealousy, looking at them from the side. Hao then introduced Hua to his parents and older sister Qin. Oh no, in turn, seemed to be frightened, but after a moment she pulled herself together. And she greeted everyone, introducing herself as Mingyu Hua, and asking forgiveness for the trouble. The mother greeted her and noted that she was a little girl, quite well brought up, and her father also greeted her. Hua thought that her uncle's book on military operations on the love front was still useful to her, where it was said that it was necessary to win over the family of the guy she liked. At that moment her sister approached her, and she directly asked the question whether you wanted to get Zhang Hao, and whether she liked him. Hua looked thoughtfully into the eyes of the shameless sister Qin after a short pause. She said that she really liked Hao, more than anyone else. Zhang Hao was shocked by this statement in front of his parents and sister. Mother and father were also perplexed and did not know how to react to the current situation. At this time, little sister Qian said that she and Hao were completely unsuitable for each other. His father began to tell Hao that it was too early for him to think about a relationship. Brother Hao, in turn, tried to quickly explain everything to him. And he said that Yu is sometimes tongue-tied, and he and Luan teach her how to communicate with people, and she meant that she is grateful to them. And this is a different kind of sympathy, but Dad immediately understood everything, and said that he shouldn't be taken for a fool and talk all sorts of nonsense. He then turned to Hua and said that he was flattered that she liked his son, but she must stop pursuing him. Hao explained to Yu that relatives were coming to see them, and now was not quite the right moment, so he hurried his father to go get his aunt. Manhwa couldn't understand why they couldn't meet, so she asked them. Qin replied that she could date anyone, but not Hao, who was already literally wound up, and tried to explain to them that they are just children, and no one thinks about that. Sister Qian said that they should go after their aunt, and she would accompany the girl. While she did so, the parents agreed. She approached Yu and very politely asked her to go for a walk with her. At this moment, it began to dawn on the mother why little sister Qin had volunteered to accompany her, who, leaning towards her, was already inhaling the aroma of little Manhwa. Qian noticed that this was a completely different scent from the one that was on Hao's clothes. Mom boiled, thinking that this lesbian had her eye on the little girl. Qin stroked her face and said that everything is fine, because Yu has her, who supposedly loves her. At this moment, the mother pulled Qin along with her, saying that she must see her aunt, since this is a very important event. Hao said that Hua really didn't come on time, and they would talk later. Yu agreed and replied that they would see each other later, after which she bowed to the floor, thereby saying goodbye to her parents and sister Hao. Mom noticed that the girl was very beautiful, but too polite. The father replied that she seemed to have an unusual teacher. Sister Qin looked after her and thought that it was not her perfume after all. She wondered who the woman with whom Hao was so close was. Qian wanted to know more about her, understanding perfectly well that it was necessary to talk with Hao alone. After some time, the whole family was already at the airport, waiting for their aunt. The father saw her and waved his hand, shouting that they were waiting for them here. Hao was not happy with what he saw. Instead of his arrogant cousin, there was the aunt's youngest son, who trudged behind her and asked her not to rush so much, because he couldn't keep up with her. He looked extremely tired, and this is what he told his mother, Aunt Hao. After a certain time, they were all together at Hao's house. His mother said that with age he became more relaxed. Auntie noticed that he definitely won a lot of girls' hearts. Mom replied that these girls are already following Hao in batches. The aunt's son noticed that Qin was also very pretty, and the aunt kept up the conversation and said that the guys were most likely running after her. Even a guy like Ching Ching makes eyes at Qin. The mother mentally tried to urge Qian to react somehow. Qin didn't care. At that moment Hao said that she would go and help her father prepare dinner. He hurried to the kitchen, thinking that he could not get used to this world. Meanwhile, his aunt's son was following him, who suddenly called out to Hao, having said that he has grown up and literally turned into an enviable handsome man, adding that when he grows up a little, cousin Cheng will definitely take him to flirt with girls. Hao suggested that he go to his aunt and the others. He replied that they only talk about money and men, but he is not interested. In this case, he offered to help his cousin with cooking. He said that at this rate he would soon turn into a housewife, urging him in every possible way not to help cook, and not to do anything at all, because with his appearance, everything will work out on its own, because he can just marry a rich lady and lie carefree on the couch for the rest of his life, not thinking about anything. Hao replied that everything was fine. and he was just helping his father with cooking. His cousin asked him to stay away from the kitchen. Hao hurried to take him to the room, and not talk about it here in front of everyone. His cousin agreed. Entering the room, he sat down on the bed and said that it was quite soft. But he noticed that the room was too modest, and it didn't look like a young guy lived here, asking if they were in his sister's room. Hao replied that the room next door was his sister's, and she simply prefers minimalism. The cousin turned around and noticed that there was also no cosmetics, and nothing that the girls would like. After which he immediately asked Hao if he had a girlfriend. He replied that he did not yet. At that moment, the cousin pointed to the jacket and said that his girlfriend gave it to him. Hao indifferently replied that he thought so, realizing that the younger brother was quite mercantile. Then the cousin asked how he liked his little sister Qin and if she had a boyfriend. Hao replied that she was very good, adding that the guys were running after her, and he knew one like that. The cousin said that Hao's mother had achieved some success in medicine, and her figure was amazing, and proposed to Hao. Swap moms because he likes her. Hao was dumbfounded by this question, because his cousin had just boasted about the girl. The narcissistic cousin said that he is the most handsome man, so he has a very large choice among women. Hao could no longer listen to this upstart. At that moment someone knocked on the door of the room. It was Sister Qin who called them to dinner because everything was already ready. The cousin thanked his little sister and said that they would come up now. Hao understood that he deliberately pretended to be so good. Qin said that there was nothing to thank her for, because they were one family, and hurried her cousin to go first. Sister Qian returned to the room and walked closer to Hao, saying that she was wrong. And later, they will need to talk about it in private to discuss everything. Naturally, Hao agreed, adding that he also really wanted to talk to her. They agreed to meet after lunch and talk about everything in a calm atmosphere. Hao also held her, and they went to have lunch together, since everyone was already waiting for them. After a while, they all sat together at the table, and Hao emptied the plates suspiciously quickly, having said that he was already full, which is what little sister Qingqing drew attention to. After which she also hurried to finish her portion and said that she was also full. Then, Hao hurried away from the dinner table, saying that he needed to answer the phone call. He received a call from an antique shop and was told that his bowl had been restored. He asked how much he owed, and when he could pick up the cup, he was told that his girlfriend had paid for everything and left a note for him. And he can pick it up at any time convenient for him. Hao was shocked. He hung up slowly and put the phone in his pocket, thinking, who could have introduced himself as his girlfriend? Hao tormented himself with conjectures. Hao asked everyone for forgiveness and said that he needed to go away for a short time, because he had some business to attend to. Father noticed that he was running away again. Sister Qin looked at him sadly. She wanted to hold him, but she convinced herself otherwise, trying to restrain herself. Little sister Qian asked Hao not to linger so that they would not worry about him, realizing that they could not control him. As it happened before, Hao said that he would return soon. It seemed to him that Qin was angry again. The cousin noticed that the sister was very caring and attentive towards her brother. Qin replied that everyone in the family behaves this way. He suggested that handsome Hao might have just been called out on a date by a girl who was trying to get his attention, adding that he and Hao would then talk to him so that he would beware of suspicious and dubious individuals. Qin noticed that he was absolutely right, and it was necessary to talk carefully with Hao. The little sister said that her cousin shouldn't worry so much, because she herself is able to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Hao hurried to the antique shop to get his restored bowl. He approached the girl standing behind the counter, who said that his cup was ready, and the hostess went to an exhibition of paintings. She carefully moved the box with the bowl towards him. Hao thanked her, and in surprise he began to read the note left for him, which was attached to the bowl. It said that Wei Nan had paid for the work and asked him to come to her house when he picked her up. He guessed that only Wei could shamelessly introduce herself as his girlfriend, and said that he was only taking the box. The saleswoman noticed that this guy is very cool, and she doesn't even know who can handle this. Hao, in turn, hurried to Wei Nan's office, who was in her office. Wei was completely immersed in working with contracts and various documents. At that moment, Hao opened the door to her office and said that he had come to her on business. The impudent Nan reproached him for coming to her without knocking. Hao tensed and asked if he should leave in this case, since he so unceremoniously violated her rules. Wei, looking through the documents, said that he would wait for her until she finished, and they would have dinner together. Hao sighed heavily, after which he hurried to answer her that he was extremely busy today. and so that she would deduct money for restoring the bowl, and if this was not enough, then he would then return it to her in cash. He put the bowl on the table. Wei confidently stated that it was enough to just give her the cup, and asked what he would like for dinner. Hao thought that he was talking to her about one thing, but she was always talking about something of her own, and therefore Wei greatly tired him out. He said that he would go and sell the cup since she did not want to tell him the price. Wei hastened to stop him. Nan came as close to him as possible, while Hao stepped back a little, and asked what she was doing. Wei continued to silently walk towards him. Then she asked Hao to give her the box with the restored bowl. Then, with a sharp movement of her hand, she threw her at the wall. Hao was shocked by such tricks on her part. Wei absolutely calmly said that they had dealt with the bowl, and it was time to move on to dinner. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that she had just thrown away tens of millions, because of which he experienced incredible events recently, and almost paid with his life. Hao didn't understand why she allowed herself to do this, and, stunned, he simply froze in place. He immediately rushed towards the bowl, saying that if she didn't want to give it to him, then she would have said so, adding that this is a fortune, and so much effort and money wasted. Nan said that this is a dirty trash can, and broken antiques are worth nothing. Wei said that there was no need to return the money to her, because they had already discussed everything. She sharply grabbed his hand. As a result, a characteristic crunch of bones occurred. Hao did not understand what had happened. Wei Nan herself was shocked and did not understand how this happened. Suddenly, from pain in his hand, Hao shouted that it was most likely broken. After a while he sat on the sofa and thought that he had become too weak. Wei said that there is no visible deformation or swelling, which means it could be a sprain. Having said that he would send for a doctor just in case, Hao silently continued to sit. At this moment, he thought about asking her, saying that he always wanted to ask her something. Hao said that she retired from the special forces, but her skin is in excellent condition, so has she been in combat operations. Wei sadly said after a short pause that she was there and almost died. Nan asked if he was really so interested in this, and she would tell him if he stayed with her for the evening. Hao hastened to answer that he was just curious, asking not to attach such importance to it. He wanted to leave. Turning in the opposite direction and heading towards the exit, he seemed to feel her heavy gaze on him. Nan looked after Hao and didn't know how to stop him. She asked him to stay for dinner again. He turned around and stopped for a moment and said that she was too persistent. Nan replied that she had read his novel, and the world that he described in it was quite real. Then she said that she wanted to talk to Hao. He couldn't understand how this could be connected with the blood moon. Hao scratched his head and thought that, in principle, he might not stay for long. He sat down on the sofa and said that he didn't think he was good at writing novels. That fans appeared, and asked what she wanted to talk about. Already in a good mood, Wei called a certain proud man and asked her to prepare everything for dinner for two. Hao was shocked when he heard the name Proud Man. He literally warped. Wei ended the call on the phone and, putting it aside, walked over to Hao. After asking if he might want to stay the night, calling him a little fox, Hao immediately urged her not to become impudent and not to cross the boundaries of what is permitted. Nan sat down on the back of the sofa and exposed her leg, noticing that his eyes were not modest. And in fact, she sees him sneaking a look at her beautiful legs. Hao formally addressed her as the director, and said that this was a poor person's look at her expensive clothes. At this moment, Nan suddenly pounced on him, bending the sofa slightly back. Hao asked her to control herself and control her actions. Wei replied that she had no need to control herself, because he would still be her man. Hao denied it in every possible way, saying that she had reread the novels, and now all sorts of nonsense was creeping into her head. He asked her to get off him, and accidentally put his hand on her buttock. He caught himself thinking that it still felt very good to the touch. Nan said that since he doesn't want it for good, he will do it for bad. Hao replied that he was not afraid of her. He noticed that she clearly lacked education, and she would wait for him to spank her somehow. Hao tried in vain to push her away from him with his hands. Wei simply looked at his attempts. Nan was like a wall and did not move a millimeter. Having calmed down, she told him not to pretend to be a hero. Because I just recently injured my hand, and in order not to injure it again, it's better to stop this. Which definitely offended Hao, and with sharp movements of his hands he rested his hands on her shoulders. As a result, he knocked Wei Nan onto his back and held him in this position. Hao furiously shouted for her to finally leave him alone, and they were not and will never be a couple. Wei smiled and said that she had found the true cause of the blood moon, asking if he wanted to know. The next day in Hao's house, where the whole family woke up, the cousin went out into the yard. He realized that he was constantly thinking about Zhang Qin, even though she didn't care about him. He carefully pulled himself up, and at that moment he noticed a very beautiful girl. The one who stood near their house was Manhwa, with some kind of backpack in her hands. The cousin thought that today was clearly his day, as if he had caught luck by the tail. He immediately walked towards her and greeted her, asking what she was doing here. Hua, in turn, stepped away from him and ignored his greeting, thus putting him in a rather awkward position. The cousin did not understand why she had such a reaction. Assuming that he was disgusting to her for some unknown reason, he did not know how to influence her. The cousin began to carefully sniff himself, thinking that he might smell something unpleasant. Father and mother came out to the door, and Dad asked why Qingqing was standing at the door. After which he saw Yuehua standing away from her cousin. The father tensed, and he hastened to react negatively to the presence of the little girl, angrily asking why she came again, and what she was doing here anyway. Manhwa hurried to greet Father Hao, bowing before him. The mother asked what was happening. The father did not understand what this child was up to. You said that she brought gifts to their whole family from the bottom of her heart. She took out boxes of gifts one by one, and said that one was for Hao. The second is for Mother Hao, the third is for Father, and the fourth is for Sister Qin. Her parents told her to stop because it was too early for Hao to date and they could talk to her parents and teachers. Distraught, Qingqing finally realized that this little angel was Zhang Hao's fan. Hua said that she didn't think about a love relationship, she just wanted to be with him all her life, as a friend. Her parents literally got angry and told her not to take them for fools, talking about a good friend for life. You convincingly asked them to allow her to become friends with Hao Hao. The mother thought that it was just a child, but for the sake of her son, she should not give in, and it would be better for her to be a villain. After which the distraught mother drove Yu Hua away and forbade her to approach Zhang Hao. Then she took her father's hand and led her into the house. Hua was extremely upset by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Qing came up with a plan to console poor sister Yu and win her over in order to later win her over. Offended, Hua shouted that she would not listen to them, and would be with Hao. The furious and extremely surprised mother turned around and looked at her with raised cheekbones. You said that this is not the same thing, and she just wants to be friends with him for life. Meanwhile, in Wei Nan's office, Hao asked what she was getting at. She told him a story about how she was mortally wounded on one of her missions. Nan thought then that she was definitely finished and would die irreversibly. And at that moment she saw in front of her a rare natural phenomenon, in the form of a huge blood-red moon. Afterwards, she fell into a sleep. After a while she woke up, and discovered that she had survived, and realized that it was thanks to the blood moon. Hao caught himself thinking that somehow he couldn't believe this story, because there was a slightly different story with him, connected with the blood moon. Hao suggested that it could be a hallucination due to the injury. He asked why Wei thought it was thanks to the blood moon. Nan replied that she received a mortal wound, against which the usual one was absolutely powerless. And since then she has been studying such natural phenomena, and soon after Wei saw the blood moon again. This was the second time. It was at that moment that she came across Hao. Meanwhile, a luxurious dinner consisting of various dishes was already on the table. Wei said that the more she got to know Hao, the more his behavior differed from what was written in the questionnaire. The world that was in his novel and the one that Nan saw in her dream were similar. She thought that Hao was connected with the blood moon. Hao couldn't even imagine that Wei had gone through something like this. Nan got up from the table, and she walked towards him. She simultaneously unbuttoned the buttons on her dress. Hao screamed, not understanding what she was up to and why she needed to undress at dinner. Wei came closer and, pointing to the stomach, said that there was a through wound there, but now there wasn't even a scar left there. Adding that she wants to understand why so many people died, and she was lucky to be alive. And does the world that Hao described in his work really exist? He looked at Wei thoughtfully. Hao understood perfectly well that he would have to unite with Nan, because she would not back down. He stated that he would tell everything he knew, but on one condition. Wei hurried him to voice this condition. Hao will help her with research when he is free, and she will not contact his family at will. And he does not allow him to be used as a model. Nan said that she was not capable of such a thing. Hao said that all capitalists have darkness in their hearts. He was upset because he understood that now he could not hide from her. Moreover, he would constantly have to deal with this domineering Wei woman. After a short pause, he began to tell her the truth, saying that he was not from this world. And he woke up in this world only when he saw that very bloody moon. Meanwhile, at Hao's house, Yu continued to persuade his parents. Her father noticed that she was too stubborn and stupid, most likely due to her such a young age. Also realizing that she is making unnecessary sacrifices, because she stood under the scorching sun for so long with her bag. Dad still melted and said that if she really had no evil intentions, then they would not interfere with their friendship. Hua replied that Hao is her only friend, and she has no evil intentions towards him. The father laughed in response and said that it was probably time for her to go, since her parents might worry about her. Yu immediately asked to go into the house to talk with Zhang Hao. Dad replied that he was not at home right now. She again handed her gifts to him. Her father thanked her, saying that it was very nice of her. In response, the pleased Manhwa smiled and literally sparkled with happiness. Then she headed to her home, her parents watching her trail, and they didn't understand why she was such a fool who was ready to do anything for their son. Returning home, they began to look at their gifts from Yu Hua. The mother took the diamond ring in surprise and began to wonder if it was real. She thought that these were all fakes, but still very beautiful things. Rejected by Chingcheng, he thought that she was cute but vain, and all these beautiful rings and bracelets had no meaning. Mom would never have thought that you would give something like that, even though Hao said that she was an honest person. My father put one of the rings on his finger and said that it was very high-quality work and looked expensive, despite the fact that it was all a fake. He looked at it from all sides, and noticed that the ring was similar to the one his wife gave him for his wedding. At this moment, Sister Qin came into the living room and asked what they were all doing. Coming closer and seeing the accessories, she asked who gave all these jewelry. The mother sadly said that Hao's classmate came in the morning and gave it all to them. The cousin said that these were all fakes, removing which she could even be called vain. Xian leaned towards the table and said that this sapphire ring does not look like a craft. Sister Qin took the ring in her hands and began to carefully examine it. She said it was an unusual sapphire, maybe even a state ceremonial stone, which could cost about 10 million, or maybe more. The whole family gasped, in shock. Meanwhile, Hao was finishing his dinner, and at the same time telling Wei how it really was and what happened to him. Adding that he was Zhang Hao, and at the same time not Zhang Hao, he carefully wiped his mouth with a napkin after dinner. Nan said that the opposite world exists, and in that world men take mistresses and behave like dogs. Hao replied that he was also an ordinary man who could stare at a beauty or walk along the beach in trousers, saying that he can return to his world, and therefore she should not waste her time on him, but it would be better to find herself a man. Wei noticed that if he is a normal man, then by taking off his t-shirt, he will not feel ashamed, and for him it will be the norm. Hao, smiling, replied that in his world, men are allowed to walk the streets with their torsos bare if it is very hot. Nan could not even imagine such a thing, let alone see it, realizing that there are quite hot men in that world. Wei demanded that he take off his t-shirt, otherwise she would think that these were all empty words. Hao confidently stated that he could easily take it off, and this would not scare him. Gradually taking off his clothes, he said that she would now see a real man, and he continued to slowly take off his jacket, and then he wanted to take off his t-shirt. Wei Nan was excited for the moment and couldn't wait for him to take off his t-shirt. Hao, in turn, seemed to be stuck, as if something was stopping him. He noticed that he was embarrassed, and all he had to do was take off his t-shirt. Hao had a hard time realizing that he was beginning to be influenced by this world. Nan, all exhausted, hurried him, asking whether he would take off his t-shirt or not. Wei deliberately provoked him with her statements, saying that he still could not remove it. Hao was led by her provocation, and having gathered his strength, he finally decided. He lifted his t-shirt up, but didn't take it off all the way, and showed off his toned body. Wei froze in place, admiring the perfect torso of the handsome Hao. Nan said to herself that she saw a man's body, her pupils dilated. What was an extremely exciting moment for her, even caused her legs to cramp. Wei began to feel a strong rush, and it seemed that she could no longer stop. Then, she still tried to pull herself together, driving away vulgar thoughts from herself. Nan agreed that the men in his world are tough and asked him to lower his t-shirt as she couldn't control herself. Hao didn't understand what was happening to him, because he just lifted his t-shirt, and his body automatically resisted it. Wei said that she and Hao are now on the same side of the barricades, and she hopes for a pleasant cooperation. Hao asked her not to look for him anymore for no reason, because he is very busy. He hurried to thank her for dinner, saying that next time he would invite her, and wanted to leave. But the irrepressible Wei invited him to stay the night again. In return she would agree to all his conditions. Hao hastened to upset her, saying that he would never agree to this. Meanwhile, Qin continued to closely examine the sapphire ring, realizing that sapphire symbolizes fidelity. And what can Yuhua afford to give such valuables to Hao? Qian wanted to use the annoying brother Qingqing for her own purposes, who was already going crazy after learning that the jewelry was real. After some time, Zhang Hao returned home. It was somewhat late. He called out to everyone in the apartment, but no one came to him in response. Suddenly, an angry father showed up and demanded an explanation from Hao, where he had been so late. The table was full of decorations, which they could not accept from his classmate, because they were real, said Dad. Little sister Qin noticed that this little girl is beautiful and cool, and she also comes from a rich family. The father became nervous, saying that this would not work, and it was necessary to immediately return it all to her. Adding that Hao should not be fooled by money, and they can only be friends, he replied that he would call her and she would take everything. Adding that they were originally just friends, the cousin sitting on the side thought that he was better than Hao. But no one gives him this. He has set himself a goal to win Yuhua's heart at any cost. Having received the daughter of rich parents, he himself would become rich, and little sister Qin was also waiting for him. He thought so. Qingqing didn't know who to choose between them, even though Hao was handsome, but for a man it's more important to be able to charm. After a certain time, someone rang the doorbell at Hao's house. He hurried to open it. It was Yuhua, whom he had recently called and asked to come. Hao said that his family and he could not accept such expensive gifts from her. Hua replied that next time she would give something else. At that moment, brother Qingqing came up behind Hao and said that they had seen each other again. Hao was surprised to ask when they had seen each other. The cousin replied that he had recently come across her at the door, and had a nice chat with this cutie. Hao noticed, saying that this was a coincidence. Yu replied that she then came to him with gifts. The cousin did everything according to the points, which he picked up somewhere unknown, and began to take action. He pretended to trip, and the plan was to hug the baby. Hua looked at him and didn't understand what could have happened for him to suddenly start falling. She reacted and stuck out her leg, thereby keeping him on his feet. Yu said that she reflexively stuck out her leg as he began to lean against her. Hua asked if his legs were holding him up and what happened to him. Hao noticed that first you need to let him go, and then ask him. Brother Qingqing understood that everything clearly did not go according to plan, or rather, he failed miserably. Hao told you that he didn't want any gifts and he had told her this before. Concerned, Hua asked if he liked these gifts. At this moment, his parents intervened in the conversation, saying that they did not need gifts that cost several million. Hao noticed that their relationship did not need to be improved with gifts. The mother said that they accept her impulse, but she must take the gifts themselves. Yu assumed that his parents did not like her, which she asked them about, and did not want to be hated. Mom replied that they were worried about their early love, but of course there were no reasons to hate her. At this time, Sister Qin sat down on her sofa and said that she and Hao were just friends, and they had no need to hate Hao's friend. Adding that if she still wants to be friends with Hao, then she simply needs to pick up the gifts. Qian understood that there was no point in relying on her cousin, and she began to act on her own. Little sister Qingqing offered to give Yuhua a ride home because it was already late. Suddenly, the mother said that she would take Minghua home herself. Qian was surprised. The mother had an angry look. Little sister Qin realized that her mother was thinking about the wrong thing. Qian was sitting in the front of the car, as her mother moved her from the back seat where Yu was. The narcissistic Qingqing sat down next to her, and Hao sat on the other side. The cousin began pestering Hua with a request to add him to the messenger. Allegedly he wants to buy jewelry for himself with her help. Hao, hugging Yu, replied to his cousin that she could not add outsiders, since she had a very strict family. Qingqing realized that this round was also lost. In frustrated feelings, he thought about the next plan of action. Hua said that Hao made the right point, and she really has a very strict family. At this moment, Qin turned around and told Hao not to lean against Yu, since the car was spacious and there was no point in crowding the guest. Hao finally understood everything. Little sister Qian really had her eye on Yu Hua. He didn't know what to do, because Yu was bisexual, and Qin wouldn't give up so easily. Hao was furious at this turn of events and began to think about his further actions. He was angry with Sister Qin, and really wanted to give her training that would set her on the right path. The next morning at the Hao family's house, Qian called him to get up as breakfast was already ready. He sleepily left his room and went to the table where Qin was setting out the food. Hao, looking around, asked where mom and dad were. Little sister Qingqing replied that they went to see off cousin Qingqing. Hao understood that they were absolutely alone at home, and this was the only chance to talk to her and finally discuss everything regarding Yu Hua. He approached her from behind and took her hand, saying that he would help her now. Sister Qian was extremely surprised by Hao's actions. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he had lied that time. She wanted to make peace with him after breakfast, but did not expect him to take the initiative and apologize. Qin, in turn, understood that Hao cared about her as if he were his sister. Little sister Qian said that everything is in the past, and what awaits them in the future is much more important, in which they would never deceive each other again. She asked him. Hao, in turn, remained silent for several seconds, after which he finally answered that she would no longer deceive her beloved sister Qingqing. She gently placed her palm on his arm, and smiling, she said that her brother Hao should not be so tired, but was healthy and happy, and there were no more quarrels between them. Hao promised that everything would be fine. Qian noticed that he was a very obedient boy, and he hurried to ask what he and Yu Hua had, since there were no more secrets between them. Little sister Qin clearly did not expect such a question from him, and did not know how to answer him. She turned to him, and looking into his eyes, thought that he was jealous of her. Qin found it very cute. Then she asked him not to bring you to their home anymore, since she might not be able to resist, and he still doesn't train her. Qin stroked him with her hand. Hao gently took her hand and said that today they could easily train. Sister Qian invited him to go to her room. After some time, they kissed passionately in her room, lying on the bed. Hao also did not restrain himself in his desire, which pleasantly surprised Sister Qin. At one point, he threw Qingqing onto the bed and continued to kiss her, after which, he immediately reached under his short dress with his hand. Qian tried to stop him, but Hao said that it was necessary to complicate the training, and this way she would get used to it faster. Qin thought that Hao had become much more liberated and depraved than before, but she could not and did not want to stop him, because Qin was literally happy from such closeness with Hao. Meanwhile, Secretary Wei Nan was standing in front of the building, at the gate, carefully examining the surroundings. She thought that this was the very place. She walked inside and knocked on the door, where the girl kindly asked her to enter. The assistant introduced herself as the special secretary of the board of directors and wanted to find out some information on one case. The girl stood up and asked her forgiveness for not greeting her properly, and offered to sit down. The secretary approached her and said that she wanted to find out something about a couple of people who were still in kindergarten at that time. The girl began to familiarize herself with the contents of the envelope. The assistant clarified that she wanted to know whether the girl had kidnapped that boy. Adjusting her glasses, she added that she wanted to know if the girl had certain abilities, and why the teacher was covering for her.